own property. Now the Polo Orchid project. At the heart of the city, with major marketplaces and tourism spots within a sizable radius of each other, the proposed project is of a commercial complex and budget hotels for backpackers. The Mau Padang project, a rather unique untapped potential just within a stone's throw away from the only airport in the state. The hospitality project is proposed, spanning within 100 acres of prime land. Now we come to the Kanapara project. This is just located in the interstate border of Meghalaya and Assam. It is the perfect location for the setup of a hotel complex, catering to tourists visiting both Assam and Meghalaya. The Shillong Peak project. The main tourist destination, the Shillong Peak, overlooking the city of Shillong, where a proposed hospitality complex for tourists is in the works. Another notable project is the Shillong Ropeway project, where our team has had consultations in Switzerland with consulting agencies. Now the Nokrek National Park. The Nokrek Biosphere Reserve, added to the list of UNESCO's Biosphere Reserve, it attracts a lot of tourists. The proposal for lodging and accommodation is ongoing at the moment. The Meghalaya Theme Park. With the state being diverse and with a rich ecosystem, the Honorable Chief Minister has proposed the setup of a theme park in Meghalaya, taking inspiration from similar setups across the globe. Now the ease of doing business. Here are the milestones achieved by the state. We were ranked 30th in 2015, but we've moved up in 2022, where the assessment is still ongoing. Now here is a snapshot of the Invest Meghalaya website for interested investors. They can Google Invest Meghalaya, the first link that appears, that is investmeghalaya.gov.in. That will be the official website. Now you can reach us with the following government officials. Here we have Dr. Vijay Kumar, the Commissioner and Secretary for Planning, Investment, Promotion and Development Department. Now we have Shri Praveen Bakshi, the Commissioner and Secretary for Commerce and Industries Department, and Dr. Jerome Beda, the Commissioner and Secretary for Planning, Investment, Promotion and Development Department. Thank you. Now can we have the small video presentation on the tourism promotion in the state?
Thank you. I think after that beautiful video, I don't really need to say anything about Meghalaya. You know what the state is. Now, the state with the largest population in the northeast, and the state which also acts as the gateway to the other northeastern states when you go from Hyderabad or other parts of India, is the state of Assam. And we are privileged to have with us Mr. Manavendra Pratap Singh. He is the MD of the Assam Industrial Development Corporation. He is going to make a presentation to us. Over to you, Mr. Singh.
पूर्वोत्तर के लिए एक्ट ईस्ट का संकल्प लिया है। ईश्वर ने इस क्षेत्र को इतने प्राकृतिक संसाधन दिए हैं, इतना सामर्थ्य दिया है, यहाँ विकास की, टूरिज्म की इतनी संभावनाएं हैं। आज वाकई असम A1 प्रदेश बन रहा है।
Welcome to Assam, India's gateway to the northeastern ASEAN, the land of opportunities where investment meets growth. Explore the myriad investment opportunities that Assam offers for businesses and entrepreneurs looking to thrive. Assam's strategic geographic location and robust connectivity network make it an ideal staging point for global investment. With an extensive network of state and national highways, rail connectivity, and 15 national waterways, Assam offers seamless access to markets in the ASEAN region and beyond. Assam has been prioritizing infrastructure development to create a business-friendly environment. The state has witnessed substantial progress in building modern highways, expanding railway networks, and upgrading airports. The construction of new bridges across the mighty Brahmaputra River is opening new possibilities. Several dedicated industrial and technology parks have been established to provide a strong foundation for industries to thrive. Assam's greatest strength is its skilled and adaptable workforce. The state boasts of a large pool of educated and talented individuals. Assam is home to numerous reputed educational institutions, universities, management colleges and vocational training centers that ensure a continuous supply of skilled professionals in various fields. Assam is a treasure trove of natural resources. It's the largest tea-producing region in the world. The rich aroma and exquisite taste of Assam tea have captivated tea enthusiasts across the globe. The state also holds a monopoly in producing gold and muga silk. Assam is also a major player in the oil and gas industry. The state has abundant oil reserves, making it an attractive destination for exploration and production companies. Assam's abundance of agricultural products like rice, spices, citrus fruits, vegetables and bamboo present lucrative opportunities for diverse industries. Assam's abundant natural resources including limestone, clay and silica provide a solid foundation for the cement industry. With state-of-the-art cement factories and modern production techniques, Assam ensures high-quality cement production. Assam is at the forefront of emerging industries. The state's new policies and incentives in the electric vehicle sector have garnered significant attention. With a focus on renewable energy and unconventional sectors like ethanol production, Assam presents exciting opportunities. The state's commitment to healthcare is transforming lives and positioning the state as a leading destination for quality medical services. With state-of-the-art hospitals, cutting-edge technology, and highly skilled healthcare professionals, Assam offers world-class healthcare facilities. The state's medical colleges and universities produce a steady stream of talented doctors, nurses, and medical technicians. The state government is committed to creating an investor-friendly ecosystem. Assam also offers a rich cultural heritage and abundant natural beauty. The state is known for its wildlife sanctuaries, national parks, and sprawling tea estates and golf resorts. Tourists flock to Assam to experience river cruises and adventure sports. The warmth, hospitality, and entrepreneurial spirit of the Assamese population create an ecosystem that nurtures innovation, collaboration, and success.
Assam is connected to all major cities of India by Indian Railways, and all major districts, towns of the state are interlinked by the rail network, and 4 border trade centers to promote trade and investment in the state. With such an ecosystem and having situated in the close proximity to Asian nation, the state is a preferred destination for investment.
Come and invest in Assam and be a part of its incredible transformation journey. Welcome to Assam, the land of endless possibilities.
A very good afternoon to one and all. Respected Secretary K. Moses Silai sir, Joint Secretary Harpreet Singh sir, dignitaries on the dais, business leaders and dear friends. So we have seen in video the immense opportunities which are available in Assam. Assam I define as a land of unlimited potential and untapped resources, with market-ready ecosystem, and we are the expressway to ASEAN. We have very excellent and enabling policy support system and industrial ecosystem. Next. So as we know, Assam is the biggest state of the Northeast, and we are touching 5 lakh crores GDP. And it will be around 5.5 crores in financial year 2024, with 19.5% year annual growth, which is the highest among all the states of India. Next. We have ready-to-use ecosystem and available market, with the being in the center point of ASEAN, with 1.88 billion consumers available in the region. Tea is the biggest crop in the Assam, with 50% of Indian tea produce is coming from Assam. Oil and gas, we are having 1.3 billion metric ton of proven oil resources and 156 billion cubic meter of natural gas reserves, with lots of opportunities available in upstream and downstream sector of petroleum. Bamboo, we are the one of the highest, having highest concentration of bamboo in Northeast. Large sets of skilled human resource and plethora of policy ecosystem which enable the industries in Assam. We are at the center point of ASEAN. We are closest to many countries rather than many states of India. So this is the potential which we can leverage for industrial growth in Assam. Next. We are having one of the best airport connectivity in India. We have
The Hyderabad Gaming Weekend 2023 was an exciting gaming event that brought together gaming enthusiasts, startups, and industry professionals, providing a platform to showcase the latest advancements in gaming and foster collaboration within the gaming community. During the event, engaging panel discussions took place, where participants shared their insights and perspectives on various gaming-related topics.
Let's do this more of an interaction. Okay, I think the first session was with somebody like Rajat, obviously a lot of Gyan experience of the last decades. So this one, let's 20 plus, yeah. So now let's give it up for Kapil, the young sort of CEO from Meta Studios. Thank you once again. So after that awkward exit, that was a game that was, the plot was very different. So it was right. So so Kapil is back and two versions, yeah, the version 2. So let's make this more interactive. I'm sure that it won't be boring. So if it is, raise your hands and let's make it more gamified. Okay. So couple. So firstly, journey. We'll get into all that. Why metaverse? Let's kind of ask Meta Studios because आपके नाम में metaverse है, मतलब Meta Studios है. So in the context of metaverse, I think Rajat's previous thing was a detailed sort of history of metaverse and all that. But in your case, right, being a consultant at PwC and working in that space and building a practice in metaverse, for some of you who do not know PwC, it's a consulting firm. So yeah, so coming to Meta Studios as a CEO, right? That is transition. So for those who do not or not from the gaming industry, how many of you are not at all in the gaming space, like not connected to the gaming? Okay. So I think that question is very relevant because the future of everything is going to be on metaverse. So I think the last takeaway for me was like metaverse is going to be like a layer on top of Android, on top of everything, right? Like basically it's a layer. So with that, as a spirit, and Meta Studios is an interesting name. So you also run Meta Engine, right? So there are two companies. So tell us a little about the context of metaverse and how it is relevant to your vision at Meta Studios, and also a little more about for those who are not in the area of gaming and metaverse, including somebody like me. Primarily, I'm doing this because I support or evangelize anything futuristic, and I believe that metaverse definitely has scope. Though I'm not from the gaming world, I'm nothing to do with the gaming world, but I definitely am a tech evangelist. I've always, throughout my life, like always believed in things that are different. So when blockchain came to India, I probably was one of the first community, evangelist in Hyderabad. In 2017, we got Joe Lubin from, Consensus. So we did a lot of such things as part of very mad and crazy people and community that we have. And metaverse obviously is the present. It's not the future. And this came out of a conversation with Rajat. And our conversation also has been pretty recent this year, Jan at IIT Bombay. So a lot of passion and a lot of things are there. So over to you now. I think what would it's such a long question, but how would you unfold it in terms of Meta Studios?
So I'll divide it in like 2 or 3 parts. One is like why metaverse, right? And there I think we have quite a few things in similar. Like you mentioned, like something new, something creative, something which is changing. That is something that you really connect with. I'm the same. Throughout my life, I have been a fan of creating something different. Whether it is a company, whether it is a song, whether it is writing a book, whether it is studying, anything that eventually leads to creation of something, knowledge, product, company, anything, right? Classic example. This is an example I always used to take back in the day when I was running a label. Releasing a song is literally like giving birth to a child. Right, you write a song on a blank paper, you start on a blank paper, then music starts adding to it, the first beat, the second beat, then it becomes a melody, then becomes a complete song, then it is sounding odd, so you do a mix and master, so it becomes a beautifully sounding song that you can jam on, that you enjoy. You have heard it 500 times because you have made it, but that becomes like, okay, this is special. Then it goes in the market, then people start listening to it. You see one person is shaking his head on that song, that brings a smile on your face because it's like your creation. You created it and now people are enjoying it, right? That's literally a creator's journey. And this is the smallest example that you can take about creating anything, right? So that's who I am. Like, I love creating, and that satisfaction of creating something and seeing the journey of it. Sometimes things work, sometimes things don't work. Part of the life, right? When it does not work, you learn something out of it and make sure that next time it does not happen. So always been a fan of creating something and enjoying that journey. And
we are living in times of generative AI.
Oh yeah.
So many AI tools, right?
Yeah.
Just as context, right? Where do you stand as a company?
Oh yeah.
Integrate a lot of generative AI stuff inside.
So we have started doing that very actively now. So we have our head of AI integration who takes care of integrating AI elements in our gaming engine. So taking a step back, we have our own gaming engine on which so far, like it has been in existence since 2001. So far more than 600 MMORPG games have been built using that engine. It's a post-multiplayer development. Imagine like 50 users building an environment together. Interoperability that we spoke about, we are really trying to get deeper into that aspect, and scalability. Like, how you can host multiple, like, hundreds and thousands of users in one single virtual server. So that's the gaming engine, and on top of it now we are adding a layer of Web3 integration. So if any game studio wants to build a game, you don't have to worry about the Web3 integrations of it, because this is something that we firmly believe in, that when you start making a game with tokenomics, with blockchain integration, with all these things in mind, you are really not giving it a life. You are just thinking about making it an economic model. Rather, it should be the other way around. Make a cool game that will that people will really enjoy, and then, of course, in that journey, transition to making it economically viable so that everybody makes money, and you also, as a developer, eventually ends up making money. So,
Quick question, because I think the economics and viability of the game versus making the game itself, it's a very debatable thing. Right? How many of you struggle to actually make a model to make money in the game? Is that the right context in terms of talking about? Because I think the high creative elements of the game itself are the thing. It's also monetizability, right? I think a lot of startups that probably you can ask them how hard it is to monetize their games.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, let's even start with that question. How many of you all think in this context that if I'm making a game, one is like, what is the first thing that you focus on? That what is my focus? The game should be fun and everybody should enjoy playing it. Or second, how do I create a economic model in the game? Which side of the table do you fall in? The first one, making a game fun that everybody should enjoy. Raise your hands. And the second one, that it should be economic model so that more and more people come, they make money, everybody makes money.
I think that also.
Yeah. Also, of course. Also, right? So, in the Web3 side of the world, many this Web3 games start from the second. Many. And that's why. Yeah, I mean, take classic. There's this game Star Atlas. It's on Solana. They have 38 or 36 blockchain engineers and 3 or 4 game designers. Blows your mind. Like, yeah, because they're like, we have to create. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's another fact. Like, even the parity in terms of payment. So what are you building? Right? Are you building a game or you're building an economic model? So, and that's why the adoption in the Web3 gaming is at a low right now. Because you will play a game when it is fun, right? So drawing that balance is very important. And that's the kind of ethos that we try to do. So as Meta Studios is the game development studio and the immersive experience development studio, so we make sure that we are building fun experiences that then we can, so that we don't have to worry about all these integrations that our engine and our infrastructure takes care of. So that's where we kind of come into picture. But I'm not sure if, because all of us raised 2 hands, that's why you guys did that. But I'm so glad to see that here, at least in this room, people are really focused on making fun games. Because that's what drives fun, right? That's what games are supposed to be. And most importantly, if the game is fun, if the game is engaging, it will end up making a lot of money. There can be 10,000 things that you can do to make sure that it makes money.
Now, again, critical question is, before you make money, paid puja chahiye. Like, you have to make some survival, right? A lot of startups, right? Let's talk about the early stage of 0 to 1, right? And it's nice to see that you have a model of services and product.
Yeah.
Now, many of the companies, maybe many of the startups, you should ask them, what are they doing to survive? So, also crafting a revenue model in the early stages without kind of disturbing the ethos, disturbing the creativity and the game. How do you balance that? Right? That is a critical question.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think could be done, because you have an interesting model?
So, and that is precisely why we have these 2 focuses. When you are building a technology, when you are building an infrastructure, it takes time, right? When you are building a game, for example, game building takes time. Making cool game takes time. So how do you kind of divide everything that you are doing in your company in steps? and with each step that should be like a milestone. So what we do, like that is why we divided the business in two parts. The engine thing, the infrastructure piece, that's going to take like 8 months, 9 months, 10 months to kind of come it in its form. When it comes, it's going to be scalable, it's going to capture the market, but hopefully, but till then, how do you survive? Either you end up raising a lot of money from investors that takes care of the bills, or you create a revenue generating model on the side. So if you are on that side of the table where you're able to raise money from the investors, fine, you're well taken care of, so you don't have to worry, you keep building what you're building. But if that does not happen, and it's fine, like in business it happens many times that you're not able to raise money, but you have faith in what you are doing, so you want to keep building. That's when dividing each and everything, so you don't just step for the end goal, you divide everything in steps. You divide everything in milestones and take a call on यहाँ पे कैसे पैसे कमा सकते हैं. What can I do more instead of just building? Can I do something else also that can pay the bills? So those kind of strategic decisions, and it's gonna depend company to company, founder to founder, team to team, कि आप किस तरीके के काम, the projects you are doing which can give you a venue to kind of start making money in the journey.
One of my co-founders actually do some side projects. So I think there is also sort of a misnomer. Like the side projects karna, it's a different thing. It's a deviation from the main kind of goal, right? So as an investor, again, it's a different thing. If somebody is doing a side thing, I don't know how you look at such a company, but survival is everything, right? So being in the game dev area as a game dev, right? How many of you are actually developers? Designers, how many of you are designers? Okay, and developers. So, and how many of you can actually be on any of the freelance platforms and make some extra money or making it, right? Good number. And why are the others not making it? So maybe
they're just not raising their hands.
Yeah, but do you think that is a good approach, given that a startup requires everything, right? A lot of focus. At the same time, you have to kind of build an alternative.
So there are two philosophies that exist in the startup world when you're creating anything, and there is no right and wrong about it. Philosophy number one is that old story that a team crossed the river, went on an island, burnt a boat. अब तो पूरा island capture करके वापस आएंगे. Only one approach. No matter what, we're gonna do this. चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, survival mode now, we're gonna keep building. So that's philosophy number one. That you keep focusing no matter what, you don't deviate, you don't have a plan B, there is only one plan. नवाजुद्दीन सिद्दीकी, like 10 साल लगे, 15 साल लगे, 20 साल लगे, चाहे कुछ ना हो, मैं एक्टर ही बन के जाऊंगा. Right? Brilliant. Respect. Hustle. Takes a lot of guts to do that. The other approach is practical approach. Always have two plans. Right? ठीक है, build करना है, 100% करना है, but at the same time I have to take care of my family as well. Everybody has a different set of responsibilities. Everybody comes from different backgrounds, right? So then you have a plan B, the survival thing. You figure out, should I do something on the side as well to make money while I am still chasing my dream, right? So there is no right and wrong. Which category do I fall in different phases of my life? I have been in different sides of the table. So I don't advocate one over the other. When I had less responsibilities, I didn't have to take care of my family, I was all out. चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, like ठीक है, 5,000 a month, I'll still survive, fine, वड़ा पाव खा के रह लेंगे, लेकिन जो करना है वो करना है. When family comes and all those responsibilities come, you become more practical, then you hedge and you figure out what's the best way to kind of still chase your dreams, but have a stability, have some practical sense to it, that it pays your bills as well. Now again, if you are on two plan approach, right? Even in two plan, there are two ways to do about it. Number one, for example, let's take game building example. I want to build a game, I keep building a game, but to make money, I do something separate, some side hustle. Or second is, while I'm building this game, can I build it in a way that it also pays my bills? Maybe the development and the completion will be longer. Instead of 6 months, it may take 1 year, but I'll continue to do the same thing, but while making some sort of money. So all these things there is no right and wrong in this. Everybody will have a different philosophy, but everybody is in a different stage in your life. So my advice would be, like, be really practical, take those calls, like which situation are you in and what is it that will allow you to be like move forward with the most sensible plot in mind.
Rightly said. So in the context of metaverse, given that people have to make a buck as well and do that, right? So what would you think are the top 3 or 4 or 5 opportunity areas in metaverse that people can kind of, so one is of course a long-term thing. Now, somebody like a Brahman Studios, for example, okay, they build like a big game, and it takes time. It's not like some digital app ki humne kuch me too model bana diya na. So, unlike any other startup area, it's gaming kind of thing, according to my kind of observation, is a long-term game. Game itself is long-term game. So you can't get an exit like doing a digital startup in like 3 days, and you can build literally an app in 3 days. We know it. We've done it. So 3 days you can build a front end, 3 days back end. But game, especially given the context of its huge back end, the computation, and depends on what you're doing. So there are 2 segments, right? One is casual games, and you've got to be either lucky or you should have like a very clever plot and do kick-ass marketing and all the clickbaits and all. Or you build a very traditional, huge game and a lot of messaging, a lot of building education on the characters, a lot of building is there. Now, in the context of what you said, right, NFTs, the blockchain, what could be the short-term sort of goals for startups in the area? Right? Every startup may not have that bandwidth to think of, say, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. Right? On an average, I think it takes a certain amount of time for this domain to really kind of even raise money from investors. Right? Yeah. So, any alternatives or like top 3 areas or opportunities that you see?
Very difficult question, by the way. But I can share my thought process in when it comes to building anything, whether it is short term or long term. I'm a long term guy divided into short term, multiple short terms. Follow an approach which can get you associated with more and more people. If you have the numbers, you will have success. Game bana rahe hain, it's game building is going to take 6 months, 1 year. How can you have a model, or can you have a demo, or can you have anything built which allows you a feedback loop? I'm building a game, I think it's going to be awesome, it's going to change the world, but that's what I think.
That's exactly why we've done this event in first so that people like them can actually get it.
Yeah, so
you're proving it's validation for it.
So like my son is the best son in the world, no matter what, because it's my son, right? Like I gave birth, like he's my blood. No matter what, I'm gonna do whatever to make sure, like that he wins. But that's because he's my son. Can I say the same thing about somebody else's son? I will be very objective in analyzing and giving feedbacks about somebody else's son. The same thing. It's your game, your baby, your product. You will love it no matter what because you are creating it. You have decided the story, you have done the coding, you have done the art. It looks amazing. Yeah, because it's yours. Take it out. So feedback loop, I call it feedback loop. Like your feedback loop should always be as short as possible. So create things that you can take out in the market or take feedback from people, and that will keep giving you a realistic output in terms of, okay, am I going in the right direction? Do I need to change something else? Okay, now this is working, this is not working. Let's twist this, let's keep this. And using those models, because that allows you gain numbers. And if you have numbers, money comes. Chase the numbers. The money will come. And now in Web3, there is a reason it is known as creators economy, right? There can be like 100 models. I can't like really categorize 1, 2, or 3 because depending on the product, depending on the project, there's gonna be like different models that will work. But if you have the numbers, money comes. Dropping NFT collection. If you have a strong community, for example, people are raising millions because they have been able to create a community of people, right? So run behind numbers that can associate with you with more people. And most importantly, I can't emphasize on it so much. Keep your feedback loop as short as possible. Don't go in the room and come out after 6 months building something. Hey, I built the best game in the world. No, the world has changed. World is changing every month. Create something and be live, be present, go out and talk to as many people as you can. Give demos to as many people as you can. Ronak told me he created the demo of his game in 10 days. I loved it. Very good. I'm not played your game, but I'm sure it's going to be amazing. I'm waiting forward. Yeah. But that's a good approach, right? Even in our company, we do it. Like we are talking to one of India's and I think globally biggest publishers, and we are looking at building a game together with them. But the approach that I'm following there is, I don't know, are they going to sign a deal with me or not? It's till the papers are signed, till the money hits your account, the deal is still floating. So till then, how can you be practical? Can I, because it's the world's biggest publisher, should I put all my company resources, all my employees to do those things? No, I'm doing 10 projects at a time right now. Even though I have this one of the biggest deals on the table, I'm still doing 9 other deals, being practical. I'm going to them with a demo. I'm going to them with a game design document. My concepts, my everything is in place. If they say, this works, done, let's do it. Then again, 1 month later, again, there's going to be a meeting. Does this work? Yeah, let's do it. Does not work? Let's modify. Feedback loop. As a company which is funded, still I follow this approach because I'm a big believer of keeping your feedback loop in everything that you do as short as possible. That keeps you closer to the ground.
Excellent. I think that feedback loop is a very good insight. So in terms of, let's say, gaming, right, as an industry, I think we spoke that just a while ago that it's the best time perhaps. There's a positive investor sentiment, and despite the fact that most of the games may not have a monetizable plan, I think if you ask like what is your plan to monetize, they'll be like हमने तो game बनाया है, अभी इसको कैसे बेचना है हमें नहीं पता. So and a lot of them probably might struggle to get the numbers of it. I mean, they might need some mentoring or some sort of thing, but in the context of this, right, when you see gaming, it's a much bigger industry than music and film industry, as Rajat always says, and you also in fact made the statement last time. So gaming being this big, metaverse becoming more and more popular and being the present, right? What are the industry use cases and applications that you think beyond just the game? Some of them, for example, making a tourism metaverse, for example. He has a game too, and it is actually more like a Google Cut tour guide. So it's like it's more like a hybrid between a game and a real life application.
Absolutely.
A lot of such interventions. So in most of the cases, you might find that. Right? So any top areas that you think metaverse can kind of be a monetizable thing, while actually the original idea is a game. Right? For example, it might be a game, but you might see a metaverse space in that. Right?
Yeah.
Given the current sentiment of it.
Oh no, absolutely. That's a brilliant point. To start with, everything that happens virtually is a game. Small, big, minor, gigantic, everything that you're seeing and experiencing online is a game of one or the other sort. That's number one. Let's first of all address that. Second, the modifications to it that allows you to reach different sectors, different markets, which is the term which is coming out, gamification. Right? That is where we are seeing a lot of boom, lot of interest coming in now. What is gamification? Theoretically speaking, or rather, like if the definition, if I have to put, inserting gaming elements in non-game environments that gamifies it. Right now, for example, we are having this chat right now. This is a one-to-one chat. Now, if this becomes like a more, fun-driven exercise, that's like we have gamified an interview. Right? There are like, instead of just me talking to you, I do some or the other activity. That's like a fun-driven. I've gamified the environment. Very, very big example. Actually, it was a bad example. But this, for the traditional companies, now it's becoming a big go-go. Now, take an example of any traditional company like Samsung, for example, right? How have been they reaching out to their consumers so far? They come out with a product, they create a beautiful advertisement around it, take like some superstar in it and release it on the TV. That's how step number one, that's how they do it. Second, when social media became famous, they started doing activation campaigns on social media, then physical events, etc. Now how are they doing it? Now they're going on party night. That's where the crowd is. Now they are finding much more fun and engaging ways to connect with the youth of the country. That's gamification, right? Now, if anybody knows how to build games, and they also know how the real world operates, how these traditional brands, how these companies want to connect to their consumer, you can become a bridge to that. And there's a huge demand for people like this who understand both sides of the things, right? Hardcore gamer, brilliant. Like
very excellent point. Very well articulated.
Yeah, you have to, the bridge.
The real world businesses and a medium to kind of enter that, right?
Yeah, because who pays? Who pays money? Yeah, that's a brilliant example. So many brands, like 200 brands are working with Rajat right now. There is a reason, right? Rajat has been able to put these traditional brands in a fun environment. People like to have fun. If there is a fun engagement happening, if there is an environment where there's fun, we are sitting here. I hope you are finding this conversation interesting. That is why you are sitting here. If it was boring, you would have left by now, right? So how can you engage with the people? And any brand who has money, brands, if you build games, who's going to fund it? Who's going to pay for it? Some or the other brand, right? Not me. I'm going to buy a game of like $1,000, but somebody will have to pay for the whole bill. Game development is an expensive exercise, right? Who's going to be it? Some or the other brand, right? So because they have the money, so getting closer to people who have the money in the most productive manner, and I always put it in two baskets. One is a proper core game development that in itself is one of the best things to be done. But if you have to connect it with the traditional side of things and using your game development skills, then gamification is the answer, because you become a bridge between the hardcore game development and the brands who want to reach out to their consumers. Again, coming to my point, numbers. How do you reach more people? If you are able to connect more people, you make money.
Also, yeah, I mean, excellent way of looking at it. So if there are some startups, right, that or games that essentially are in Web 2, we were just chatting, and that probably will see better light in Web 3 environment, right? There is a better scope, for example, to sell NFTs or to have more monetizable options. Not forcibly do it. So he was actually, he was saying Brahman Studios can also see a Web 3, So in case there is such thing, right, what kind of resources in terms of technology, because making in Web 2 is relatively different, making a same thing in Web 3.
Yeah.
So how do you see such a, what could be the changes?
Yeah. I'm a firm believer of taking gradual steps. If you are in Web 2, you have made an amazing game, don't directly jump to Web 3. You have a game development team, hire one person or get one person to consult you that okay, this is the game, अब इसमें क्या-क्या next changes कर सकते हैं, which opens the door to monetize it. You have like it's a battle game, so you have swords, you have this thing. So now if you have the users, can I sell these swords as NFTs? Right now, if I have sell it, why should somebody buy my NFTs? You provide some utility to it. Baby steps. So that is why somebody asks me, like, I'm a firm believer of Web 2.5. Not directly jumping into the whole Web 3 element, but again, taking it gradual, because then the numbers are important. Ultimately, people are going to play the game. Ultimately, school-going kids, college-going kids, they are going to play the maximum amount of games. Right? So the more simpler you keep it for them, the better the chances of mass adoption. So if you directly switch to Web 3, your audience becomes Web 3, which currently is comparatively lesser. There is the biggest number of people sitting in the Web 2 world. So if you, like Rajat put it, right, you will be operating in the metaverse without even knowing that you are operating in the metaverse, because that will be the underlying foundation of it. That's the right way to put it. Your game, if you don't even realize that it's a Web 3 game while playing, but it is still like the backend, you have taken care of it so nicely that okay, I don't even realize it's a Web 3 game. I'm making money, I'm playing, I'm having fun, everything is been taken care of. That's the success. But that does not happen like this. Take some steps. Like how gradually you transfer your game and adding more elements to it, building some community around it, building some NFT elements to it, putting whatever parts are required to be put on blockchain. First of all, does it even require to be on blockchain? Just because Web3 is so buzzing does not mean that you have to create something in Web3. No. If already it is so cool, then why do you need Web3? Don't put it on Web3. But some elements, because Web3 provides you with a lot of more flexibility, a lot of more, that there's a reason it is known as a creator economy, because it opens doors for many things. So put those pieces there and then see how it is working out, and then take the next step. That's very important. So slowly and steadily, one step at a time, not completely transitioning, because then again the whole debate that we were having, it becomes an economic focus instead of a game focus. Keep it a game, add economic elements to it. And that will take it to the next level.
Yeah, I think what we've done for this game expo, right, is, so there are some parameters that every game has, like the environment, the gameplay. We made some sort of interesting parameters, and the feedback loop, right, for each of the games. Are there any techniques or ways in which you can get a feedback in a very good way?
Oh yeah, amazing.
Of course, there is Discord and other communities, but what are some hacks and growth hacks where not just the feedback, but also a very constructive critic, right? Where you can probably get elements like, okay, maybe I should add something like this on top. I think the success primarily depends on how quickly you are making that pivot.
Yeah.
Right? If it is already good, it is okay. If it's not, then you have to take a call.
Yeah, I mean, that's the simplest part actually. You get to know, like, if somebody is sitting and playing your game for more than 15 minutes and they have a big smile on their face, you're doing something right. As simple as that. Even if it is new, nobody has known about it. I'm not playing Call of Duty because the entire world is playing Call of Duty. right? So sorry, like most of the people play Call of Duty because the entire world is playing Call of Duty, and that's when they get introduced to it, and then they fall in love with it, right? Because there's a huge billions of dollars spent on marketing and everything. That's when, but we buy it because it's a big thing coming out. But your game, you built it, you came out of your room, you came out of your development studio, and somebody's playing it for the first time. Nobody knows you, nobody knows your game, but they have a huge smile on their face when they're playing it. They're engaged, they're asking you 10 questions. That means you've done a good job. If they leave your booth in 5 minutes, that means you've done a bad job. Sit with them, grab them, take them for a coffee, do whatever, take feedbacks. What went wrong, and spending time with the right set of people. That's important. I think this is very important. Build something, go out, spend time with people, be in every community, every Discord, every Telegram channel where people discuss games. Keep sharing it with them. And like, of course, and try to spend as much time in person with people, because ultimately you make games for humans. It's a tech product, it's an online virtual thing, but humans are going to use it. How their emotions, how they respond to your games, that's important. You need to study that. That's very important. That does not happen way too much in virtual world. You have to do that, like virtually share it. You can't be everywhere. It's important. But I'm a firm believer of these kind of things. If you have to be as much as you can do in person, because you can study. Ultimately, just keep this in mind. Whatever you are making it for real people. So the people connect, understanding people, what brings smile on their face, what immediately drop the focus. Where did you lose them? Was the game too difficult? Was the game too easy? Was it engaging? I was recently in Singapore this whole week for a Web3 gaming conference by Google and Jump. There, the games that had come, they have been building since last 2 years, 3 years, and then they did this whole demo of the games. Every gaming booth, because of course it was Google, they called only the best ones. Every game that you played, people were hooked onto them for half an hour, 1 hour. They were not getting up. They got up because they wanted to move to the next booth.
I use the right word, hooked. Right? So how many of you find it extremely hard to make something that's hooked? Like how many of you feel that you already arrived there? Yeah.
How do you judge that somebody is hooked or not? First of all, that's important. They completed the whole mission, and then, but again, so I will just like respectfully add another layer to it. They completed the whole mission, but while they were playing, again, judging these things are very important, because people usually want to be nice. Anybody who will come to your booth, they'll say, "Hey, I loved it, very good job." Nobody's gonna say a shitty game. No, why would they say it? They're meeting you for the first time, right? And if they're giving that time, they will play. But while they are playing, judging, spending time with them, sitting next to them, what do you think? Explaining them the game, asking them questions while they are playing. That's very important. Reading each and every minute of how they are spending their time on your game. That's very important. That's judging, and that's how you get to know like whether they were hooked or not hooked. Taking that extra effort by sitting with them when they are playing, and spend as much time after you have played. Spend as much time as you can with strangers, people who know you. They will be nice. Go out, find new people to kind of spend time with and making them play your game, and especially people who are going to be like really honest, and strangers, that they can you can judge them a little because of their body language and everything. That's going to be very important.
So any kind of synergies that you see with these startups, or as such in metaverse, right? So anything that you see can be done. If you have some ideas, let's kind of brainstorm and probably go to people.
I would rather like to
3 things that you have in mind in terms of talent, in terms of synergies or strategic partnerships. Like when you call yourself a meta studio, right? Like you have a host of metaverse things, I assume.
Yeah.
So what are some synergies that you think can be explored?
So I would rather like to put it the other way around. What do you guys think? Right? Because we had this chat and I'm really keen, right? Rather like let's trying to make it interesting, right? Starting with you, because you mentioned like game studios came. What's your plan to kind of take it to the next step? How do you see that happening, and what kind of partnerships do you have in mind to take your game to the next step? And that answers.
It's a very interesting way of putting it.
Exactly, and that answers the question that we are talking about, right? You didn't need anybody else to tell you this thing. You figured it out while playing, more people playing it and understanding what's working, what's not working. That's exactly the key. The more time you spend on this, you figure out these hacks. Other people, when they come and advise you, that is why the term is advise. They advise you. They can enhance what you are doing, right? But the heavy lifting has to be done by you, right? So this is, I think this answers. I don't want to spend more time on it because this has been a beautiful example from the people themselves. Yeah, I mean,
more like culture, tourism.
Exactly. So,
Body is better, so.
Ministry of Culture or anything. But one thing that I would like to add a flavor to that is you are taking the traditional approach, like telling people how traditionally Hampi used to be, right? That's what you want to do. Exactly. How does people want to see it on ground? What's the research that you have done on that? No, my question is, do people want to see the traditional Hampi? How? How do you know? No. So, sorry, let me rephrase my point. What you have done is brilliant. Of course, like Hampi has always had a traditional beauty. Would I want to go and experience that ecosystem? 100% yes, right? But I'm saying that this, again, you are making this product because you wanted to build it, and like, what was the reason behind, or let me rephrase it again. What was the reason behind choosing this to be built, like showing traditional Hampi to the people of today? What sparked this? Okay, and how do you plan to make money out of this? Virtual tourism. Why virtual tourism? And virtual tourism not to the current Hampi but the traditional Hampi. How many people? How many people do you think? How many people visit Hampi every year physically? And how many people do you think will visit it virtually? Architectures. Go ahead, continue. Sorry, please continue. I was just here. Got it. So yeah. So who can give you access to this? Who's going to be most interested in making sure that people visit the traditional Hampi? Yeah, schools, right? But who will be most interested that the traditional Hampi gets highlighted to the people of today? Who will benefit the most out of it if that happens? Students will learn, but who will benefit? Who's at government? Yeah, right. So you got the 4 partners that you have to focus on. Yeah.
The F&B guys and the hotels around Hampi also.
Yeah, that if you are able to capture these 4, these are the 4 doors that you have to knock on, and you yourself gave the answer. That is, please, my apologies, I was drilling it because I wanted to get the answer from you itself. These are the 4 doors that you have to knock. You knock these doors, make sure you build an amazing product that can make them happy, because they are gonna win. Ultimately, as a product developer, you win if the person who's gonna use the product wins. So you have to step yourself in their shoes, right? So who do you have to make win? Them, these 4, not yourself. I'm not making the traditional Hampi because I want the world to see traditional Hampi. No. Nobody, it does not matter what I think. I'm making traditional Hampi because these 4 bodies would benefit if traditional Hampi gets highlighted and gets viral. So these are the 4 doors you have to knock with this narrative that you just explained. And if you get them, and because they will then make sure that it becomes like a popular thing, you will get users. And if you have users, the industries will come who will pay all the bills. So this is like the same, that is why I did. Yeah, that is why I wanted to do this exercise, drilling down, because every product that you make, just keep drilling this, you will have your own answers.
Great. So you highlighted the role of community. Let's wrap it up by actually saying, maybe kind of pledging on how we can build a better community methods. While I think there are many that Rajat may be part of, but being in Hyderabad or any other city, right, even Bangalore, for example, I think there needs to be a lot of folks, right? Every startup here, they might be part of an incubator at STPI or the Image Tower, but I think still idea validation, accelerating, getting this exercise and drilling well, it will be much faster at a rocket speed if there is a community. And there is a regular sort of, not just talking shit and going on, but I think an actionable sort of a steering things. If, for example, maybe after the second month, there has to be a review on like where they've gone. It could be interesting correcting of jobs. As you rightly said, 2 months later, I think the industry may kind of be in a different place. And your model also, you might find better partners in different domains.
Yeah.
So Amika jo assumption and all that, today it might look good. So we have to be so fast, right? And it's all speed and so what is any specific sort of commitment as Meta Studio?
Oh,
Build a metaverse community.
As Meta Studios and as Couple, 100% committed. Anything. But again, before even I answer that question, I want to take a step back so to kind of make sense to what I'm going to say. Community building, right? What is community? If I can ask you, anybody, just raise your hands. What do you understand by community? Okay. What is the purpose of building a community? The reason I ask this question is majority, and this is how majority of the people perceive communities as one-to-many approach. I built a community for this purpose. Let's say Meta Studios built a community. Why will Meta Studios build a community? So that tomorrow I can benefit from the community I made, and that is why I will invest, and that is going to be in my favor. So that's the purpose of, let's say, Couple will build a community for Meta Studios because I want to benefit something out of it. But this becomes one-to-many. This is not the typical community. This is a business marketing. This is real community. Yeah, this is real community. Not one to many, many to many. When any group is created with this ethos, that in this group we will achieve something which benefits everyone. Not if Kapil is creating a community, I will build a story that everybody gets something, but eventually I get the most. That's not a community, that's business. People do it. I'm also part of many of these communities. It exists. It's fine. Everybody goes somewhere. If I'm investing my time, I want to win something out of it. It's fine. But I'm not going to call it a community. I'm going to just call it to be a part of a network to achieve something. If we have to build a community, who are we again? Taking a community is what? Bringing people together. Who are people? How has human civilization survived so far? How has people grown? How have we evolved? By growing together. The world has moved forward because everybody has moved forward. Right? So that's the real community, when if you can create a group, bring a group of people together in a manner that everybody gets something out of it. Everybody benefits. Right? And that's why I particularly personally love Web3. Most of the people that you will meet here, they are more than happy to connect you with anyone. Because if everybody wins, Web3 wins, right? But again, Web3 this has become famous because it was a new industry and everything, right? But at the end of the day, that's human ethos, right? As good people, we get I'm from North, and this is what like me and Rajat were talking. Like it's we like in Delhi, people are very this thing. You find this thing, let's connect. Yeah, come on, you need something, let's connect. It's similar. I don't want a 2% commission because I connected you to Ashok. Ashok is a builder, a publisher. You are building a game. I'll connect. Okay, deal happens. I'll tell Ashok, give me 2%. Sometimes make money, fine. It's okay, but that's not how things work. That's not how a community grow, right? So first of all, the most important is accepting that fundamental, that we are building a community. We are building a group with this purpose that everybody wins. If everybody wins, then everybody wins, right? I don't have a conclusion. I was thinking I'll have a mic drop conclusion to it, but everybody wins, then everybody wins. Then what the hell? Come on. And it won't survive, trust me. How many communities have we seen building and being fizzling out? Many. Because of this very reason. Unless, why in Web3 games, how does that take connecting it with the whole economic model angle, right? How Web3 games make money? What is the game publisher or game developer thinking? Is the game developer, the moment game developer starts thinking कि मेरे पास ज़्यादा token रहेंगे मैं बनाऊंगा and everything, slowly and steadily the game starts moving out. But the moment they think I make a strong group of people and keep rewarding them in a manner that they want to keep playing. So I as a game developer start thinking for my gamers कि मैं इनको और क्या दूं, right? So that everybody, each one of them also start connecting with each other and everything. Those are the kind of games that succeed. The same ethos. Like you rightly said, I agree with it. The value system, that has to be very correct. And if everybody starts, and this is a thought that I love to patronize because I'm a firm believer of that we should really be happy to support each other. In any manner, in any capacity, हर किसी की capacity, हर किसी की position अलग होती है. But in whichever position you are in, trust me, everybody can support everybody. If that happens, and with that value system, if we create a group, then the success is going to be manifold. More and more people will want to be a part of it. More and more people will win out of it, and everybody will succeed.
To begin with, may I request Mr. V.V. Ramaraju, Co-Chairman, FICCI Telangana State Council, to deliver the formal welcome address.
A very warm welcome to the Northeast Roadshow here in the beautiful city of Hyderabad, in the vibrant state of the Telangana. I am truly privileged and honored to have this opportunity to welcome such an esteemed gathering for this initiative. We are here today in anticipation of the upcoming Northeast Global Investor Summit. This summit, organized by the Ministry of Department of the Northeastern Region, shortly called DONOR. This is aiming to showcase the tremendous business potential that the Northeastern states possess. And it also presents an incredible opportunity for all of us to explore and capitalize the tremendous prospects that are available and possessed by the region. I am also delighted to announce that FICCI, the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, is proud to be a partner of this ministry in this unique initiative. The region, Northeast region, with its 8 states, boasting immense cultural diversity and breathtaking landscapes, it's a treasure of trove of untapped potential. It is also a region where tradition and modernity blend seamlessly, creating a unique and vibrant business environment. The business location of the Northeast, sharing international borders like Bhutan, China, Myanmar, and Bangladesh, provides a unique advantage for trade, connectivity, and investment. It serves as a gateway to the Southeast Asian markets, opening up avenues to cross-border collaborations and economic growth. To add to this, furthermore, the Northeast is blessed with abundant natural resources, ranging from hydrocarbons and minerals to fertile agricultural lands and pristine forests. These resources present a tremendous avenues for growth, particularly in sectors like energy, mining, agriculture, food processing, pharmaceuticals, textiles and handlooms, tourism, and infrastructure development. These opportunities within the sectors are vast and waiting to be tapped, explored, and harnessed for the betterment of the region and its people. Today we are honored to have the presence of these esteemed guests who have graced us with their distinguished experience and presence. Mr. Moses Chalaya, Secretary of the Northeastern Council, brings with him the wealth of knowledge and experience in driving this development of this region. We also have the privilege of welcoming Harpreet Singh, Joint Secretary, Minister of Donor, with his expertise and dedication for this initiative has been instrumental in advancing the goals of the Northeastern region. In addition to, we are joined by senior officials from the 7 northern states who have been working tirelessly to create an enabling environment and ecosystem for the business and investment. Their presence here today gives us and shows us that government is commitment in supporting and promoting the Northeastern region as a thriving business destination. It is also a testament to the vision and determination of our leaders to harness the vast potential of the Northeast region and create a robust economic environment and ecosystem that fosters inclusive growth and development. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a unique opportunity before us today. By exploring business opportunities in the Northeast, we can also expand, not only expanding it, but also venturing into other joint ventures, but also to contribute to social economic development of the region. The Northeastern region states eagerly waiting to welcome the investors, entrepreneurs, and collaborators who can help unleash their true potential and create a win-win scenario for all the stakeholders. The roadshow here today serves as a platform for dialogue, collaboration, and knowledge sharing. It is also an occasion to connect and engage with the key stakeholders, understand the investment climate and environment, and forge meaningful partnerships. I would urge and request each one of you to actively participate in discussions, network, and follow up with industry leaders, and explore the vast potential that the Northeast holds and possesses. Let us all seize this opportunity to create lasting partnerships and continue to the growth of the Northeastern region. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all the distinguished guests present here today. Your presence here signifies your belief in the immense opportunity that the Northeast offers. Thank you for being part of this Northeast event, this momentous event, and I wish you all a fruitful discussions, valuable connections, and a memorable experience and takeaways. Thank you very much.
I would now like to invite Mr. Harpreet Singh, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Donor, to kindly make the theme presentation. this by way of introduction to the Northeast.
Most important guests of today, the captains of industry, business champions, prospective investors in the Northeast. I stand before you just to give you a sort of overview of what the Northeast is all about in terms of the potential that it holds for investment. Not many of us may know as much about it as one should, I guess. You will, of course, have a chance to listen to all the states who are present here today, talk about their own states, the potentials, their areas of priority, etc. Let me first start by putting before you, sharing with you, two very important comments in speeches that the Honorable Prime Minister of India made about the Northeast. In the first, he described the Northeast of India as having the potential to be the new growth engine of the country. In the second, he described the 8 states of the Northeast India as the Ashtalakshmi of India. And these are with good reason, as you will see in the subsequent slides. So what is it that the Northeast offers by way of something that is unique, something different, and then as an advantage that it possesses over many other states? Let's look at the demographic of the states. It has a very favorable land to population ratio. 7% of India's land and only 3.7% of India's population. By 2030, it is expected that 37 million will join the working age population. Almost around 82% of the population is literate. It's a biodiversity hotspot with 65% forest cover, 7,500 species of plants, and 183 species of animals. It has huge mineral resources, the largest onshore reserve of petroleum and natural gas, followed by coal, limestone, sandstone, granite, iron, and silicon. There's abundance of water, essential for any industrial activity. The network of rivers offer great potential for navigation. There's in excess of 50,000 megawatts of hydropower potential, which is there to be tapped. Perhaps the best known Northeast resources are its agricultural resources, tea, rubber, bamboo, and the horti produces. By way of industrial and trade infrastructure, it offers 125 industrial parks. There are 4 notified special economic zones in the region, 38 land custom stations, 5 integrated checkpoints, and 12 border huts, 10 across Bangladesh and 2 across the border of Myanmar. So, when we look at the Northeast, how does it fare in terms of the infrastructure, its connectivity? Well, it has 17 operational airports, 2 of which are international airports, extensive road network. The road density at 144 kilometers per every 100 square kilometers is higher than the national average of 115 kilometers per 100 square kilometers. Huge network of national highways, state highways, and district roads. The trilateral highway, which starts in the northeast, going down from Myanmar to Thailand, is also a work in progress. There are 20 national waterways. There exists a protocol on inland water transit with Bangladesh. We have access to Mongla and Chittagong seaports in Bangladesh. The Matabadi deep sea port is also coming up in another couple of years. As far as railway is concerned, we have excess of 2,700 kilometers of network already available, which will finally connect all state capitals and important locations. The Trans-Asian Railway also is to pass through the Northeast, Bangladesh, and other parts of Asia. There is a lot that the state governments, and especially the central government, has done by way of improving infrastructure, etc., which we are well aware of. Let me put a number to it. First of all, there are 55 ministries and departments of central government which are mandated to spend 10% of their gross budgetary support. In 2022-23, this was around 82,000 crores. This year, it is expected to cross 94,000 crores. As far as externally aided projects are concerned, projects that are ongoing are worth 23,500 odd crores, and another 72,000 odd crores worth of projects are in the pipeline. But this is not enough. The region still needs people like you, people from the private sector, to come in and invest. And the question that one would obviously ask is, why should we come? So to summarize very quickly, first of all, with all the infrastructure that is coming up, has been set up in the region, the cost of logistics is reducing. The cost of living is already low, so you get cost competitiveness. There's high quality of regional resources and products, agricultural, minerals, etc., so you get quality resources. Like I mentioned, by 2030, 37 million are expected to join the working age population. It's a working age population, and it's a population that is aspirational, eager to work, so you get a young, talented workforce. And of course, it is the gateway to the Southeast Asian markets, so it is very strategically located. Based on our assessment and detailed discussions that we've had with investors, chambers of commerce, and of course the state governments, we were able to identify 7 priority sectors for purposes of investment. The first one, of course, is agri, food processing and allied sectors, education and skill, entertainment and sports, healthcare, textile, handlooms and handicrafts, IT and IT-enabled sector, and tourism and hospitality. I'll quickly go through the sectors one by one. Agri and allied sector, 50% of the country's total tea production comes from this region. That's 1/6 of the total world production of tea. Sikkim is the fully organic state, and in their presentation, I'm sure they're going to talk about this. There's skilled manpower available with so many agricultural universities in the region. There's a huge pool of skilled manpower available. Infrastructure, medicinal plants with over 40% of India's total endemic plant species available in the region. And produce, of course, like bamboo, rubber, tea, spices, flowers, fruits, etc. So what are the opportunities that these offer? There is opportunity in food processing, especially of vegetables, fruits, spices, etc. Post-harvest and cold chain infrastructure. Agricultural inputs, rubber and bamboo processing, breweries and distilleries. So the challenge here is to how best evacuate the produce of the region to other parts of the country and beyond. So this is the opportunities that are available here. Education and skill, like I mentioned, high literacy rate. There are many institutions of national importance, with the IITs, IIMs, NITs available in the region. There are 72 Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendras, which have trained 13.6 lakh trainees from 2016. There's a Northeast Skill Center that has been established in Assam. There's an Assam Skill University, and another one, I believe, that is being set up in Tripura. The opportunities are in the areas of setting up private school with international curriculum, etc. Like I said, this is an aspirational population. Demand for high quality education, vocational and skill training, finishing schools, etc. With all of this, the region actually has the potential to be an international education hub. Entertainment and sports. This is another emerging sector which is very popular, sports, entertainment, very popular in the Northeast, and rightly so that it is being called the sporting powerhouse of the country. As an industry, sports as an industry has been recognized in Mizoram. There are traditional theaters and a vibrant film industry. You would be aware of the Assam, the Manipur, Mizoram, so many movies that have come out which have been recognized internationally. It is known as the land of festivals, with the better known ones being the Hornbill Festival, Sangai Festival, Zero Musical Festival, etc. So the opportunities here are to set up sports academies, management of professional sports, setting up of film studios, filmmaking, and curating new festivals around music and culture, not just in the region, but taking artists and these talented people to the other parts of the country. Virtual reality, animation, and gaming is another region, is another area which is there to be tapped. As far as healthcare is concerned, you would be aware that Assam and Sikkim are recognized as pharma hubs. Medical professionals, with the large number of medical colleges, etc., being available, there is a large pool of medical professionals that are there. There are over 2,000 facilities of public health care systems, private health care systems available in the Northeast region. Traditional medicine and healing practices are very popular, not just in the region, but outside it also. And you would also be aware that over 1,000 health and wellness centers are being opened under the National Ayush Mission in the Northeast region. So again, pharmaceuticals and medical manufacturing devices is one area where opportunities are available. Medical value tourism, telemedicine, medical education, hospitals and diagnostics, and critical care facilities. IT and IT-enabled sectors, you would be aware that the third international internet gateway has been set up in Agartala. There are IT parks available in Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Manipur. There's a special economic zone for IT coming up in Imphal. The Ministry of Electronics and IT has launched the Northeast BPO promotion scheme, which provides huge incentives in this sector. There's a large population which is English speaking and trained. These create the opportunities for setting up data centers, setting up BPOs, KPOs, IT-enabled sectors, facilities, IT training and education, IT parks, tech cities, and e-commerce. Textile and handloom, another very, very well-known sector. We have 7.5 lakh handloom weavers and 2.38 lakh handlooms in the region. 22.86% of the total silk production of India comes from the Northeast region, and you have the well-known varieties of Eri and Muga silk. The largest importers of the silk is USA, followed by UAE, UK, and Italy. There is traditional jewelry that is made from bamboo, feathers, and beads, and bamboo and cane handicrafts, furniture, etc. All this lends itself very well into the global demand for environment-friendly products. Demand for design centers of handloom is there in the country, in this region, to tap into the talent that is there, the resources that are available there. Textile manufacturing. There has been a recent upsurge in use of specialty fibers like banana fibers, water hyacinth, pineapple leaf, etc. Setting up of apparel and garment factories, branding, marketing, and retail. The last sector, which is tourism. Like I said, it has a unique biodiversity. The natural beauty is brilliant. For those who've been there would understand what I'm saying. The tourist fall is now picking up. Post-COVID, data shows that tourist footfall is picking up in the Northeast region. It has 19 national parks and 65 wildlife sanctuaries, including 2 World Heritage Sites. Adventure and ecotourism are very, very popular here, trekking, camping, rafting, etc. And Northeast region is the home to many historical and religious sites. The opportunities for setting up of hotels, resorts, and especially homestays is tremendous. MICE tourism is picking up tremendously, and they're looking at newer and newer places to visit. Adventure tourism, the potential is enormous. Opportunities for destination development, river cruises, etc. So these are the sectors that I have briefly outlined. More detailed presentation on this will be made by the states, and then discussions that will follow in the B2B, B2G meetings. Just like to quickly update the House on what we've done so far. For the Hyderabad Roadshow, we've had, I think, close to 350 registrations, and many of you who are present here, so thank you for that. In Bombay, we had, I think, close to 400 odd registrations and about 300 attendees. So the going is good, the momentum is building up for the Northeast Global Investor Summit. At the state level, we've had participation of over 290 investors. Thus far, before coming to Hyderabad, we've got a commitment of over 40,000 crores already. The states have identified a shelf of investable projects, which they will talk about. We've held state roundtables. I want to emphasize here that this is not a Ministry of Donor show. This is Ministry of Donor acting just as a catalyst, as a facilitator. It is actually the states which own these projects. It's the states which will be talking to you and telling you about the opportunities a little more. During the state roundtables, we've actually had an opportunity to share learnings about investment promotions with the states amongst themselves. There has been policy benchmarking, etc. Ease of doing business. 6 out of the 8 states already have single window systems. The other 2 are work in progress, which will be completed very shortly. Industrial promotion agencies are being set up, and industrial land banks have already been identified for the purpose of industry. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. I would once again welcome all of you to the Northeast. Thank you very much.
We have some people here who are from Hyderabad, who have invested in the region, and I thought it would be a good opportunity to listen to them. May I invite Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, Head Strategic Business Development from Resustainability Limited, formerly Ramki.
I think this is one wonderful step taken by Department of Northeast Region and the audience present and the guests present for having this show at Hyderabad. Selecting Hyderabad as one of the cities for doing this kinds of roadshow and telling us about what are the potentials in the Northeast region is really a good thing. And as far as the company where I have been asked, I have to share my experience of working in Northeast. I would just like to say that we are from RE Sustainability Limited, and the company is right now mainly doing all kinds of resource recovery and reuse, get more material out of the waste which is being generated by each one of us, by the industries, by the hospitals, by the construction demolition, by the electronic waste, and whatever is not being used, we are doing that. We are present not only in 29 states across the country, but we are also present in the Middle East, in US and in Singapore. We are handling more than 25,000 clients across the world, and we are present across all the globe. The major focus of the company is to ensure that the waste management should not become a waste management, but it should become a resource recovery which gives less waste going to the environment. So we are into reduction, we are into resource recovery, we are into reuse of the waste. Hyderabad is one of the largest, having the largest resource recovery plant in Dundigal here and in Jawahar Nagar. If anyone wishes to, from the Northeast, if anyone wishes to see it, it is a live example to see how 8,000 tons of municipal garbage, the entire waste which the entire Northeast 8 states are generating, is getting handled here. Not only that, more than 12 lakh metric tons of hazardous waste is getting managed across the country in different states. Also, roughly around 45,000 beds of hospital waste is getting handled. So when it comes to Northeast, what we understand, and it was a very clear understanding that what is the potential of the states. It has got all kinds of landlocked states, states which is having shares boundary to the sea, states which have boundaries to the international neighbors. So it has got a lot of potential. Government is already doing a lot of work to ensure that there is the connectivity, which was a major issue, and over the last few years we are seeing that the connectivity overall has increased a lot. We get many places reachable with a single stop or maybe direct stop by flight. So the connectivity and the growth has been a very high potential in the entire state. With that, we started working to look into how that we can protect the pristine environment by ensuring that the waste which is coming out from the different processes in the state gets managed and there is no pollution to the environment. So in the last 3.5 years, we have been able to interact with each of the corporations there, municipal corporations, government and industrial development corporations. And we have got a very good overwhelming response from the government through these institutions. Right now we have been able to have agreements with 3 states. One is Assam, for which we are catering to provide the hazardous waste management for the waste coming out from the drilling units of all the oil units there. So the plant is likely to get operational in another 8 months or so. It is coming up at Dibrugarh. The other plant we worked with the Arunachal Pradesh government for setting up of a biomedical facility because the state lacks all this waste which is coming out from the treatment of the hospitals, and these wastes are highly contagious. This needs to be treated within 48 hours as per regulation, and they cannot be just thrown anywhere with the COVID experience, the government has become very keen there, and we have set up a facility in Arunachal Pradesh. We are also working very closely with Sikkim for handling all their pharma waste which is coming out. So these are the 3 states, and by doing so, there is an overwhelming response from the government to put in the facilities in their states or their cities. The response from the government has been really worth, and I would like to mention that they are giving so much of priority because basically this is a waste resource recovery is such an important activity that not only brings in whether international investors, but also is a requirement of the time both in terms of human and nature environment. So the response has been very positive, sir. And whether it is terms of clearances, whether it comes of permitting, and even we are getting support in terms of some financial incentives. I wish this should continue, and this is what I would just like to congratulate all the states of Northeast region and the organizers to organize this such kind of event. These are the things I would just like to close on. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to share our experience.
This is just one example of how the Northeast is facilitating and attracting investments. To add to this, may I now invite Mr. Nagaraju AL, he is Managing Director of Devi Energies, to share his experience in the Northeast.
We have taken up the initiative of developing a hydropower project in Arunachal Pradesh in the year 2014. Our project is one among 161 licenses government has allotted to various companies. Over the time, this is the only project that has seen the light. I received it from the government while execution of this project, and the infrastructure availability while executing this project, and the availability of the manpower. These are the main issues for any industry to go up. Coming to the government support, this is an extraordinary initiative from the government, and they have really extended their best cooperation from time to time. But this being a Himalayan state, most of the terrain is hilly terrain. This state borders with almost 4 countries. There are infrastructure bottlenecks, like in terms of transmission system availability, connecting roads, availability of skilled manpower. Somehow, we overcame all these issues, and we commissioned this project in 2019. This project serves the villages and the districts bordering Bhutan and China, West Kameng, East Kameng, and Tawang. Now, we are looking forward to develop a couple of such projects, both hydro and solar projects, in the northeastern states. After this meeting is over, we will explore with other states. I really appreciate this kind of initiative from FICCI and northeastern states. We look forward to attend such kind of things to mobilize investments in the prospective states.
Thank you, Mr. Nagaraju, for your kind and encouraging words. I'm sure many of you would have taken note of the positive experience that he has had in the Northeast. May I now invite, we are privileged to have with us actually the Secretary, Northeastern Council. The Northeastern Council is a regional planning body and coordinates a lot of developmental work in the Northeast. Mr. Moses Chalai, the Secretary of the Council, is here with us. May I request him to kindly deliver the special address.
To this second investment promotion roadshow in Hyderabad, which is the prelude to the much anticipated Northeast Global Investor Summit, which is going to be the first of its kind for the NER. Though we understand that many states, including the state of Telangana, they conduct these events regularly, and they have resulted in tremendous, in fact, incoming of investment and growth in the past. And therefore, it's time that we also are, getting ready to move in that path. The intent and action happening is consistent and for quite some time, and our aim is to unlock the immense potential within Northeast region of the country. One is that yes, we are, as also have amply shown, particularly by Harpreet, and what are all those potentials that are there, the opportunities that can be availed. But we are also here to say that, the team, whether it's Ministry of Donor, whether it's FICCI, Invest India, NSC, and more important, equally important is the states themselves, the 8 states of the NER. They all are here to support and facilitate in a very, very focused and consistent manner. To every investor who would come for investment and trade. And as also mentioned, this is in line with what the Honorable Prime Minister and the other leaders of the country have been, including my own minister, Minister of Donor, has been emphasizing for quite some time as the new growth engine of the country of India. Prime Minister also has, Honorable Prime Minister also has emphasized time and again how investment and economic growth needs to come to an NER, which will eventually lead to this generation of employment or creation of jobs. Substantial investment has taken place. The 10% GBS, gross budgetary support, that comes from the non-exempted ministries and departments of Government of India. And this is apart from the fiscal transfers which the states also get from Government of India and also their own internal resource generations. What I'm trying to say that much is happening in the region. For instance, in the last 5 years, some 3,100 kilometers of roads worth of about 58,000 crores have been completed. And quite a few of them are 4-way laning and most of it are double laning. Railways have sanctioned for about 2,000 kilometers with worth about 74,000 crores of rupees. And in fact, scores and scores of tunnels which has been built in running in hundreds of kilometers, and day and night work is happening on the ground. Aviation has seen such a boon. I mean, the last few years, we all who come from Northeast will bear testimony to this fact. To the extent that today, Guwahati has flight about 91 flights, the last count, starts at 5:30 a.m. in the morning and ends at about 11:30 p.m. in the night. And likewise, there are other airports which are also coming up very fast, Imphal, Agartala, and all other airports. And the number of flights within and without the region is increasing by the day. And that power availability definitely is much, much better. In fact, many, even in the rural area, we're getting 18 hours, 20 hours in a day power. Though from state to state it differs, but everyone is picking up. There are about infrastructure, when we talk about 2,000 branches of banks, of which about 900 are SBI, State Bank of India. Health sector is picking up in a big way. Education, yes, definitely. And the other day I was interacting with this USTM, one university, private, which has come up in Badihat in Meghalaya, border of Assam and Meghalaya. They have about 5,000 students within about 10 years. And they are aiming 10,000 students within the campus. And it's within striking distance. Likewise, quite a few other universities and educational institutions have come out. The law and order, by and large, has improved considerably. Many places, I think they're definitely much safer than other parts of the country. We do have some area which are of concern. Unfortunately, of course, we are here in my own state, that is Manipur, of late has not been in news for the best of reasons. But I know overall it has improved, and which means that, of course, we are in a climate of, which will support good business. So need of the hour is private investment. We are surrounded more than 95-96% by foreign countries, as we all know, and surrounded by some of the fastest growing economies of the world. ASEAN countries in the east, the North China, which is the second biggest, and in terms of PPP, said to have overtaken USA. Bangladesh South, of course Bhutan North, which of course is a small economy in that sense. But all this put together also shows that the region can do as well as the neighbors. And it's something really a point for all of us to think about. The resources of various kinds are available, which has been presented in the last presentation. I will not repeat them. And we do have a good number and population of bright, young, educated, and creative population willing to join, and wanting to join, in fact, the workforce. Very, very important. So you can also get a good set of talented, creative, and bright, educated workforce. I would also want to share that we also have dynamic and very open and willing political leadership. Some of our chief ministers are among the brightest, and they all know much more open to economic development, investment, and private sector to take over this aspect of growth. As I said, the infrastructure will be taken by, we were saying, the government. But the biggest mismatch is the lack of inadequate investment happening from the private sector. And that's where we would like to urge and plead with you that you need to come, and that the environment, the overall, that ecosystem is gearing up to receive the investment, unlike even in recent past. And we also have got very bright, very knowledgeable, and passionate team of officials and bureaucracy. That's also very, very important. Very quick to catch up. So all this put together, plus the connectivity we have mentioned about, but it's also important that the Matarbari, that deep seaport, which is only about 70 kilometers from, I think, Sabrum, if I got it correctly. That Sabrum is the tip point of the Tripura, and all the railways are converging into Tripura and to Sabrum. And from there, we can jump into Bay of Bengal. And from there, we can bring in the raw materials, the products, and also our producers and products can come out. To have access to the sea is extremely important, and that's happening now. The other is that, of course, river waterways, which a lot is happening, and the ministry himself is from the region, and so through Brahmaputra and Ganga, we can also link up to the Bay of Bengal and to the rest of the world and the country. Very, very important, and one area that now the region is focused. Therefore, that landlocked and that disadvantage that we have will be to a good extent overcome by this development. And Matarbari, that deep seaport, which will be able to house and anchor and bring the biggest of sea vessels, ships. We should be ready by 2027. The Japanese team, the Japanese government is fully into that and very, very focused. But apart from that, we also have got a population of about 5 crores within the region. That itself, don't you think, is a very good market? So, in fact, I know that import substitute, so to say, is also one area that can be seriously thought of it, and you will also have good market from the region. Very important. And also I'm about to conclude, the IT is one area that can really come up. We of course have got the agro-based industries, tourism which can be very big, the education, the medical, all of them put together, all very important. But I would like to emphasize on this that IT which does not discriminate. 15-20 years back when we read about news internet, one thing everyone used to say, and I'm told this was quoted somewhere in a meeting abroad, was that the people from the third world countries says that internet does not discriminate. So the net which is coming and it's picking up. In fact, we are also getting now some from the international gateway from Cox's Bazar also start coming into the broadband to the region, and therefore we are ready. Any business which can be done through technology and IT, and technology IT is extremely important. It's no coincidence today that the 5 biggest capitalized companies are pure in the world. 4 are pure technology, and out of 5, brick and mortar is only 1. We all know that Aramco, Saudi Aramco. So it's no coincidence that the internet, the net, the 5G, the 4.0 industry is coming in a big way, and it's here to stay. And that's where the region is much more better prepared. That's how I see than many other places. On 22nd June, my friend Mr. Tari is also here, Hage Tari. We all were there in Pasigat, and we did a very quiet kind of initiation of these 5G applications. I'm made to understand that the 5G applications have not happened much across the country. The technologies are there, but not really deployed on the ground. And if they're there, I'm not very sure where are they, but it has happened in Northeast. And it's picking up the 5G applications. And all the 4.0 industry, whether it's Internet of Things, 5G applications, artificial intelligence, machine learning, 3D printing, very important. They all are interrelated, and they are here. We are facing them every day, and the region, I think, can really pick up in this region, in this part. So please think seriously to come to us with this possible investment in this area. Finally, I would like to say that the NER states, Ministry of Donor, FICCI, Invest India, and the NEC, and all of us are here to help and facilitate in a very focused, consistent manner, unlike maybe in the past, and the time to invest in Northeast region is now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your very insightful speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the first part of this program, the first session, it's my pleasant task to thank you all. I'll not take much of your time, but would definitely like to thank you all for joining us. Mr. Moses Chalai, the Secretary NEC, thank you, sir, for speaking to us, for being here. It was very insightful listening to you. Mr. Harpreet Singh, Joint Secretary Donor, thank you, sir, for the brilliant presentation that we had. Mr. Ramaraju, thank you for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, as the Secretary NEC pointed out, you see, thank you very much for that, sir, that you highlighted the international connect that the Northeast has. The Northeast, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the map, is truly India's gateway to the East. Not just Southeast Asia, to the East. You see, with the existing connectivity agreements that we have with Bangladesh, the existing agreements that we have with Myanmar, the projects that are being developed, the Northeast is actually ready to start trading, to start doing business with all these countries, and it has begun. This is the time when people should take advantage and invest in the Northeast to be the first mover. One example is the riverways. In Bangladesh, with Bangladesh, India has a protocol on transportation through riverways, which gives us access to their riverways and which gives us access to the ports in Chittagong and Mongla, and now very soon to the port at Matabari. Just imagine the amount of trade that can flow through the riverways, given that the riverways are a much cheaper way of transporting goods and passengers. Anybody investing in vessels operating in the riverways, I think, would make a killing. I know there are many people here who are from Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh has a wide shipping industry, a very impressive shipping industry. I think you could look at that opportunity also. Then the Northeast has a huge repository of medicinal plants. Hyderabad being a hub of pharmaceuticals, I think that's one area you should look at. Every state has something to offer. You should definitely look at that. And states like Sikkim, to some extent Assam, have already become pharmaceutical hubs. Most of the major companies have set up operations in these states. And I think if you are not there, you are missing the bus. Please join us in the Northeast. So there are many other areas, tourism, many other areas which have been highlighted. Let me not go into details. You will all be meeting the state governments after this session, and then we have presentations by the state governments also. But suffice it to say, the Northeast is a region which you cannot afford to ignore if you really want to grow your business. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for joining us, and welcome to the Northeast. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would have liked to give a short break for tea. But then, given that we are a little behind schedule, I think I would like to continue with the presentations. Tea is, of course, available outside. Anybody feeling thirsty can please step out, pick up a cup of tea, and come back inside. We'll move on to the next session. The first presentation we have is from Mr. Nikhil Pant. He is founder of Lakshya and a former chief program executive of the National Foundation for CSR, IICA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. So, Mr. Nikhil Pant, over to you.
I was with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs about 10 years ago when the CSR mandate was initiated and it became part of the Companies Act 2013. As of 1st of April 2014, it started. In fact, this is the 10th year of CSR. The topic of my presentation over the next 12 to 15 minutes is opportunities of investment under the CSR in the Northeast region. The opportunity for CSR to partner the Northeast is never better as compared to what it is today. In fact, in the morning today only I received the latest newsletter from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs where they have highlighted the importance of, and I'm just going to show this to you before I actually even start, that Control L. If you see, I don't know, this is sounding too small, I guess. Is it a little better like this? While you can't read this, I will just read out the newsletter. It says, in contrast, the government has just come out with a circular basis data assessment. And it says that there is very lopsided investment of CSR. There has been more than 1 lakh of crores spent on CSR over the last 8 to 9 years. And if you see that the amount spent on CSR in the Northeast is almost about 1%. So I'm just reading out what the ministry has written to all the corporates. And I thought I would mention this, sir, before I actually start the presentation, because I came across this newsletter only in the morning today. It says, in contrast, the Northeast states of Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim and Tripura received a mere 0.91% of the funds in FY 2021. Some other reasons could be the lack of infrastructure and resources for implementing CSR projects in the region, for which I believe that capacity building is a major requirement. And in fact, the IDAN team is here. Can the IDAN team please raise their hand? Part of that group took a CSR course that we conducted from one of the CSRs, which is the HCL Foundation. Partly it could be because lack of awareness about the importance of CSR among companies operating in the regions receiving lower funds. This is concerning. Now the ministry is saying, this is concerning as the smaller regions are the most socio-economically and culturally diverse in the country and have a high incidence of poverty and underdevelopment. It is imperative. The Ministry of Corporate Affairs is using the word imperative. It is imperative that there is a balance of local area preference with national priorities to avoid any concentration of CSR funds in specific regions. The board of the corporations may, on their own initiative, be required to take measures needed to augment the CSR funds for areas where development is needed. So this is a very important, I would say, advisory that the ministry has given to all the corporates through this newsletter, which is a monthly newsletter. In my presentation, I'm going to try to mention that this year being the G20 presidency for India, we are all aware that there has been a slowdown because of post-COVID, economic slowdown across the world. It is a great opportunity for corporates to invest in those areas where government is rolling out the red carpet. And as I heard from the morning from the secretary, from the joint secretary and the others who spoke, that the bureaucracy is very welcoming, the people are friendly, and the government, as I have just mentioned, the ministry, the controlling ministry for the corporates, which is the MCA, is exhorting corporates that please take your CSR over there. Don't make it very disproportionate. Now, within the G20 mandate, if you see, green growth development, the red ones, accelerating progress on SDGs and especially women-led development. I can see a lot of women leaders here. Women-led development is being given a lot of primacy. And it has to be kept in mind that if corporates who want to align with the government mandate and if there is a recommendation or an advisory from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, I would advise corporates here that as a matter of strategy, as a matter of business strategy, whether it is just for the Northeast or it is for their overall operations, they need to keep an ear on the ground, but also an eye on the ministry, which is the controlling ministry. Now, if you see, CSR can play a very, very catalyzing role. If you want to invest in business, if CSR goes in first, you have better relationships with the government machinery, you have better connects with the community, and the stakeholders all come together on the same platform. So what I'm trying to present here, and I met the secretary at the M Donor Ministry about a week ago, and then the joint secretary as well, and I'm so thankful that they've given me an opportunity to speak here, because when the law began 10 years ago, and I was fortunate enough to be a part of that team in the ministry, the clear intent was that CSR fund is not absolute money. It has to be used catalytically. It has to be used to catalyze development in that area. Now, when I go ahead and I see the list of activities which are permitted under Schedule 7, the list of activities which are permitted activities under Schedule 7 are also matching those activities which the ministry is talking about. And I heard the secretary and the joint secretary talk about the various areas where the Ministry of Donor is trying to promote business investment. So if I'm a business investor, if I'm a corporate guy, and I want to develop a strategy, a vision plan, I would like to see that can my CSR with its permitted activities like health, if you see number 1, number 2, promoting education, number 3, gender, number 4, environment, number 5, protection of national heritage and culture, etc. There is a clear overlap between CSR and what the ministry is encouraging business to do. So what is the message over here? The message is that if I want my business to grow, I want to make some strategic investments. And a good, wise strategic investment could be to go with your CSR first in the Northeast and then bring your business in over there. The moment you do that, you will find that the entire system becomes much more engaging with you. Now, what we have done over here is to present some insights. If you see, about 1.27 lakhs crore is the total money that has been spent on CSR from 1st April 2014 till 31st March 2021. Out of this, 1798 CR on the top right is what has come to the Northeast, which is about 1.4%. The ministry newsletter that I just shared with you says that in one of those years, which is the year 2021, it was only 0.9%. So on an average, it is only 1.4%, with Assam getting about 80% of that, and Mizoram, very little amount, 0.2%, 0.28%. So the Mizoram team which is here will maybe have to more proactively, promote their businesses and also take their CSR thought process with them. If I look at sector-wise, if I look at health, eradicating hunger, poverty and malnutrition, safe drinking water, sanitation, the total amount spent in these 8-9 years is 25,274 crores. Out of that, only 550 crores has been spent in the Northeast, which is just 2.1% that you see on the red. Only 2.1% of the CSR allocation in these key areas of health, hunger, poverty, malnutrition, etc. is coming into through CSR to the Northeast. If I see education, differently abled and livelihoods in the Northeast, 32,095 crores is the money that has been spent from 2014 to 21. Out of that, only 845 crores have come to the Northeast, and which is about 2.6%. So you see that the percentage of total spending in the country and what is going into the Northeast is very, very minuscule. This is very alarming because, as I'm hearing from my earlier speaker, there is so much of potential for business, and there is so much of alignment between business and CSR, and also sustainable development goals. And I'm sure a lot of corporates who are here are also doing ESG reporting. ESG reporting is now becoming more and more relevant. If I see environment, animal welfare, conservation of resources in the Northeast, 6,183 crores have been spent from 2014 to 21. Only 111 crore, 111 crores have come to the Northeast, which is only 1.8%. So improving agriculture, environment. So if you see in all of these earlier ones, if you see the bottom right, these are key mandate areas where the ministry is wanting corporates to come forward. And if I look at gender equality, women empowerment, old age homes, reducing inequalities, etc., around 2,397 crores has been spent. Out of this, only 55 crores have come to the Northeast, and which is 2.3%. Now, sports. Sports is a major area in the Northeast. I think I heard the Joint Secretary mention about sports, and we know so many legends of sports coming from the Northeast like Manipur. Just look at only 2.8%. Now you're talking about winning more gold medals at Paris, which is the next Olympics. But look at the kind of investment on CSR which is going there, where you have the talent. So if you are business people, you are seeing the talent and you want the country to achieve something, why are we not putting our money over there in CSR? That is a fallacy, and one needs to really wake up on this. If I see within this pie of 1.4% average, which I've said, broadly, if you see, 47% is broadly going into the areas like education, differently abled livelihoods, encouraging sports. So if you see some of these areas, this money distribution in sectors account for 1.4%. Only 10% of the total CSR in the Northeast has gone towards sports, environment, and women's. So this chart shows that whatever money has gone to the Northeast, where is it going across the sectors? Major chunk of the investment is going to human resources and education and livelihood, which is good, and we must push for that. But if you see the bottom left, only 10% is going towards sports. Out of the little money that is going, very little is going into sports and human development in that sense. Now, what does all of this data tell us? All of this data is, if you see from the bottom of the page, at the bottom left, this is entirely sourced from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. This is basis the MCA 21 filings that the corporates do, that all of you who are here must be filing. What is the role now that the ministry is trying to play, the Ministry of Donor? And that's why I'm so happy that they gave me an opportunity, because I work very closely with corporates. I'm working with corporates like ONGC, which have huge interest in the Northeast, and they would be more than willing to come forward, I am sure. I'm also working with the HCL Tech, the HCL Foundation, and in fact the IDAN team is one of the beneficiaries there. We've done capacity building for them. India Infoline Foundation, they are very eager to start a project on skill development in Tezu in Arunachal Pradesh. I'm already in touch with Gitima over here. My thanks to her team. When I went to Shillong in Meghalaya, IBM is very keen to come forward, and the projects are about to roll out. So the big corporates who are understanding this game are wanting to play it in a very strategic as well as tactical manner. Now, I'm just listing and summarizing a few points over here, that direct interface with concerned governments, I think it is a forum like this which is so relevant. Capacity building of NGOs is a key requirement. I travel across the country, and in fact in the last 6 weeks I've traveled to about 8 to 12 cities, right from north, east, south to central India, and met about 2,500 NGOs as part of my work. Capacity building is a major lacking area, and we have to prepare them. So in fact, my request to the ministry here also and to Invest India is that strengthening NGOs in terms of CSR compliances and project impact is very important. It is also important that we develop a shelf of CSR projects, because if a corporate wants to go but the NGOs are not ready, I think the IDAN people, when they speak next after me, they will share their experience. I think they have been early movers in this regard, and they are having some good experiences on CSR to share. Assisting NGOs to develop a business case for their corporate CSR partners. Also, we have to teach the NGOs in the Northeast, because if you do good CSR project, the brand grows. If the brand grows, the business also grows as a corollary. Also, aligning CSR outcomes to achieving SDGs for corporate as part of their ESG strategy. So somewhere I would request all the stakeholders here that when we are looking at the Northeast, we have to see the kind of engagement models that we can create. We have to capacity build the NGOs, and CSR partnerships, if they get engineered, they will lead to the development of a conducive business and investment environment. Strategically, lot of big business. In fact, I was there when in Meghalaya last year. Somebody from the Reliance Foundation, the chairman's office was there. So a lot of corporates are sending their representatives to the Northeast to scout as to how fertile the land is for CSR investment, because that for them becomes a testing ground for business investment to come in. So my request to all who are here is this, that if we are able to very closely understand this dynamics, we would appreciate that if we want the Northeast to grow and if we want our businesses to grow, Northeast is a great place. And to begin there, if I begin my venture there through CSR by testing the waters, by creating my engagement with government, with civil society, because the same government and the same civil society will also be the consumers of your goods and services as you want to expand your businesses. The circular or the newsletter from the ministry which has come out today, I would request the FICCI team to share it with all of you. I did share it over here. This is, if you go to the MCA website, you can download this newsletter. I foresee that all the companies who are here, that you may very soon get a letter or maybe a circular or maybe a gazette notification from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs mentioning and stating that you please prioritize these areas where money needs to grow and needs to go in terms of CSR spending. So it may be wise for all of us to be a little ahead of the curve, and I think roadshows like this prepare us for that.
Thank you, Mr. Pant, for the wonderful presentation on the CSR opportunities that the Northeast has to offer. And thank you also for sticking to the time. I think that's very important, because we have a number of B2G meetings lined up after this. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as Mr. Pant mentioned, we have the IDAN team, the Investment Development Authority of Nagaland. They have had a lot of experience in terms of CSR investments and other investments in the state of Nagaland, and they would like to share their experience with all of us. May I invite the IDAN representatives to come and make a quick presentation, please.
Like our previous speaker has mentioned, our state, we were unable to attract much of the CSR spendings in our state. So when we were researching into the CSR activities in our state, we realized that it was so haphazard, and there was no uniformity in its implementation. And moreover, when we started reviewing the spendings of CSR in our state in FY 2020-21, we found out that our state, we received only 8 crore spending on CSR. So we started to have a thought process on what we should do as a state entity, what we should do in order to attract CSR investment on social investment into our state. So accordingly, we thought that we will be coming up with certain plans and actions so that we attract CSR into our state. So we devised a strategy where we said that we will organize a conclave on CSR. And ultimately, the conclave was held in August 2023 last year, coinciding with our CSR conclave, we also incorporated the CSR, not only CSR, but investment and the banking conclave, because we also wanted to rejuvenate our local market. So we were very honored that our Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, she willingly came and graced the occasion as our chief guest. And after the conclave, we enhanced our, for the past 7 months, we enhanced our CSR expenditure in our state to more than 80 plus crore we have attracted the CSR investment till then. So some of the methods that we have employed was, we started connecting with Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and they were so helpful, and they connected IDAN through their respective ROCs across India. So we were trying to connect with different companies with the help and intervention of the ROCs. Even then, we were unable to get in touch with, we were unable to connect because IDAN was not so much recognized maybe. So ultimately, our chief secretary and our senior officers were so helpful. They came personally, our chief secretary started writing and sending out mails to different companies through the official email handle and making a carbon copy to our Investment and Development Authority, from where we started picking up and making connect with different companies. And the Invest India and the Confederation of Indian Industries were very willingly coming forward and assisting us, and we partnered with both Invest India and CII to bring in CSR into our state. So for that, we started preparing shelf of projects, different shelf of projects. We started collecting shelf of projects from the district level, from the departments, from the NGOs, and we started to make a database on the shelf of projects that we have. And we also started creating the donor database. We also started collecting the NGO database, and we started compiling with all these informations. And we also started having a partnership like with the HCL Academy. We need to capacitate our NGOs in order to implement CSR appropriately. So our HCL Academy was very, very helpful, and we partnered with them. We started training our officials, government officials, even the NGOs, and the first page is already completed. The second page is still ongoing. Thank you, HCL. We take this opportunity to thank you, the HCL Academy, for the initiatives that you have done for our state. So in our state CSR cell, we provide one-stop solution. We have developed our own model, which is called H model, where we first engage, then we disengage, we guide and re-engage us again with the companies in order to implement the CSR policy in our CSR spending in our state. So these are some of the pictures, some of the projects that we have implemented. The livelihood, we have implemented the solar coal storages across the state. We have also started the 10-bedded dialysis center. We have intervened in different sectors.
Thank you so much for highlighting your experience, and again, thank you for sticking to the time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the presentations that we have all been looking forward to. We have with us the Secretary, Government of Tripura for the Department of IT, Mr. Kiran Gitte. Over to you, sir.
Tripura is located in the southwest part of the northeastern region of India. The state is strategically located with close proximity to Bangladesh and access to the entire Southeast Asian market. Blessed with rich natural bounties, Tripura, an erstwhile princely state, is a pristine haven of bewitching natural beauty. The state wields abundant natural resources and a claimed potential for international trade. During the last few decades, the state has started transforming towards inclusive growth. In recent years, a number of initiatives have been taken to improve the basic as well as industrial infrastructure in the state. The national highway linking Agartala to Guwahati has been upgraded and extended up to Sabroom, just 75 kilometers away from Chittagong port of Bangladesh. Riverine connectivity from Daudkandi in Bangladesh to Sonamura in Tripura for movement of ships by dredging of Gomti River is being explored, which would link the Chittagong, Haldia and Ashuganj port. Also, signing of the BBIN motor vehicle agreement, opening up of Chittagong port, bus service between Agartala, Dhaka, Kolkata and other initiatives have unfolded new avenues for transit and transshipment in the region. The state capital Agartala is now connected by broad gauge railway, which is already extended up to Sabroom. Agartala is also being connected to Bangladesh by railway. Agartala Airport, recently renamed as Maharaja Bir Bikram Airport, is the second busiest airport in the northeast. This airport is now being further upgraded as an international airport. The state is presently power surplus and power tariffs are low. Two large gas thermal power generation projects, ONGC Tripura Power Project and NEEPCO Monarchak, are already commissioned. Besides, Tripura is the third internet gateway after Chennai and Mumbai. BSNL has leased 10 Gbps bandwidth from Bangladesh Submarine Cable Company Limited. Tripura has a vast pool of educated and trained manpower, vibrant pool of youth, competent and eager to support industrial growth. Tripura has also achieved significant improvement in developing industrial infrastructure. As of now, Tripura has an industrial growth center, an export promotion industrial park, a food park, a bamboo park, a rubber park, an apparel park, and 6 industrial estates. 3 IIDCs are also being developed. Tripura is the second largest rubber producing state in the country, and production is expected to increase at a fast pace.
Yeah, thank you for showing that presentation. Secretary NAC Cholai sir, senior officers, industry and business leaders present here. Tripura is one of the beautiful states of Northeast. By size, we are the third smallest, and by population, the 7th smallest. We have a good economy, especially after the peace which has set in the state in last 2 decades. We are growing at double digit. Our per capita income and GSDP indicates that. And there are a lot of unexplored opportunities in Tripura. We have an abundance of natural resources like rubber, natural gas, bamboo. We have a very good access. Even though if you see the map, we seem to be remotest by geographical location, but we have a Rajdhani coming from Delhi. We have trains to many places in India, direct trains, I mean to say. Direct flight connectivity with Delhi, Chennai, Bangalore, then hopping flights to Ahmedabad and so on. We have a very proactive government. You might have seen that in the last month during the Parliament's inauguration, bamboo floorings of Tripura were showcased in the new Parliament building. So our products are finding their rightful place in the country. If you see the industrial infrastructure, we have industrial estates which are provided with roads, power, gas connections, security, and the logistics support, the packaging support that we need. So all along the state, all along the national highway and the railways, we have the industrial estates spread across. We have, these are some pictures. So if you see the infrastructure, we have national highway, which is lifeline for Tripura, and there is a one parallel national highway which is being constructed, which is this year we will complete it. So we'll have redundancy two national highways. The new one will be going across the Bangladesh border, mainly through the plain land. So the issues of disruption of the road connectivity during the rainy season will not occur. We have third international internet gateway in Agartala, as it was presented. We have railways across the state, right from the north tip to the southern tip, which is near the Chitgaon port till Sabroom. Agartala is the second busiest airport after Guwahati, and from September it will be connected to the Cox's Bazar also. We have a good literacy rate, 90 plus literacy rate in the state. We have good skilled manpower available. So the infrastructure, this I would like to highlight that we have framed a Tripura Industrial Investment Promotion Incentive Scheme 2022. This is in addition to the Government of India's incentive scheme. And there are 18 incentives offered under this. So I would request you to go through this. We'll provide during our meeting in the afternoon. And we have also sectoral policies like IT startup scheme, then Agarwood, I would like to highlight, then IT policy, then we have logistics policy and so on. So the opportunities which are there in Tripura are mainly in the sector of rubber, bamboo, food processing, tourism, IT and agri processing. Few investable projects, rubber we have assessed investment potential of 1100 crores, bamboo, all the components, bamboo tiles, furniture, 1000 crores, food processing 500 crores, tourism and healthcare 1000 crores, IT 500 crores and agri 500 crores. These are some of the areas where we think, and others are also mentioned. So rest of the things we'll discuss in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful presentation on the opportunities in the state of Tripura. I think this would have encouraged many of us to explore further, and the government of Tripura will be available in the B2G hall today after this session. Please take advantage of their presence. May I now invite the beautiful Himalayan state of Sikkim, and we have with us Mr. M.L. Srivastav, the Additional Chief Secretary to the Government of Sikkim, and very aptly he looks after the tourism department also. Over to you, sir.
Sikkim is the home of the mighty Kanchenjunga, the highest peak in India. Revered as the guardian deity of this land, its presence creates a unique ecosystem in the region. Covering just 0.22% of India's total geographical area, Sikkim contains an astounding 26% of the biodiversity in the country. The first organic state in the world. We achieved this incredible feat in 2016, an accomplishment recognized by the United Nations. Sikkim is the most peaceful state in India with the lowest crime rate. There are 21 distinct communities that live here. The shared cultures and history have woven all who live here into a robust fabric of peace and harmony. Sikkim is young and educated. The literacy rate here is over 88% and ranks first in the country for enrollment to higher education. There is a large pool of skilled manpower in the state ready to be tapped. Sikkim is a power surplus state and ranked second in the country in the field of generating power from renewable resources. Sikkim is connected. It has one of the highest road density in the country, connecting every corner of the state with a newly established greenfield airport and a railway line due to be completed in 2023. The state gears up to get connected to mainland India like never before. Sikkim is the land of beauty, bounty, and boundless possibilities. Tourism is a major industry in Sikkim and is the mainstay of its economy. To encourage the growth of tourism, the state government focuses on giving boost to adventure, wellness, medical, village and heli-tourism. Sikkim is the world's first certified organic state. By 2025, the organic farming in India is estimated to be worth around 75,000 crores. Setting up of organic food processing unit and cold chain storage facilities are a priority.
Very good morning to you all. Secretary NEC, Mr. Moses, the Joint Secretary Donaire, M. Donaire, the whole team of M. Donaire, Fiki, my colleagues on the dais, captains of the industries, ladies and gentlemen. So I will not repeat what has already been shown in the video. Because of the paucity of time, I had to stop the video. Most of the things had been shown, more or less, the SUPs of the state of Sikkim. Sikkim is a very unique state, very wide biodiversity, 0.2% of the total geographical area of the country, and 1/4 of the biodiversity, 0.2 and 25%. It has many firsts in the country, in the northeastern region. I will not repeat that. There are 6 districts and very small state, of course, 7096 square kilometers. Literacy rate is 81.4%, but now this is as per the 2011 census. Now it has crossed 90%. GSDP per capita, it is the highest in the country. And other things are there. We are improving on the connectivity. Peace is our SUP because Sikkim we got last year only the National Award for the law and order situation. Most improvement, highest improvement in the law and order and the environment. These 2 awards we got. Connectivity, I mentioned that because for any investment you need to have very good connectivity. Peace I mentioned, law and order I mentioned. We are going to have our railway link, rail BG, broad gauge, entering into Sikkim and will be operational from next year. We are under international UDAN and we are improving connectivity with other parts of the country. There is a direct flight from Delhi to Pakyong. Pakyong is very close to Gangtok. And of course, nearest airport is Bagdogra, which is connected. It's an international airport. And why to invest in Sikkim? I have already mentioned the SUPs. It has very high strategic locational advantage, connected with having boundaries with 3 international boundaries, you see, Nepal, Tibet, China and Bhutan. And very diverse climatic conditions, environmentally very progressive and proactive state, I mentioned earlier also, and world's first certified 100% organic state. So a lot of opportunities. and around 543 wetlands, 315 glacial lakes, a very plethora of these natural endowments. Hydropower capacity, we have already 23 hydropower projects operational, and under the mini and micro hydropower potential, around 1000 megawatt is still there. So we invite the captains of industries, particularly in the hydropower sector also. Highest per capita and literacy rate I have already mentioned. Can you switch from, yeah. I mentioned about the enabling infrastructure, connectivity, I will not dwell upon again. Education and skilled infrastructure. We have a number of universities now, one central university, 3 state universities, and a number of private universities have come up. And we have a very strong technical manpower available in the state of Sikkim. We have technical graduates, BTechs, medical graduates available, and we have other institutions like I have mentioned here, SICB, SIRD under Education Department, and technical institutes, ITIs. Social infrastructure, I have listed here. Around 52,000 keys per day are available for tourists to come there, and we can sustain them. Around 1.8 million tourists are coming in a year, and projection is around 2 million. So you can make it out around 7 lakh population and 2 million tourists coming per annum. We have around 1,200 homestays already functional, and 1,000 more homestays are being added up. Industrial infrastructure I have already populated here. Approach roads, government and private land banks available. Existing industrial parks, these are two, there are 2 already there, and proposed are 2 more are proposed. Yeah. So policy and regulatory support. Under the policy regime, the Sikkim industrial policy has been framed up, and it is being formed up for government approval. We are working on the sectoral policies like tourism investment policy, MSME policy, power policy, labor policy. Somebody was mentioning, asking in the morning. That is also part of the overall this investment policy. So these policies are firmed up and sent to the government. These will be components of the overall industrial policy. Sectoral policy, as I mentioned, already there. So these are also, these are already done. I mean, these are in place. State priority sectors, tourism, as you say, see, it is the mainstay of the Sikkim economy. And we have a number of new areas under the tourism. The Joint Secretary M. Donner mentioned about the MICE tourism, the Alpine tent city we are thinking of developing, the caravan tourism, educational tourism, so and destination weddings. These are very important areas. One-hop destination, bringing better connectivity with the international connectivity, as I mentioned, with Nepal, Dhaka, Paro. So these are also in the offing, and years to come, you will see that Sikkim is a very well-connected state in the country. IT and IT-enabled services, hydropower, a lot of potential is still there, and aviation, animation, visual effects, gaming, and comics. That is what AVGC, Naxar, this area is also very much upcoming. And we are proposing to create a center of excellence. Large-scale projects, Gangtok Ropeway, already it is mentioned here, 500 crore investment, and it is being taken up under PPP mode. Hydropower projects, I mentioned, food park, meat processing, food processing units, setting up a food park at Gazing, and we are inviting private investment in this very critical area. Industrial parks, I've already mentioned. Film and sports city, I mean, there is this proposal already has been sent, and M-Donor is helping us out in this area. It takes time in switching. Okay. So other potential projects, I will not read out every project. These are populated here. We will have better interaction in the afternoon, G2B interactions. So these are the primary focused areas, priority wise, and we are working in these directions, in these domains. I will not again read out all these awards and accolades. We have won more than 30 national and international awards in tourism sector. Only the first fully organic certified state. And Gazing district in India was categorized as the best cleanest district in the country in rural category. So you can go through them. We have handouts also prepared. So we'll be sharing with all that. And Sikkim is ecotourism. Sikkim, one thing I would like to mention here, Northeast has 25% of the total forest cover of the country. So you see, the area-wise, it is hardly 7% of the country, and now it has 25%. So this particular aspect, particularly in the areas of certified emission reductions, or we call carbon credits, carbon financing, which is the very prospective area. The Green Fund already has been created under COP 15, Paris Agreement. So this is the area where a lot of opportunities are there. And in Sikkim, we have already very much advanced in this area. So I would request the captains of industries to look into these aspects also. So with these words, once again, I thank you all for patiently listening. My time is up, of course, because there was a video clip there. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Sikkim is indeed the jewel in India's crown, so to speak. It's a beautiful state. If you have not been there, please visit Sikkim. And now we would like to invite the representative from the land of festivals. Nagaland has many tribes, many festivals. It has many opportunities. May I invite the Principal Secretary and Development Commissioner from Nagaland, Mr. R. Ramakrishnan. Over to you, sir.
Nagaland is a young, dynamic and a culturally vibrant state which puts us in the spotlight, be it tourism, fashion and music. But that's not all. Nagaland is an emerging destination for market opportunities that are untapped. Over the last decade, the state has evolved beyond just a tourist and a cultural hotspot into a hub of creativity, innovation and enterprise. As reflected in the GSDP, there has been a steady annual increase of 10.46% between 2011 to 2020. The Agri and Allied is one of the major contributors to the GSDP and is the largest employer of the workforce in the state. Nagaland's crop cultivation and production has paved the way for a growing export market. The state has also adopted a balanced mix of technology and indigenous technical knowledge. Powered under SDG 17, the state aspires to reduce fiscal deficit to 3% of the GSDP and increase state-level income generation to attain self-sufficiency. We are fortunate to have a young population who are constantly adapting to the changing technology and innovation. 1,232.94 crore was spent on education and continues to be a priority sector for the state. potential to explore Nagaland's rich natural resources like tea, pineapple, honey, and bamboo is high. Nagaland aims to move from subsistence to surplus economy. Our goal is to increase the state's export potential with the right market linkages. Nagaland aims to be a model startup leader by establishing 500 startups. At present, IDAN is collaborating with various national and international organizations that will propel us towards economic growth. IDAN is an investment promotion agency to explore and promote all possible investment opportunities for the state. Our goal is to support innovative ways to attract investment and build our local content, as well as match the aspirational quotient of the people through strategic partnerships. Come, share our journey towards sustainable growth.
Good afternoon to everyone. Respected Secretary NEC, JS Donor, members from FICCI and Invest India, distinguished invitees, esteemed colleagues from northeastern states, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon to everyone. At the outset, I thank FICCI and the organizers, Donor Ministry, for giving us an opportunity to talk about our state in the investment opportunities. Of course, most of the sectors in Northeast are quite similar, but every state is unique and the opportunities are quite different. We have prepared a presentation. I'll just rush through. This one. This one. Right. Yes. Yeah, our economy similar to our state. Our contribution is from the three sectors. Primary sector is 55%, secondary sector 28%, and tertiary sector it is 16%. Yeah, we have the existing policies. Nagaland startup policy, tourism policy, bamboo policy, IT policy is quite old. We are planning to revise the Nagaland water policy. These are the policies under consideration. We have trade and investment policies, and logistic policy, land bank policy, land lease guidelines, and food processing, and yeah, these are the policies. It's not coming. Sectors. This is not coming there.
So it will come, sir. You'll have to click it twice.
Oh, twice, no? Okay.
So they have put some animation because of which.
Okay, animation, huh? Okay. You can just this thing. Yeah, food processing. Yeah. I think I'll just rush through, no? Better. I'll go through the slides, no? Yeah, I was mentioning about the sectors. Most of the sectors in Northeast are quite similar. Agree, of course, we have a main source of livelihood. We have a lot of horticultural producers like pineapple and kolar and Naga king chili. And floriculture, we have producers like roses, coronation, anthurium, and lilium. We have a lot of potential in medicinal plants. We have citronella, lemongrass, geranium, aloe vera, and great potential for export. In sericulture also, we have variety of eri, muga, mulberry, and chagar. Bamboo also, we have identified 45 species, and in the state, we have more than 70 species of bamboo. Beekeeping, a very important area in Northeast, Nagaland. We have a potential for good export. People are, the investors, potential investors are welcome to invest in the area of beekeeping also. It has got a medicinal value. And minerals, we have a lot of mineral resource like coal, limestones, and cobalt and chromium. Tourism, of course, you are all aware of the Hornbill Festival. We celebrate
from 1st December to 10th December. It's about 10 days. Actually, we want to have of course, Nagaland is known for land of festivals. We have more than 17 tribes, and we have festivals throughout the year actually. Every month we have tribal festivals. We want to have a sustained tourist festivals throughout the year. So we look forward investment in the tourism infrastructure and like other potentials linked to tourism. Of course, handlooms. Of course, the entire Northeast we are famous for handicrafts, cane-based or bamboo-based handicrafts. Of course, we need international marketing and we need linkages in these areas. Power, of course, all the Northeastern states we have potential. In Nagaland also we have at least 200 megawatt hydro identified potential and many unexploited potential available in the state. Healthcare also, of course, we have lots of CSR initiatives in healthcare and education. Of course, Nikhil Pant was mentioning about that. We have the potential in healthcare and education, higher education. We have skilled manpower. Our young youths are very, highly talented, and they have proficiency in English language. Of course, it is common to all the Northeastern states. Nagaland also, we have the potential. We look forward the investment in IT sector, cyber security, as well as call centers. And we are planning to have an IT park very soon. We are discussing with the government, and very soon a policy or the IT kind of investment will be started in the state of Nagaland. Of course, logistics, we have a potential. We have of course, we have an airport, we have a rail network in Dimapur. The rail network is coming up to Kohima, up to Supsa. The works are undergoing. We have good connectivity. Nagaland is a gateway for East Asian countries. So we want to have a kind of logistic policy. The policy is coming up, and we request the investors. These are the areas we request the investors as well as the potential entrepreneurs to come forward to help our state in the areas of tourism, technical education, IT, then agro and horticulture areas. So I thank the Donor Ministry for giving us an opportunity to present our cases and opportunities in our state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would call upon Mizoram to come for the presentation. May I invite Mrs. Florence Jotlong Pui, Director Commerce Industries Department.
Northeast India, a land of untapped opportunities. With borders that stretch across 5 nations, which reflects the region's diversity, culture, and untapped potential. Our incredible natural beauty and diversity is the reason why we are often addressed as paradise unexplored. We produced some of the most talented athletes, artists, and cultural icons in India. A prominent personality in sports, world boxing champion, Olympic medalist.
It's okay.
Among all the other states in the Northeast, Mizoram stood out as one of the most heavily forested areas in the country. Mizoram is popularly known for its peace and harmony. We are also known for our discipline. We are highly people-oriented with the Young Mizo Association, which works towards promoting the welfare and development of the people, especially the youth. Our virtue of selflessness, called Tlongweina, made us special and stand out among all the other states. We have Nga'Lodor, a shop without keeper, where shops are left unattended and buyers leave money safely in a box.
This practice reflects the trust that our community has in each other and their unwavering commitment to honesty and integrity. Above these, Mizoram also tops the list as the happiest state of India. These core values, combined with the moderate climate, truly set us apart to have a deep sense of community and shared values. We look forward to the opportunities that the Kaladan Multimodal Transit Transport Project will bring to us in becoming the Indie Corridor to Southeast Asian countries. The development of railway route and the various national highway projects in Mizoram are the key factors that will enable the ecosystem for businesses. We are simply lying in the sea of immense potential and opportunity. Limitless possibilities of human endeavor. Mizoram, the talent capital.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected NEC Secretary, Sir, Joint Secretary Donor, colleagues and captains of the industry, it is a privilege and a pleasure to be here with you today. Mizoram is one of the most peaceful states. We have a temperate, mild climate, ideal for tourism, and we share a long boundary with both Myanmar and Bangladesh. In order to accelerate investment, we have set up a two-tiered committee for investments, the Empowered Committee chaired by the Chief Minister and the Working Committee chaired by the Planning Secretary. We have also initiated a Mizoram Startup Mission to handhold investors and provide assistance. You can see the composition of both the Empowered Committee and the Working Committee on the slide. Next. Here we are showcasing one of our success stories. Godrej Agrovet Limited has established oil palm processing mill in Bugwani, which is in Kolasip district. It has been shown to be a great success. It has invested in oil palm plantation and extraction of oil. Next, another investment success stories is regarding Mizoram Ispat Private Limited. This firm has invested in waste management and recycling of scrap metal. Production is going well, and it has been shown to be a success with great sales figures. Our state priority sectors are tourism, skilling, sports, food processing, solar power generation, education, IT sector including e-commerce, and transport including inland and railway transportation. The identified focus sector for investment in tourism are bamboo theme park, cultural village, skywalk with associated infrastructures, development of adventure theme park with family entertainment centers, development of river rafting infrastructure, development of aerosports infrastructure, caravan tourism, heli-tourism, eco-retreats, wayside amenities, like hotels, restaurants, hanging restaurant, passenger ropeway in Aizawl. In skill development, we have focus sectors in establishment of skill development and entrepreneurs incubation center, implementation of skill development programs in state-owned industrial training institutes through PPP mode. We have a very vibrant handloom industry. The textiles of Mizoram constitute one of the most significant arts and crafts of the region. The textile industry of Mizoram offers a variety of handloom items for export to the neighboring states and other countries. Apart from the traditional puan, which I'm wearing right now, I'm wearing a puan. This is our traditional dress. We have also diversified to household items like tablecloths, curtains, cushion covers, etc. We have talented weavers who are highly skilled in designs, and the uniqueness of our designs and skill can be known through the fact that we have 5 geographical indication tags in handloom designs. In horticultural products, we have geographical indication tags in miso chili. The miso chili is small in size and blood red in color. Miso chili is very pungent and has average score of 50,000 to 1 lakh Scoville heat unit. The miso ginger, which is produced in Mizoram, has distinctive taste and characteristics like aroma and pungency. It has a high gingerol content with comparatively less crude fiber. In horticulture, we have potential for investments in post-harvest management, drying, processing of chilies, in floriculture, in post-harvest management of ginger, turmeric, grape wine production, and cold chain management. The untapped bamboo resources of Mizoram has huge potential for development of bamboo-based industries, which has great potential for investment, including for biofuel. We have 7 industrial parks with available land in the outskirts of Aizawl at Luangmual, Lengte, Sairang, and Lunglei. We have 1 domestic airport near Aizawl and 24 helipads across the state. As you must have seen on the video, the Kaladan multimodal transport project is to provide easy accessibility with Myanmar through waterway, which is expected to usher in a whole host of opportunities, both in trade and commerce. The Honorable Chief Minister of Mizoram has evinced great interest in attraction of investments and has assured constant support for all entities willing to work with the government of Mizoram. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Florence, for the incisive presentation. We now have from the state of Meghalaya, Mr. Alan Walang. He is going to talk about the opportunities that the state of Meghalaya presents to us. We will first have a presentation, which will be followed by a short video.
A very good afternoon to everyone here, to the officials and dignitaries on the dais, the co-chairman of FICCI, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Donor, the Secretary of Northeastern Council. I'm here to represent the state of Meghalaya. Since we are short on time, I will just skim through the slides as quickly as possible. Here we have the investment and trade opportunities in our state. The focus sectors are tourism, information technology, and agriculture. The Shillong International Center for Performing Arts and Culture. It was inaugurated last year. It comprises of multiple theaters and auditoria with an open auditorium where international artists have performed there. Now coming to the information and technology sector. This is the Shillong Technology Park. It was also inaugurated last year, and it will provide golden opportunities for IT professionals from across the state. This is the Tura Medical College. The construction is underway, and it's going well as of now. Now the government is opening up to private investors. There are 2 models of investment. First, we have the government-owned land, where the government owns the land. And the second model is the government-leased land, where the government leases from the community. We also have the development of the tourism policy. It was set up as a guiding framework for the state. Now we come on to the investable projects. Here it's for the B2G meeting in the afternoon. The first investable project, the new Shillong Township, where resorts, hospitality complexes are to be set up, and also the shifting of the new administrative city and all government entities. As I mentioned earlier, the Performing Arts Center, along with other central government institutions, are already present there, such as IAM, NIFT, etc. Now we move on to Cherrapunji. As we all know, Sora, or Cherrapunji, it is a land of waterfalls with more than 12,000 tourists visiting monthly. Here, the proposed project of a 7-star hotel is in the works. Now on to Omyam Lake, the first location. With a scenic view of the lake where thousands of tourists visit daily, there are already existing infrastructure with a focus for major upgrades. The second location is a proposal of a luxury hotel for high-end tourists. It may be noted that it will fall under government-owned property. Now the Polo Orchid project. At the heart of the city, with major marketplaces and tourism spots within a sizable radius of each other, the proposed project is of a commercial complex and budget hotels for backpackers. The Mau Padang project, a rather unique untapped potential just within a stone's throw away from the only airport in the state. The hospitality project is proposed, spanning within 100 acres of prime land. Now we come to the Kanapara project. This is just located in the interstate border of Meghalaya and Assam. It is the perfect location for the setup of a hotel complex, catering to tourists visiting both Assam and Meghalaya. The Shillong Peak project. The main tourist destination, the Shillong Peak, overlooking the city of Shillong, where a proposed hospitality complex for tourists is in the works. Another notable project is the Shillong Ropeway project, where our team has had consultations in Switzerland with consulting agencies. Now the Nokrek National Park. The Nokrek Biosphere Reserve, added to the list of UNESCO's Biosphere Reserve, it attracts a lot of tourists. The proposal for lodging and accommodation is ongoing at the moment. The Meghalaya Theme Park. With the state being diverse and with the rich ecosystem, the Honorable Chief Minister has proposed the setup of a theme park in Meghalaya, taking inspiration from similar setups across the globe. Now the ease of doing business. Here are the milestones achieved by the state. We were ranked 30th in 2015, but we've moved up in 2022, where the assessment is still ongoing. Now here is a snapshot of the Invest Meghalaya website for interested investors. They can Google Invest Meghalaya, the first link that appears, that is investmeghalaya.gov.in. That will be the official website. Now you can reach us with the following government officials. Here we have Dr. Vijay Kumar, the Commissioner and Secretary for Planning, Investment, Promotion and Development Department. Now we have Shri Praveen Bakshi, the Commissioner and Secretary for Commerce and Industries Department, and Dr. Jerome Beda, the Commissioner and Secretary for Planning, Investment, Promotion and Development Department. Thank you. Now can we have the small video presentation on the tourism promotion in the state?
Thank you. I think after that beautiful video, I don't really need to say anything about Meghalaya. You know what the state is. Now, the state with the largest population in the northeast, and the state which also acts as the gateway to the other northeastern states when you go from Hyderabad or other parts of India, is the state of Assam. And we are privileged to have with us Mr. Manavendra Pratap Singh. He is the MD of the Assam Industrial Development Corporation. He is going to make a presentation to us. Over to you, Mr. Singh.
पूर्वोत्तर के लिए एक्ट ईस्ट का संकल्प लिया है। ईश्वर ने इस क्षेत्र को इतने प्राकृतिक संसाधन दिए हैं, इतना सामर्थ्य दिया है, यहाँ विकास की, टूरिज्म की इतनी संभावनाएं हैं। आज वाकई असम A1 प्रदेश बन रहा है।
Welcome to Assam, India's gateway to the Northeast and ASEAN, the land of opportunities where investment meets growth. Explore the myriad investment opportunities that Assam offers for businesses and entrepreneurs looking to thrive. Assam's strategic geographic location and robust connectivity network make it an ideal staging point for global investment. With an extensive network of state and national highways, rail connectivity, and 15 national waterways, Assam offers seamless access to markets in the ASEAN region and beyond. Assam has been prioritizing infrastructure development to create a business-friendly environment. The state has witnessed substantial progress in building modern highways, expanding railway networks, and upgrading airports. The construction of new bridges across the mighty Brahmaputra River is opening new possibilities. Several dedicated industrial and technology parks have been established to provide a strong foundation for industries to thrive. Assam's greatest strength is its skilled and adaptable workforce. The state boasts of a large pool of educated and talented individuals. Assam is home to numerous reputed educational institutions, universities, management colleges and vocational training centers that ensure a continuous supply of skilled professionals in various fields. Assam is a treasure trove of natural resources. It's the largest tea-producing region in the world. The rich aroma and exquisite taste of Assam tea have captivated tea enthusiasts across the globe. The state also holds a monopoly in producing gold and muga silk. Assam is also a major player in the oil and gas industry. The state has abundant oil reserves, making it an attractive destination for exploration and production companies. Assam's abundance of agricultural products like rice, spices, citrus fruits, vegetables and bamboo present lucrative opportunities for diverse industries. Assam's abundant natural resources including limestone, clay and silica provide a solid foundation for the cement industry. With state-of-the-art cement factories and modern production techniques, Assam ensures high-quality cement production. Assam is at the forefront of emerging industries. The state's new policies and incentives in the electric vehicle sector have garnered significant attention. With a focus on renewable energy and unconventional sectors like ethanol production, Assam presents exciting opportunities. The state's commitment to healthcare is transforming lives and positioning the state as a leading destination for quality medical services. With state-of-the-art hospitals, cutting-edge technology, and highly skilled healthcare professionals, Assam offers world-class healthcare facilities. The state's medical colleges and universities produce a steady stream of talented doctors, nurses, and medical technicians. The state government is committed to creating an investor-friendly ecosystem. Assam also offers a rich cultural heritage and abundant natural beauty. The state is known for its wildlife sanctuaries, national parks, and sprawling tea estates and golf resorts. Tourists flock to Assam to experience river cruises and adventure sports. The warmth, hospitality, and entrepreneurial spirit of the Assamese population create an ecosystem that nurtures innovation, collaboration, and success.
Assam is connected to all major cities of India by Indian Railways, and all major districts, towns of the state are interlinked by the rail network, and 4 border trade centers to promote trade and investment in the state. With such an ecosystem and having situated in the close proximity to Asian nation, the state is a preferred destination for investment.
Come and invest in Assam and be a part of its incredible transformation journey. Welcome to Assam, the land of endless possibilities.
A very good afternoon to one and all. Respected Secretary K. Moses Silai sir, Joint Secretary Harpreet Singh sir, dignitaries on the dais, business leaders, and dear friends. So we have seen in video the immense opportunities which are available in Assam. Assam I define as a land of unlimited potential and untapped resources with market-ready ecosystem, and we are the expressway to ASEAN. We have very excellent and enabling policy support system and industrial ecosystem. Next. So as we know, Assam is the biggest state of the Northeast, and we are touching 5 lakh crores GDP, and it will be around 5.5 crores in financial year 2024 with 19.5% year annual growth, which is the highest among all the states of India. Next. We have ready to use ecosystem and available market with the being in the center point of ASEAN with 1.88 billion consumers available in the region. Tea is the biggest crop in the Assam, with 50% of Indian tea produce is coming from Assam. Oil and gas, we are having 1.3 billion metric ton of proven oil resources and 156 billion cubic meter of natural gas reserves, with lots of opportunities available in upstream and downstream sector of petroleum. Bamboo, we are one of the highest, having highest concentration of bamboo in Northeast. Large sets of skilled human resource and plethora of policy ecosystem which enable the industries in Assam. We are at the center point of ASEAN. We are closest to many countries rather than many states of India. So this is the potential which we can leverage for industrial growth in Assam. Next. We are having one of the best airport connectivity in India. We have one of the biggest roads and railways network in Northeast. We are having one of the largest inland waterways network, and Northeast first multimodal logistic park is situated in Assam's Jogi Bhupa Bongaigaon district. So there are many more industrial logistics parks which are upcoming in the region, will be in Assam only. Next. So this we have heard from many of our previous speakers that we are connected to ASEAN in many manner. We are through Bangladesh, we are connected through Myanmar, we are having rail and road connectivity from Sitwe port. So this is the future of economic growth in northeastern region, and we can cater to the needs of most of the ASEAN countries, including Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Bhutan. Next. We are having huge number of skilled human capital. Every year we are producing around 6,000 plus engineering graduates, 5,000 plus ITI diploma holders, 2,000 plus medical professionals. New skill university is being set up in Assam's Mangaldoy district, Darang district, Mangaldoy city. So that will be having many new courses which will cater to the needs of emerging industries in Assam. Presently, this university is functioning from IIT Guwahati. Next. We have plethora of policy to support the industrial environment in state. So there is an industrial and investment policy of Assam, which is amended in 2023, which offers customized support to the industries who are coming and investing in Assam to the tune of 100 crores and 200 employments. So for having some investment in logistics sector, we are having logistics and warehousing policy, biotech policy, tourism policy, renewable energy policy, handicraft policy. We are having a ethanol production promotion policy. Then there is a electric vehicle policy. Agarwood promotion policy is recently being launched. Bamboo and cane policy, startup policy, IT and electric policy 2017. Ease of doing business, we have single window clearance system, so business leaders can use this opportunity to get clearances through a single window system. Next. So we are having industrial infrastructure throughout the state in Upper Assam and Lower Assam and Barak Valley equivalently, and these industrial infrastructures are promoting various kind of thematic parks also, different kind of requirements of industry in various parts of the Assam. So we are having software technology park, biotech park, tech city, then bamboo technology park. We are having food parks. Then there is a plastic park and other thematic park which are being set up in various parts of Assam to promote the industrial growth. Next. So these are a few parks which are thematic and sector specific, which are already established in Assam. Next. These are the key players who are available in Assam, and they are having experience of doing business and running industry in Assam for long. Next. These are the few focus sectors where we are planning to give impetus in coming days. Agriculture, we are having 8 GI tagged product and a plethora of fruit and vegetable which are ready to be exported. Spices, we are having ginger, garlic, pepper, turmeric, coriander, which is very popular, and ginger has high recovery of oleoresin oil, which is very popular throughout the country. We are the biggest tea producer. We are having thematic infrastructure which support food business in Northeast, and we can use bamboo also from available varieties in the state. Next. Pharmaceutical is another focus area. We have heard from our speakers that Sikkim and then Assam is doing very well in field of pharma. So we are exporting pharma producers to all of the ASEAN and VBN countries. So this is one of the area where transportation cost can be decreased if pharma companies are coming and establishing their industries in Assam. We are having huge medicinal plant available, and many hubs are available in Assam. Because of that, we can use this sector to promote our pharma growth in the region. Next. Textile, handloom and handicraft, like other states also. We are having four kind of silk available in Assam. Munga silk, we are having monopoly over Munga silk. Handlooms are available across the state. Silk production, golden Munga silk is GI tagged, and which is having production of around 180 metric ton in last 10 years. Cane, bamboo and other local handicraft material is being produced all across the state, and Sualkisi is the main place where silk producers are being made and sold as a hotspot for the silk production in the state. Next. Tourism is another sector. We can see that Assam is having multi-ethnic culture, environment. We are having 1,000 number of tea gardens where tea garden tourism can be promoted. Natural and ecotourism, biodiversity hotspots are there with dense green forest. We are having 7 national parks and 11 wildlife and bird sanctuaries across the state, which is very attractive to nature lovers. Religious tourism, Kamakya is the magnet for religious tourism. And then we are having adventure sports infrastructure. We are having 10 beautiful golf courses across the state. And there is a river cruise which ply throughout the length of the Brahmaputra river, and it's a premium luxury cruise which gives opportunity for people to have experienced the Assam. Next. 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 So this is another upcoming focus sector for Assam, where we are promoting shipbuilding and repair in Assam, because we are having one of the biggest network of waterways in Northeast, and 15 national waterways are in Assam. We have already taken up dredging of National Waterway 2 and 6. One ship repair facility is already coming up in Pandu Port, Guwahati, and freight we are actually catering to the 4% of the freight movement, but in future we are targeting more freight movement because it reduces the transportation cost and enable transportation at very high speed to many parts of the country, even outside India also. Outside India also we can cater to the many ports of Bangladesh and Myanmar. Recently one commercial ship which carried food grains from Banaras, which traveled across the eastern and northeastern India, and it reaches to Guwahati carrying huge shipload of grains. So this Bangladesh protocol route is already tested, and it is established that we can use this waterways to export the whatever produces manufactured in Assam. So this is very new sector which is very attractive to the people who are having experience in doing this business in this sector. Next. Thank you for giving me opportunity for presenting this.
Thank you, sir. Now, from the most populous state, we move on to the largest state in the region, the state which has the largest geographical area, and a very beautiful state again, the state of Arunachal Pradesh. We have the Secretary Industries, Mr. Hage Tare, with us. He is going to make a short presentation.
Arunachal Pradesh, the largest state in northeast India, is now rising as the next investment destination. With abundant natural resources, Arunachal has the advantage of a vibrant leadership, young and resourceful human capital, and a huge infrastructure boost in recent years. Arunachal has the largest potential of growth in sectors of oil, gas, minerals, hydropower, food processing and tourism, which are waiting to be explored. Arunachal is the next hydrocarbon destination with about 18% of India's hydrocarbon reserves in the surrounding belt, mostly unexplored. It has about 90 million tons of coal reserve with tertiary coal and coal bed methane. The Kumchai field alone has about 2,800 million cubic meter of gas. A new pipeline of 61 kilometers is under process to transport the gas and oil. The state also has limestones, graphite, dolomite and quartzite. Recently, the process of granting PEL and PML has also been smoothened for investors. With 58,160 megawatt hydropower potential, which is nearly 40% of India's total potential, Arunachal Pradesh is rising to be India's hydropower hub. 43,000 megawatts of projects are being developed by hydropower companies. One of them is Lower Subansiri Hydroelectric Project of 2,000 megawatt, which will be India's largest when completed in 2023. There are ample opportunities for investment in this sector. 27 hydropower projects for cumulative capacity of 1,470 megawatts are readily available for investment, and many more to follow suit. Arunachal is the agri-horti powerhouse of Northeast India, with high-quality producers, over 100,000 tons of market surplus and scope of expansion in 86% of cultivable area. The state has immense potential in food processing and allied industries. Kiwi, orange, palm oil, pineapple, turmeric and ginger are the immediately investable producers, whereas apiculture, bamboo subsector, organic farming and contract farming also have immense potential in Arunachal. Arunachal is dubbed as India's wildest and least explored tourism destination and is already on the global tourism map. The state offers exotic wildlife, adventure, and cultural tourism experiences and has large potential of scaling up. Investments in hospitality infrastructure and upcoming sectors such as tribal festivals, film and wellness tourism have immense potential of scaling up and success in Arunachal. The government of Arunachal is committed to serve investors well in the state. The state has established an inviting industrial and investment policy, ease of doing business, and a dedicated Arunachal Pradesh Innovation and Investment Park, or APIIP, under the Department of Planning and Investment to extend all support to investors. Arunachal is rising, and we welcome you to be a part of it. Arunachal Pradesh, your next investment destination.
Thank you for the patient hearing. Respected Secretary NEC Sri Moses Chalaji, respected Joint Secretary Sri Harpreet Singh Ji, donor, and of course all the senior officers and DICE from various northeastern states who are representing here, and Piki and Mr. Biswajit Chakrabarti, who is giving this opportunity to me, presentation, of course, all the distinguished from corporate organization who are present in this August gathering today. Now time is running up, ticking, and I was asked to give and and within 5 minutes, but 2 minutes is gone. So let me quickly wrap up. I'll not go through the exactly what the slides, various slides which have long slides. I'll only just see why Arunachal to be invested and why it is we need to welcome the investor. This I like to focus. So begin with about Arunachal Pradesh, although it is located in northeastern state, but within northeastern, we are another northeastern. So it is the best part of it and the easternmost of our Arunachal Pradesh in India. To begin with, I'll just, with one quotation from C.S. Lewis, his English author, who has written about the Chronicle of Narnia, I think made a movie also. He says, I quote, "You can't go back and change the beginning, but you can start where you are and change the ending," unquote. So Arunachal Pradesh, all the way latecomer, but we are transforming now slowly and gradually. We are coming up. So begin with, let's go to the slides. This is about, just a quick wrap up. And geography, we have the largest in among the northeastern state land mass. We do have, and bordering, of course, 3 international border with Bhutan's, of course, in Tibet and this Myanmar. Then also we have demographic population, of course, 2011 census, almost 15 lakhs it comes right now. And economy, we do have a per capita income more than the national income, which you have highlighted in this, in the middle of the things, 2 lakhs and above. Then, of course, so comes to the latest power, which just now we have seen this hydropower is the largest. We have 58,000 megawatt potentials. Right now, the Subansiri hydroelectric power is now going to be commissioned soon. It is under construction, which is 2,000 megawatt. And coming, we have the 600 megawatt. And like small, the 100 and the small, we do already have. So this is one of the largest potential where the investor can think of that in the northeastern state, especially Arunachal Pradesh. So coming to the, let us say, we are by default, we are organic in agriculture and horticulture. We do use only the humus, we don't use this kind of fertilizer chemicals. So about the scope, oil reserves, we do have oils right now. Jointer company is already tapping up in this, in one of the Karsang. And hydrocarbon is one of the most potential area where we can think of where this investor can invest in Arunachal Pradesh. So this coming to the, let us say, population, of course, we do have, although it is a density is low, but we do have a potential of 15 to 13 years fluent, suppose both in English, Hindi. Arunachal Pradesh, if you come there, and they speak more Hindi than English. So it is some of our beautiful tribes, 26 tribes and hundreds of tribes we do have, and varieties, and we organize a festival almost each and every month of the year. So quickly this coming to the, why attractive? Industrial policy with 2020 we have launched. Now we are going to amend this industrial policy, make it more comprehensive, so that power subsidies, capital subsidies can be increased for the larger, those especially large scale industry who are going to invest. Of course, we do have this single window clearance, especially for the online. First, we have the EODB, we have launched and connected a national portal and EOBD, so that anyone can access for any kind of investment anywhere from the world. You can sit and throw it online. So coming to the, just quickly wrap on the road, we do have one of the largest road connection which Trans-Himalaya Arunachal Pradesh, where 50,000 kilometer road is already built, and now 1,800 is already underway. So of course, so far is the infrastructure of the air connectivity is concerned. Donipolo Airport very recently in this last November of 19, Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated. Directly there is a flight from Calcutta and directly connected Itanagar. So New Delhi is soon going to be connected. Also in this we have the 8 advanced landing ground in Arunachal Pradesh. We do have which they can cross section, can transact each other. That is under, earlier they used to, if Defense, Minister of Defense use, and now civilians also being likely to open. Now of course so far is other water connections and in land portals, and it is trying and how we have various river basins, 8 river basins we do have. Apart from hydropower, we are trying how this can be tapped into link into Bangladesh. This exploration is already underway. So coming to this regulatory and compliances, which just now I have already told, we have dedicatedly invest division has been opened where this can be accessed to all over the world. That especially for this for investor, and dedicatedly we have already investment. The division is established by government. So coming to the tourism is one area where Pokas and Tawang-like districts is one of the most sought after the tourism all over the world. And we do have a beautiful place like Mechuka, where the paragliding and adventure tourism and Zero Music festivals and Dambuk Orange festivals and varieties of such festivals we do have as part of tourism calendar. So we do have textiles and varieties of special Ahimsa textile is one of the sought after, where very recently I was in Washington DC, and one of the ambassador herself is she told me that they like to have this Ahimsa, like to see how, and some of the company like OBT, they've even told us to send a yarn. So yes, and this is even cover. This latest agriculture, horticulture, food processing is concerned. Kiwi is the largest in India, Arunachal Pradesh produce, where we do make a wine, kiwi wine, and not only for kiwi, but we also make wine from other fruits, including ginger. So this is one of the sought after, which Nara Aba is very popular, and this kiwi wine we tap, and it is market potential exists. And orange is concerned, it is one of the consignment has only gone to Lulu Group in Dubai, and it is under, I think, available now. So more potential like fine apples, cardamoms, then of course, all these are under part of our Arunachal potential, where especially those who are interested in agriculture, horticulture can come. Then come to the tourism sector I will cover. Just time is all up. Oh, sorry. So these are circuits you can see from Tawang to this Longding and the Tirap district, tourism can be covered. Okay. So these are the, you can see some of the tourism where people like it, and one of the sought after tourists. Oh. So these are only just to have a glance through. Sorry, this is. So these are some of the handicraft items. We do have the one of the largest bamboo potential in Arunachal Pradesh. We can have right from ethanol onwards. You can think of raw material, how this can be tapped, and including fiber and cloth you can make out of bamboo. One of the largest in the which among India we do have. Then come to the, of course, oil, gas, hydro, I have covered. IT sector is one area where government is focusing, and special dedicated policy, especially it is a pit case with Hyderabad today. We are making this road show, and where all the IT hubs and all are sitting here. Now I think this is one of area where this kind of due to connectivity is the main problem in our northeastern region. 6 months incessant rain and high mountain and terrain and rocky and some of them. So one of this is the potential area like drone we have launched very recently, and to supply the medicines. And especially we can think of also in the ropeways where Switzerland is connected like Mount Titlis, and this Arunachal Pradesh can also think in that manner. So these are some of the which area where you can focus. I would request each of the investor, and we'll have a more focus on the special G2B, I think session afternoon I was told. It is there, we'll have more interaction with that. So with this little bit, very quick presentation, I would like to request each one of to have in case required, you can have, I can make access to this video and as well as this presentation to each one of you. With this PO, thank you so much for patient hearing, and lunch is waiting, I think so. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for a very detailed presentation. With that, we come to the end of this session. The next session is B2G, but before we let you go, we would like to take advantage of the presence of 3 very important institutions from the Northeast. One of the institutions is the Northeast Handloom and Handicrafts Development Corporation. They are a central agency which work with all the state governments in the area of handloom and handicraft. The MD of the Northeast Handloom and Handicrafts Development Corporation is here with us. So may I request Brigadier Singh to come and introduce himself briefly.
Very good afternoon to everybody present here. Respected Secretary NEC, Mrs. Moses Chalai, Joint Secretary, Government of India, Mr. Harpreet Singh, the Additional Chief Secretary, Sikkim, and the other dignitaries on the dais, officials from the various state governments, Ministry of Donor, other central organizations, and most importantly the industry partners who are here and who've shown great determination and resolve to sit through this very insightful session that we've had since morning to try and understand and grasp that what Northeast has to offer. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I promise to keep it short. I don't have a structured presentation. I'll just share with you a couple of things which I feel as the Northeastern Handicraft and Handloom Development Corporation, that what are the areas where potential investors can look at, where are the gaps that we have. While states have covered most of it, but I'll like to just be a little more specific, and we'll be happy to take this on further from here. Should we need more clarity or more information, data, etc. So it is a little unstructured, kindly bear with me. As it would have already been spoken by the previous during the state presentation, Northeast, when it comes to silk, I think it's very unique because that's the only region in the country which produces all 4 varieties of silk that you know of. So, and they have a huge, heritage, valued culture. It is all very, it's all mixed and it's been there for ages. So very traditional knowledge which is existing. However, despite having all that, it does not really feature too much when it comes to the national figures, whether it is the production, whether it is export, etc. It has the potential, and therefore we need to look at commercialization of these activities, which otherwise largely remain, very community-based, and they are unstructured and unorganized also. So commercialization of silk, whether it is the raw silk, there is anything post-cocoon, needs very important and urgent intervention. So I would urge anybody here from the audience who is into the silk industry, we can certainly look at increasing the production as also the flow and the supply chain of the silk, not only in the domestic market but also internationally. So therefore, sericulture, that is the mulberry and tussar, and also the ericulture, which is also called the ahimsa silk, also referred as the peace silk. So in the connoisseurs of silk and people who actually are very conscious of fashion, they actually lend themselves, and Mr. Tagi just mentioned about his visit to the United States, where somebody picked this up and said that they wanted to know more about the peace silk, because there is an issue where the other types of silk where you actually have to kill the silkworm or the pupa. So ericulture actually can be an answer to a lot of issues today related to climate change, global warming, etc., etc. And we have a sustainable alternative to other material in terms of fabric. Capacity building at the cluster levels in any form which is related to craft or the craft industry, I think that is another area which must be looked at very intently. Design centers, we have a lot of art, we have a lot of craft, we have a lot of diversity. However, it somehow fails to actually appeal to the international market. So apparently we remain very very close to the culture. They are very traditional in nature. So to make them more contemporary, I think design centers which are very profound otherwise in bigger markets is something that certainly finds its way in Northeast. Extraction of other natural fibers like the bamboo is, we all know that Northeast has the maximum amount of bamboo in the country. Technology in terms of extracting the fiber from bamboo is not there. So therefore, this is an industry which has tremendous potential, and all states will be happy to partner with you in that. Warehousing, logistics, and integrated, export hubs for handloom and handicraft both. I think is another need and area which should interest you. Craft tourism or immersive tourism as we call it, I think that has a lot of potential in Northeast. And lastly, research. So anybody which is interested in research, we'll be happy to collaborate and take this partnership forward. Thank you very much. We are based out of Guwahati. So anybody who's interested can please get in touch with us, and we'll be happy to connect you to all other 8 states in Northeast as far as handloom and handicraft is concerned. Thank you very much. Grateful. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Brigadier Singh. We also have with us Commodore Rajiv Ashok. He is MD of Neramac Northeast Agricultural Marketing Corporation. If you can briefly introduce yourself in about 2 minutes.
Secretary NEC, dignitaries on and off the stage, dear investors, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon to you. As he mentioned, I'm Commodore Rajiv Ashok, and today happens to be my work anniversary. I retired exactly 1 year ago and took over MD of Neremac. So it's good to be here speaking to you today. Neremac is basically a Government of India public sector enterprise. We are under the Ministry of Donor, and we have been incorporated in 1982, so it's an old company. I thought I'll just walk you through in the next minute or so on what exactly we do so that we can work on convergences during the B2G subsequently. We have our head office at Guwahati, and we have a mandate in all the 8 states, and we have zonal offices in some of these states. Our primary mandate is in the agri-horti sector, and very recently we've also got a mandate in fishery and dairy. So we can start working in those sectors as well, though we have not started work as yet. Our mainstay, I think, is we have been given FPOs under the 10,000 FPO scheme of the Ministry of Agriculture, and we have 250 such FPOs. So out of which 55 have been mobilized because they were given a year earlier. The balance, around 200, were given in December last year. So we expect that by August, all the 250 will be functional. So the issue of aggregation of agri products has kind of been addressed, though transportation still remains a niggle. And subsequently, we're going to start working on cold storage and on food processing to ensure the longevity of products. We also work in GI, and we have got 13 products which we have facilitated for GI certification. We are in the process of user authorizing them so that investors like you can utilize that potential and sell the GI products at a better margin. There are 7 more produce that are under certification, and we are hopeful that by the end of the year, we'll reach the figure of 20 GI certified products. This is apart from what the states have processed on their own. This has purely been facilitated by Neremac. We also have food processing centers which are currently under revival. We have a pineapple processing center in Agartala, which should be functional for the winter crop. We have got a cashew processing center, which thanks to Secretary NEC, we've got funding for that, and should be functional by the end of this month, early August. We also have a ginger and turmeric processing plant at Meghalaya, which should again be operational by the end of this month. So that's where we have options. We can look at partnerships in food processing because food processing is desperately required in the Northeast, and we can look at those convergences. Apart from bulk, I'll just take another minute. Apart from bulk, we also do retail, and we white label the products. We've got entrepreneurs who have been onboarded. So if somebody is interested in getting these items in a bulk supply and repackaging them, we are open to that idea as well. We also undertake skill training, and we can look at convergence in that. We basically have MOUs with Food Processing Sector Skill Council, Rubber, and with the Agri Sector Skill Council. I look forward to interacting with all of you during the B2G session. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you. We now have the CMD NEDFI, Mr. Murthy. NEDFI is the Northeast Development Finance Corporation, and any of you investing in the Northeast, I think would do well to be connected with NEDFI to take care of your financial needs.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and my dear friends and investors, I am PVSL Murthy. I am Chairman and Managing Director of Northeastern Development Finance Corporation. We are basically into lending to the big projects, MSME, and also MFIs to enable them to go to far-flung areas. And we have a venture capital also. We invest in the startups. Coming to project finance, we are financing the rail project from Siliguri to Rangpo, and road projects in Mangaldoy and area. So all these industries from Hyderabad, especially Hyderabad, they are coming and taking the contracts, and we are financing them at an affordable rates because we are supported by Ministry of Donor with interest-free loans to us. So we pass it on the benefit to the industries operating in that area. So we work for all the 8 states. Apart from this, we administer the subsidies. For your information, maybe you might have been given the information, there is a capital subsidy scheme from the Government of India, which revised scheme is going to be announced very shortly, and broadly 30% of capital investment subsidy will be provided by the Government of India, up to 5 crores in certain areas, up to 7.5 crores in certain areas. So this is a subsidy for the capital subsidy. Then there is an interest subsidy in certain areas. There is some insurance subsidy, power subsidy. These are certain areas, they have the subsidy schemes. An important subsidy is a transport subsidy. Of course, transport subsidy only limited to rail transport and air transport, air cargo. Road, there is no subsidy as of now. We have been requesting Government of India with some safeguards to introduce that also, because this subsidy is very important, especially for the states like Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland. So we have to transport the food grains. It takes some time, so that it's costly. But still, government is actively considering. Otherwise, air cargo and rail subsidies are available. And apart from this, we also do advisory and consultancy services. A lot of studies we do on behalf of the state governments and also central government. And recently, if you see this bamboo, oil palm cultivation possibilities, processing centers, all that we have had a detailed study which was adopted by Prime Minister's office, and it is now implemented in the Northeast. There is a huge scope for oil palm cultivation and also establishment of processing units. You can just think about it, Mizoram and Arunachal and Assam, they are all actively coming forward because there is a sufficient land available there. So these are some of the studies. If you can just go to netfi.com, if you can just see the site, all these studies are free of cost, studies are available. You can just browse that, and you can, whatever subject you are interested, you can see those studies, or you can reach out to us. There is emails are available there, so that we will be giving you at free of cost soft copies. So these some of the studies we have done on the potentials available in this thing. And interestingly, this time, I think hotel industry is also being included in the subsidy scheme. So services are also coming into. So there is a huge opportunity of subsidy from central government. And some of the state governments are also actively providing, especially Assam government recently, large projects, they are giving specially some subsidies they are coming. And then tea tourism, they are now allowing some kind of a resorts and then hotels, not big hotel, but 5-star category. They are encouraging, there is up to 2 crores, there is a subsidy in that area also. So there is a lot of opportunities. Whether financing, we are financing definitely less than market rates, if it is a viable proposition. And there is subsidies are available, and all the state governments are there here to help you out. And we have a venture capital. We have a venture capital exclusively for 8 states, and there is venture capital established by NRL 30 crores as an angel fund. Government of Assam is actually considering to establish a venture capital of 225 crores, and Manipur and NEDFI, we have jointly established one venture capital for 30 crores. Like that, lot of opportunities. Just come and explore. And I forgot to tell you, recently, this API manufacturing, anybody pharma, if it is here, I have sent some invitation to some pharma also. API manufacturing in Assam, it's coming in very big way, and in Sikkim also. Other states, little, we have to see whether it is possible or not. But Assam and Sikkim, API manufacturing is coming up very well. You can explore that. And any other industry, as they have already shown you, food processing, all other things. Please come to Northeast. Lot of incentives are available. We are all there. I am basically from this part of country, but I am serving there. So welcome. So you have, apart from all, you have Telugu speaking me also. Anchit rendi tapakanda.
The Hyderabad Gaming Weekend 2023 was an exciting gaming event that brought together gaming enthusiasts, startups, and industry professionals, providing a platform to showcase the latest advancements in gaming and foster collaboration within the gaming community. During the event, engaging panel discussions took place, where participants shared their insights and perspectives on various gaming-related topics.
First, I want to say thank you, Kashyap, to give me this opportunity. And as I was into the gaming industry, I always fascinate about metaverse. And I think today is the best time to introduce in a very normal language so that people will understand. So before that, we continue. I want to call upon Rajat Oja, CEO and founder of Gametronics. So Rajat, before we continue, I just want to set up some ground. So for that, I want you to explain about what is metaverse in a very general perspective so that everyone can understand.
Before that, I'll take the liberty of explaining Hyderabad to people who are ignorant, right? So Hyderabad is the most thriving ecosystem there can be, right from the government level. When we started Metaverse, I'll come to that. The second client I had was the Telangana government. When did you see that, a government taking, plunge into something which is so new and so this thing, and so very forward thinking. And when I made Hyderabad my home, there was a reason. Hyderabad was the capital and it still is almost the capital of, the game industry in India. Of course, DSK happened in Pune and that stole some, shine from us, but Hyderabad is awesome. Coming back to what is metaverse, right? So the question, but Hyderabad is super awesome. Right from colleges, to the government, to the companies, to the ecosystem, to T-Hub, to people like STPI Image Tower and dedicated Image Tower and everything. So let me sell Hyderabad first, it is done. So now coming to the most interesting thing, what is metaverse? Too much confusion? Even developers, they are confused or they sell the confusion because that makes the whole world go round, because it's easy to raise fund when you start calling something as metaverse. It's easy to go out and say that you are metaverse hero because it's easy. So we also have our own, definition, just like everybody has. The only thing is we are not out there to raise fund, and we are not. We actually sit at the other side largely. But so our thesis is very simple. People call immersive world as metaverse, right? Gamers are living in that world forever, right? Even if you talk about social immersive world, Second Life has been around for ages, right? 2003 August onwards, right? So that's also done. Even if you say immersive world where you can do certain activities and then there is a lot of social interaction. Even Call of Duty and other games you can actually talk, like Counter-Strike also. Like you're meeting people, you are in an immersive world. For me, immersive world again, and then people started selling their old dabbas in the name of metaverse with their VR headsets. Put in VR headset, it's metaverse. Like, come on guys, if that is metaverse, that was there since 2006. They're pulling out all their old junk, and bringing it back in the name of metaverses and saying, see, here it is. We made those kind of things in 2006 with Vuzix headset, where we actually delivered to, defense forces. And I was talking to Colonel here and I said, like, we have simulated every single weapon Indian Army uses, every single tank, not every single, but T-72, T-90, BMP, ICVs and all. We've done. So then what is the missing element? What is, so we have covered the social interaction part, we have covered the immersive world, we have covered VR. All these things they don't define metaverse. For us, metaverse is when there is economy in the center of everything, and the interoperability, which we keep on saying, decentralization part of your assets. Imagine your Hello game, but can you take your gun around in other games and stuff? So it should be on a layer, it should be on a chain where we can actually, it should be interoperable. It's again, we are not there yet, but everybody, whoever is part of some part of the, I'm in the board of World Metaverse Forum, where we are trying to define what is the right definition, and this is the current accepted, this thing, economy. And when KPMGs and people like KPMG, they come, KPMG, Accenture, and lovely PwCs and Deloittes of the world, they come and they say people are going to spend 4 hours in metaverse, right? In next few years. What are they going to do? Why are they coming? Are they coming for just the assets, just for immersive world experiences, just for this thing? No. Immersive world experiences just for this thing? No. They're going to live in there, right? And why are they going to live in there? Because that's the place where they're going to make money also and spend their money and earning also. It's the Instagram, how you see like kids, they live in there, right? And there are people who are creating reels, right? They make a lot of money for buying things. They go out the Instagram. Now Instagram shop is also there, is a thing. But they go out, go to their Mintras and Flipkarts and all these guys, and then they do it, right? While in a true metaverse, and we are working with some of the largest possible player in this domain, where we are bringing both the options of earning and burning there, will probably unfold, because I don't want to answer this question such a long one. So, very simply, social immersive world where our assets are interoperable and at the same time it's completely decentralized, as we say, and economy is in the center of it. When we actually have our trailer, the biggest font and the biggest thing what we throw on people's faces is economy, right? वो नहीं है तो सब बकवास है, ना कोई नहीं आने वाला, ना कोई टिकने वाला, आके निकल जाने वाले हैं सब, ठीक है? And मैं उस जगह 4 घंटे तभी निकालूंगा जब मैं वहां पर जी सकूं. जीने का तरीका वही है कि वहां पर मैं कमा भी सकूं और उड़ा भी सकूं. And that's what is happening. This is what metaverse is for me.
Even I was imagining something else. So yeah, yes, definitely. Yeah, we can come up with even 50 or more. Everyone have 2 or 3 definitions for that. Yeah, and also I want to highlight one of the thing, like you supported Hyderabad, right? I'm from Hyderabad. Hyderabad made me a game developer. Hyderabad made me a founder. So I'm very glad to Backstage Pass. I'm passed out from Backstage Pass. I was in Hyderabad. And I started my first gaming company here. So Hyderabad is a good place and good ecosystem where I can meet people and get mentors. So definitely, guys, Hyderabad is not a bad place to start on. So moving ahead, I wanted to ask you a personal journey, how you came up to a metaverse from a gaming industry. Okay, I want to just have a quick snaps of that.
Quick news. So yeah, I'm in the industry for 28 years now. I've been making video games. I still don't see metaverse different from video games and all. So I'm still continuing that journey. I'm not branching out or anything like that. So I started. So some of the games, you guys, I don't know if you're aware, and some of the games I have IPs of Prince of Persia, Resident Evil, Battlefield, Splinter Cell, Asura's Wrath. My name's on it in various forms and factors. I worked with Jordan Mechner for Prince of Persia in the earliest days of Prince of Persia, and very closely associated. So I have been making games. I own the theme park and arcade rights of all the games I named already. So I'm like the global, even Capcom wants to do it, they cannot, they have to come to me for, and I built a video game theme park in Dubai called Hub Zero. Which actually got nominated for Brass Ring Award, which is the Academy Awards of theme park also. So that's a long story. But yeah, so I've been doing this, and other than that, I started my entrepreneurial journey in 2012 in the US. So most of my time was, of course, there. Then only you can work on these kind of titles and stuff. Briefly for a year in Belgium. But yeah, so in 2012, I decided to get into the, before that also, like while operating out of there, we built India's first PlayStation 3 games back in those days called SNS, which reached worldwide top 10 charts also on PlayStation. Surprising, because it was kind of a Lagan movement for us, because the game was completely done here in Hyderabad. People who never made games forget about making console game. And that too on PS3, which used to, that architecture of PS3 suck. A big time. So we did that, and in 2012 I started my company, today we have presence everywhere. How metaverse happened in 2014? Again, the wrong definition of metaverse, as people say. When we were doing a lot of, I started another vertical within my company called Games for, which now is a dedicated thing and all, but where we were doing for businesses. Like Games for is like games for banks, games for hotels, games for hospitality, games for this, games for that, all corporate level games, basically for training purposes. So one of the leading private sector bank reached out to us, and then the same thing we did for Microsoft as well, where 5,000 people were in the single room, and 3 of the CEO and ex-CEO of Microsoft were talking to them. Same thing happened with ICICI Bank also. So if you were still saying that immersive world where people can come and people can talk, another thing, we did it in 2014, right? And we did that, but when we were doing other IPs, another IP we did is SGS, which is the virtual. It's a pre-alpha right now. It's a virtual reality game. It's on Steam. We are going to launch it very soon on all the platforms possible. So now, especially now, Quick, because he mentioned Quick, you know. So so we brought it back to life in 2020 before pandemic happened. We wanted to get into the Web3 space because we were like a believer of that, especially understanding from different games and success stories and stuff. And we built our own chain instead of going after any existing chain and stuff. First step was building our own chain. The second thing is building the game layer on top of that. And all the successful metaverses right now, be it UEFN, which is now getting into the true sense of metaverse also, you can always see that their genesis is games, right? Fortnite is a game, and that gives the reason for people to keep coming back. So I'm still continuing that journey, so, and it's been awesome. If I've spent 28 years in one industry, I'm pretty sure it's a great industry. Otherwise I get bored very quickly and easily.
That's amazing, actually. So actually, I also wanted to your perspective to the policies metaverse needs, especially with how the government is going to tackle this, because like that's one of the questions I always have in my mind. Today I think I got an opportunity.
Yeah, a lot of, in fact, I have been interviewed, I think maximum number of times this question has come up in all my interviews globally or whatever, even on the TV is always like how the government is going to handle, like, so again, it needs to be that big that government takes it seriously, so it's not even, like there is this Biper Joy is coming somewhere, Bipar Joy, Biper Joy, however you want to call it, I don't know, then there is election coming, all these things are coming. Is such a minuscule thing for the government to even bother about, at this moment to be, is unfortunate. But the thing is, crypto and other things, government will definitely, come with, their regulations very quickly, because it creates the alternate governance, right? Government hates to share power, right? And if you give power to the public, the government power is gone, right? So they don't like it. So first thing, crypto maro, done. Unfortunate thing is most of the people think Web3, blockchain, crypto are the same thing. Crypto is a use case of that thing, so people have a different, again, a lot of confusion is created by developers also. Forget about, in the community. So government is, right now it's taking the only steps government is taking is because Daler Paji कपिल शर्मा शो पे चले गए और हमारे नंबर जाके बोल दिया उन्होंने कि हाउ मच वी मेड मनी. नेक्स्ट डे द गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट वाज सिटिंग इन माय ऑफिस आस्किंग पैसा कहाँ है, but the thing is that there is, just like we spoke about 50 different definitions of something, how do you regulate something which has different definitions? But we are working closely, and especially our TWAGA, which is a very active forum we have in Hyderabad, and we are working with different kind of policy makers, just like we have policies for our animation industry and other thing. We are figuring out how we can do that in the blockchain and Web3 space also. In fact, from what I'm seeing is that we are getting tremendous amount of support. I will talk about the regulation, but support wise, when ISRO wanted to do something, they came to us immediately, and like we want to make ISRO cool, right? And especially for kids and all those things. And that has been my pitch. One of the theme park we are making in Bangalore is with ISRO, right? And my problem is always that in India also people wear NASA t-shirts. You know, you ask someone, I want to be astronaut. Oh, really? Okay, what's your goal? Oh, NASA. Like, why? You know, ISRO has 85% success rate compared to 63% success rate of NASA, but NASA has done way too many things. So we are, if we are talking about it in terms of percentage, we have a great success rate, technically speaking. So yes, so there has been amazing things. So I think there has been support. At one hand, the second side is the NFTs and all those things, because there is a lot of crypto part associated, which I think will take its own sweet amount of time, especially just like online gaming and other things are being regulated. The similar kind of regulations will come. Bigger problem, and the number one problem for me is how people actually treat each other there. You know, all the kind of issues like, you know, like Facebook came up with their capsule system, you know, to protect, you know, harassment kind of a thing and stuff like that. So I think, you know, there has to be some onus is on us at this moment to make it a safer place. Government will not come and regulate this anytime soon. Government will definitely regulate things happening on the NFT front and crypto front, but rest of the things, onus is on developer to make it a safer, good, happy place so people come and spend time. I'm a metaverse guy, not necessarily a crypto guy, so I will not even go down that path. So metaverse is a safe place, and we need to make it a safe place, and we are providing a safe place for people to come and enjoy.
I think I agree you more on the path of where everyone has to take the responsibility to make it safe. Because even as a gamer, we used to do online gaming, and there's a lot of toxic gamers around the world. So yeah, nobody can stop that, because it's public. People will, if they have the mouth, they will speak. So it's all about We do KYC when we think the content is sensitive.
We had a Daruka Adda in one of the events and stuff. So we did, you know, we did KYCs for people coming in, because even though you're having digital Daru, we didn't want you to have that, and we didn't want you to patronize that. When we did Telangana event and ISRO event and all those, every single person had an invite. It was an invite only. So all the checks and other things were done before that itself. And metaverse is much more open than closed events. We are not an event platform. Events happen. You know, people are, even when you go there, you will see people visiting, talking to each other and all those things. So we are like Chalta Firta Facebook, Chalta Firta Tinder, Chalta Firta LinkedIn, however you want to use it. So again, there will be a lot of AI use cases. People say, oh, suddenly all the metaverse guys moved to AI. No. We didn't move to AI. We are using AI to complement whatever we are doing. You know, and to enable things where whatever you are talking, can I actually censor if I want to? Whatever you are texting, can I censor that? If you are putting all those kind of things, can I make your KYC digital? Can I make it? Even the creation of the world, we recently released a tool called Brahmand. Right? So in Brahmand, you can just with a text prompt, you can get the 3D world the way you want. And there has been a lot of news about it and stuff, Money Control and ET Times and all these guys actually covered it. It's still accessible only to people like Atkins and Bangalore Airport and some guys, you know. We haven't openly give it out to everyone, but in October we are handing out to the public. So you want to build your store, you can build the way you want. But there will be a lot of other AI filtering the content which will go there.
Perfect. I think this is too much of knowledge. So, so actually, I wanted to specify a very specific use case of metaverse, like working in collaboration. Okay, like what do you think? What's the future of it, and how is going to expand in its own?
That's a very simple, easy, immediate use case of metaverse working in collaboration. We learned it, you know, with Zoom, Meet, and all those things, and people like we had been using Discord, you know, for our internal meetings and everything. You know, people share streams, and you know, that's our everyday review meeting tool. Also, we have people across the world working with us, you know, and Discord is the so. That is already happening in one format, right? Passing it on it to the avatar systems and all those kind of other things, you know. There has to be. So there is a reason why you'll be doing it. Are you guys aware of Skyroot? Shame on you guys. So come on, like, India's the first private sector rocket which actually hit the space, came from Hyderabad. Pawan, right? So amazing guys. I love them. I love what they're doing. Imagine they're working in collaboration, right? They have 10 scientists sitting in America, 15 scientists sitting in Hyderabad, 5 scientists in Bangalore, 2 scientists in Bombay, and so on and so forth. Now they want to discuss the, the thruster systems or something like that. There is no other better way than immersive world. I'm not getting into the metaverse per se, because I'm going to the Facebook's horizon definition of metaverse right now. You bring the whole system right here, possible with video format or PPT format or format. So working in collaboration in these kind of scenarios is absolutely no brainer. I still don't call it a true metaverse because of my definitions and stuff like that. And soon the world is also kind of differing, more. I have seen your platform just now, pretty brilliant stuff. That is actually fit into my definition, where people are coming, creating, building on their own, running on its own. That is the power of that thing, interoperable chain, where things are moving back and forth without your interference. There is no authority on that, permissionless environment kind of, so these are like complicated words to confuse the people sitting here, but going back to that still fits into my thing. But yes, working in collaboration in all those kind of things. If I want to discuss any master plan, even tactical forces tomorrow, they can bring all the kernels, all the Faujis from different places and stuff, and they can actually do the tactical planning right here itself. There is no better way to do the tactical planning than in an immersive world, where multiplayer immersive social world basically. So yeah, so it's definitely it's absolutely no brainer. Like, you're gonna see more and more use cases. I still don't buy my Mark Zuckerberg's solution, but still, thank you.
Yes, definitely. Even I work in Unreal, so even I work in a 3D like collaboration way, and it's amazing. It's one of the best things, and it's useful. It's very, very useful for even especially for designers. Yeah. So my next question goes to you. What role can cryptocurrency and the blockchain holds in the metaverse? Like, what exactly?
Blockchain is the backbone, right? So it's running on, that's the soul of a true metaverse, as I'm speaking, and that's why off-the-chain metaverses are not metaverses for me. Again, I'm biased, but I'm biased because I took a very calculated decision when it started. I could have gone with the off-the-chain metaverse also, which is off-chain kind of thing, because that time that was easier for me, coming from the Unreal background, coming from game background and all those things. Build an immersive world, add VR and say, hello, here is my metaverse, right? It's as simple as that, what Horizon does and all these guys do. So I don't think, so blockchain remains, because we are talking about interoperability, we are talking about NFTs and utility-based NFTs. We are talking about how we can actually earn money, how we can spend money. Of course, that can be switchable to the, money is always bringing the crypto part, but not necessarily. In our system, we have a Razorpay system and ETH system as well. So it's a bullion. We set it to, okay, take fiat currency, it does fiat currency. So crypto, I won't say at this moment, just to be safe and just because it's getting recorded, and I don't want, government officials to knock my doors again, is a choice. But blockchain is the soul. You can't live without that, so.
Perfect. So at the end, actually, I wanted to ask you, what was your lessons in this journey, the translating from the gaming industry to a metaverse industry? Okay. Yeah, you definitely. Even I agree, metaverse is nothing but an expansion of a gaming industry. But like, if you see what challenges you face in the transitions, I get it. Yeah.
Oh, so very interesting question though. Sorry, that was just a joke. When you're making a game, what defines the game? The rule sets, right? You are playing by the rules of the designer, not by your own rules and stuff, right? Even though you're playing Far Cry or you're playing Elden Rings or you're playing Witcher, where tons of options are there, all the options are provided by one guy somewhere, sitting somewhere, right? He is the core guy, right? So consider this like my house rules, right? Versus the minute you step out, right? It's the things you can do and you do, right, are your choices. There's so many choices you make, so many things you do, and that's why I hate some of the. Have you played Riders Republic? Recently got to know you. Just in case if you want to keep using their bikes and stuff, you need to keep paying them 2,000 rupees every year. Like why? Like why should I do that? I bought the game, right? So we all know how Ubisoft and all these guys have lost the plot with in-app purchases, even in the console games and stuff and all. But still, the rules are defined by someone. Now I'm talking about a Wild West, right? You come in, you do whatever shit you want to do, right? You want to make money, you decide the rules of making money. Instagram. There's this guy, Trevor, right? Golden Retriever dog. Makes $5 million a year. Right? Banana and 5 million or 5 crore, sir. 5 crore. Sorry. But a year. Dog. Right? So my dog sleeps. So, but the thing is that interesting aspect here is that it's giving you a platform, where people are taking decisions and doing whatever they want to do, right? Similarly, in Metaverse, I had to think from that point of view. What all possibilities I can provide that people feel that they can do pretty much everything, but still be somewhere under my governance, be the god, be the government, right? Where tax lenge, they cannot commit certain crimes. So I'm doing the policing part right now a little bit, but people don't realize. Van Heusen recently opened a store in my metaverse. It was their choice what kind of store they wanted to open. It was their choice. It was their choice to bring in the band also for the opening day. Of course, band part was done by us because we have not handed over that tool yet to the people. So we did the showbaji and all those things, but we are in November also. We are also handing it out to like your 4 friends. One guy can go and drum, one other person can hold the guitar. You can create your own band with all the aesthetics and everything. One click particles, one click this, one thing click this. So it's a wild west. So thinking of all possibilities or kicking out all the possibilities and letting them do whatever they think is possible is the power of metaverse and what the power so that required a lot of understanding and everything, and still I won't say that we have even scratched the surface. We're working with 240 plus brands right now. We have a very decent 180,000 daily active users coming on our plate to the entire thing. Yet we are figuring out. It will take 5 years probably. Then we'll call ourselves whatever launcher for their devices and stuff.
I'm very much amazed. Home elevators has a huge scope. Elevators require regular maintenance for sure. Planning to expand our units and manufacture elevator equipments in Hyderabad. If you are going for UPVC or any other material, you need to go for a grill. Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. This is the day 2 and we can already feel the buzz. We can hear the buzz here. I think it started off on a great note on day 1. Today I have with me Avinash Challa, who's the founder CEO of Cube IoT. And let's understand, they have put one of the stalls here and let's understand what their business into. They're doing some amazing products with a cutting edge technology, state of art. So let's talk to them and understand what their company is into and what kind of product they're building and how they're going to revolutionize the construction of the real estate industry with it. Avinash, welcome to the show. Thank you so much. So Avinash, let's start by understanding you itself. Avinash, as a founder, CEO of the company, tell us something about you. I'm very much amazed to see the outstanding response what we are getting in our FTCCI stall, which we have placed just nearby the stage. And
See, I started my journey into entrepreneurship in 2006 when one day I got stuck in an elevator for about 2 hours. And then I have realized that if there is any company which can give instant service within 1 or 2 hours, it would be very helpful. Then I found that there is no company such. Then I started a lift maintenance company in 2006-7, and then later on, immediately within 6 to 7 months, I have realized that having maintenance company is not just enough until and unless it is your elevator. So our first product is Cube elevators. We started our journey with that, and in Hyderabad we have installed so many elevators, which are hydraulic home lifts, which are electric traction elevators, machine room lifts, machine room less elevators, screw based elevators, rack and pinion lifts, goods elevators. You name any type of elevator, we are into manufacturing of different types of elevators, and starting from 2 passenger up to about 50 passenger, we can provide elevators with. And we started this whole journey so our first product is actually elevators. For about 10 years we we supplied elevators, and then in 2017 we have named the whole organization as Cube IoT, which stands for Internet of Things. So because with the latest innovation and technology which is developing across the globe, we thought we should bring it to our company, to our country, and explore new opportunities, export our products across the globe with the latest smart elevators. So we have made our elevator, which is we made it a voice operated elevator. You can operate the elevator with your mobile. And the panels, earlier you have a regular stainless steel panels. We have changed those panels and integrated them with the new touch panels technology. So then with the new item to the cart of touch panels, we started supplying touch panels to homes as well, apart from elevators. So our Cube IoT, apart from elevators, as we have entered into touch panel manufacturing, so you can replace all your old switchboards with the latest, 100% reusable plastic. You can have a beautiful touch panel with your family photo or a beautiful scenery of Mona Lisa. So, like, if you look at constructions, generally you will observe all the button switches are hidden to one of the corners. Now with this technology available, you can have a proper switchboard. It can be center of the hall as a beautiful photo frame, and it can have touch switches also. So with Internet of Things, we have elevators, we have touch switches which are integrated with Alexa and your mobile or Google Home, voice control, and we have switchable glasses as well.
That's interesting. A big range of, huge range of products that you're doing, and within elevators, you kind of different varieties which can be customized based on customer requirement. Now I understand it. So we regularly see paper ads and TV ads coming up where people are trying to say, promoting home elevators. Where do you see the market today? What is the size of the market, and where do you see it's going in coming time?
See, home elevators has a huge scope. Example, if you just think about, Hyderabad, Hyderabad is a growing city. You go to GHMC and get the stats of how many elevators or how many buildings are getting constructed in a month. We came to know with a proper analysis. I'll tell you how we have done that analysis, but we came to know about 3,000 homes are getting constructed and getting handed over every month in and around Hyderabad, that is in our Telangana state. So out of which 10% are apartments, rest all are independent houses. If it is an independent house, if it is more than a floor, ground plus 2 floors, if you don't have an elevator inside your building, the second floor is going to become basically no one is going to use that. It will become a storeroom. So people are opting for this new technology of home elevators in almost every house, because now in especially Hyderabad, you can see per SFT cost, in a villa is costing about 8,000 rupees. Imagine your second and third floors in a villa are not utilized at all. So you are at loss of money, right? And elevator is only a product in which it adds value to a building. Imagine a apartment ground plus 3 floors without an elevator. Each flat would cost about 30 lakh rupees. If you have an elevator, each flat would cost about 40 lakh rupees.
So elevators are value add to your house, even if it's an independent villa, right? Absolutely. So the obvious question is, around safety of the of these elevators, because regular maintenance would be required in home. Domestic maintenance is usually ignored as compared to in gated communities, let us say flats where there is a maintenance corpus, people spend money on maintenance required, whereas in a domestic one probably people would not spend so much. So safety, is that something would be of a concern?
When coming to elevators, all across the globe, there are some safety standards. And in our country, you have BIS standards. So any installation company should follow all these guidelines of elevator standards which are already there. However, in some states, it is mandated. In our state, it is yet to be mandated. So for now, we have safety standards, but there are no rules by the government.
What my question was, if you see, maintenance is not on the priority list, when it comes to domestic household, right? If somebody was to ignore that, would that be a safety concern for a domestic or a home lift?
Absolutely. See, for elevator, just like a vehicle, elevator is vertical transportation, right? So it should have all the safeties and the maintenance should be done regularly. If anyone ignores safety, then it may cause any kind of accident. So that is the reason government should have some mandate rules on to how a lift should be installed, who should install the lift. Like in all other states like Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Delhi, you have certain rules. If someone doesn't follow the rule, there is penalty. Telangana government also, it formed a Lift Act, but it is yet to be implemented. Hopefully, after these elections, we'll get Lift Act as well. So, yeah. So, elevators require regular maintenance for sure, and you cannot ignore on it.
So, Indian market is very price conscious market, right? So if somebody wants to know what does it cost to have a 2-man lift or a 4-man lift, how would you give a costing? Is it per square feet? How does it work?
Elevators, so sometimes we get calls asking for, sir, do I get elevator for 1 lakh rupee? Okay. So no, you will not get an elevator for 1 lakh rupee. Elevators as of now are little expensive, especially in Indian market. If you see, most of the parts we are importing. At manufacturing setups needs to come in our country. So as of now, few parts are imported. So especially home lifts are very expensive. The starting range of a home lift starts from about 6 lakh rupees with a manual door elevator. If it is a hydraulic lift which has no pit requirement and no headroom requirement, it costs about 6 lakh rupees. And generally, if the size is small, the lift cost is more. Why? Because if it is a standard 6-passenger elevator, you have more apartments which are using the same standard 6-passenger elevator. So the cost is average because all the parts which we buy for a 6-passenger elevators are standardized most of the time. Whereas in a 2-passenger elevator, because there is a lot of customization which needs to be done, the cost is, as of now, it is on higher side. But hopefully in coming years, India will have better manufacturing facilities, and we are also planning to expand our units and manufacture elevator equipments in Hyderabad, so making the cost on lower end.
That was my next question actually, that you as a innovation company, would Cube IT get into manufacturing of some of the parts that you're importing? You already answered that. So what I would like to know is, if you are planning to get into that, what is the size of the market for that particular part, if you could talk about?
See, basically, it's a very simple calculation. Like in India, there are more than 12,000 lift installation companies. Johnson, Schindler, Tyson, Mitsubishi, Kuhn are our competitors who are multinational companies. We have also supplied lifts to UAE and Mauritius. Whole world is looking at Indian market because there is rapid growth in construction industry over here, and the market size is so huge. Like each elevator would cost about on an average 5 lakh rupees, and if you just multiply 5 lakhs with about 3,000 elevators just in Telangana and Andhra, just multiply with 20 states at least. So the market is about 3,000 crores market is there for elevators per month. So the business is so huge. But once if we have regulations like how you have in other countries, then the entire industry will be streamlined. As of now, the industry is unorganized. We are also waiting for for one rule across the country, so that an elevator company in Hyderabad can, as of now, can't install lifts in Bangalore, because again you should take license in Bangalore. But imagine you have a single rule across the country, so we'll have better opportunities throughout the country. But
you get a better marketplace.
Yes, but as of now, once we become a manufacturer, currently we are OEM, we manufacture few parts, rest parts, as I have mentioned, we are importing from other states and other countries. So manufacturers has better opportunity, because supply of goods anyone can do. But installation of lift is regulated and there is a license system in it.
Now coming to the other product that Cube IoT do, I know you are into specialized doors, into windows. So if you could talk about, architectural lighting, if you could talk about that as well.
See, now you understood that we are manufacturing elevator cabins, right? When we can manufacture an elevator cabin with a CNC machine, with the same machine we can also manufacture a door and a window. So basically we are currently using Tata steel with galvanized iron and manufacturing beautiful wooden finished steel doors. And also we have manufacturing windows with composite panel. To talk about advantages of wooden finished steel door first, in our country most of us like that wooden finish, right? Over here also you can see wooden finished tables here and all. So when people like wooden finish, but each door, if you need to manufacture, you need to cut down 2 trees. So a whole planet is conscious about how it is with global warming, how it is going to affect our planet and all. So to save the planet also, there should be some new regulations. And more importantly, advantages for a customer who buys a steel door compared with a wooden door is, wooden door, it changes size with the weather conditions. If it is a rainy season, this is a rainy season we have entered, right? You can also see in your home that, some doors will keep getting stuck. But whereas in steel door, it is always the same door what you will have. And imagine that you have a wooden door and you use it for about 20 years. Okay, then you will scrap it out. You will not get anything, right? Whereas in case of a steel door, even if you scrap it after some time, Tata says that their steel will not get rust for about 50 years at least. But even if you just think about it, after 20 years, if you need to change these doors with the new doors, even if you scrap it, the steel rate will always go high and you will get back whatever investment you have done. So we are giving customer, Tata has their own product called Tata Pravesh. Now we are doing Cube steel doors and windows, and we are associated with a manufacturer called Axis, who has a manufacturing setup in Hyderabad itself. So our Cube steel doors have the speciality of the customization. Generally, whatever size you want, even for your existing house, if you want to replace the doors, or if it is a school, if it is a hospital, if it is a shopping mall, whatever custom sizes requirement you have, just like how we are customizing our elevators to the required size, we are customizing doors and also windows to the requirement of the client. And generally we take about 30 days to deliver our steel doors and windows, whereas for elevators we take about 90 days to install the elevator. Coming to our windows come with composite material. Like the window frame is made out of galvanized iron, and it has inbuilt grill. If you are going for UPVC or any other material, you need to go for a grill on top of the window, which may look very ugly, because you need to get it fabricated from outside and you need to get it fixed on top of the window. Whereas when you look at our window, it has inbuilt grill facility, and the grill is also made out of galvanized iron. So you have a galvanized iron grill, galvanized iron door frame, and openable windows and sliding windows which are made out of aluminium. And if you want a mesh to it, we have stainless steel option, galvanized iron option, we have fixed meshes, sliding meshes, and also roll-on meshes. So we have multiple options in window segment as well.
That's impressive range of products. Also, one advantage is with your iron doors and windows, wherever there are a problem of termite, this can, you save that. So, now coming to the event itself, how's been the experience at Expo? What are your thoughts?
See, I got amazing connects over here. This event is outstanding. Mr. Varun, who is joint director here, he has helped us a lot. Mr. Kiran, who has actually introduced us to FTCCI, was so cordial. So it is happening in a very good way. See, I came to meet you also here. And yesterday, there was a team from Vietnam who said that they'll help us in exporting our products to Vietnam. So I met our energy minister. I told him about LIFT Act, and he said that, he'll also help us and our industry as well.
Well, many congratulations and all the best to you in your future. And I hope your Vietnam export business starts off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, organized by the Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FTCCI, was held from 28th to the 30th of June 2023 in Hyderabad. The event saw the latest advancements in the technology, also provided startups an opportunity to network with industry leaders.
Welcome to the FTCCI Industrial Innovation Technology Expo 2023. We shall soon commence the inaugural ceremony, and I request all of you to please join us for the ceremony. Can we have a big round of applause for our chief guest for today, Mr. Jagdish Reddy, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana. I also take this opportunity to invite President Mr. Anil Agarwal onto the stage, Dr. C. Tara Satyavati, Director ICAR, Indian Institute of Millets Research, Hyderabad, Mr. Srinivas Mahakali, CEO T-Hub, Hyderabad, Dr. E. Vishnu Vardhan Reddy, IFS, Special Secretary, Investment Promotion and NRI Affair, and Joint Managing Director, TSTPC, Mr. Dasraya Balaya, Regional Passport Officer, as well as the representative of the Ministry of External Affairs, Mr. Suresh Kumar Singhal, Vice President FTCCI, Mr. Meela Jaydev, Senior Vice President FTCCI. A very warm welcome to all of you on the stage. We also thank Government of Telangana for partnering with the FTCCI for this event. The Expo is supported by Ministry of MSME, Indian Institute of Millets Research, International Crops Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics, Central Food Technology Research Institute, Index of Industrial Production, Telangana State Girijan Cooperative Corporation, mystartuptv, T-Hub, PNI Hyderabad, Telangana State Renewable Energy Development Corporation, Grid Club, and Telangana State Industrial Infrastructure Corporation, TSIIC. We would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge our sponsors, ICICI Bank, who is our banking partner, Quantum Energy Associate Sponsor for EV, 4 Solar Energy Systems Private Limited Associate Partner for the Renewable Energy, Standard Kitchen for Food Sector, Pokarna, our annual partner, Vishwarni Associate Partner, Nistala Organics, our associate partner, Dana Pani, who is handling the food court, as well as last but not the least, our title sponsor, Greenco. So a big round of applause, and thank you so much to all our sponsors and partners who have come together and had this faith in the FTCCI, because this is our maiden exhibition that we are doing. Your feedback is very, very valuable, and we will come back to you with that. I now invite Mr. Anil Agarwal, President FTCCI, to give the welcome address.
Sri Jagdish Reddy Garu,
Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana, Dr. E. Vishnuvardhan Reddy Garu, IFS Special Secretary, Investment Promotion and Joint Managing Director of TSTPC, Dr. Mrs. C. Tara Satyavati, Director, Indian Institute of Millet Research, Sri Dasari Balaya Garu, our Regional Passport Officer and representative of MEA, Sri Srinivas Raoji, CEO of T-Hub, and all the other dignitaries on and off the dais, print and press media, ladies and gentlemen. It's very good afternoon and hearty welcome to FTCCI iTech Expo 2023. On behalf of FTCCI, I extend my warmest greetings and gratitude to each one of you for sparing your valuable time to join us for this expo. We are also happy to inform you that this is our maiden and first edition. More to come. Expo of FTCCI, in which we are covering innovation and technology, and it is being supported by Government of Telangana and Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Expos are generally created, and this expo is mostly created to make aware of the latest innovation and technologies which are taking place in various sectors, so that all the industries, particularly MSME, can adopt and benefit by modernizing their operation, thereby reducing their cost and become more efficient. I thank Sri Jagdishwar Reddy Garu and other esteemed guests for inaugurating this expo. I also invite MSME fraternity to go around the expo to have a look at all the products and innovations that are being displayed, and also they can have a B2B meeting with the exhibitors. And I'm happy to inform you also there is a delegation which is coming from Vietnam. 14-member delegation is coming from Vietnam. They will be visiting the expo, and already there are more than 100 requests for B2B meetings. I thank all the sponsors and supporting organizations for their cooperation and encouraging us for the success of this expo. Last but not the least, I also want to thank Team FTCCI and congratulate and compliment them for organizing this expo. Special thanks to Mr. Varun, our Joint Director, who is in charge of this expo along with his team, and who is well supported by our marketing department headed by Mr. Vishal Chauhan and Mr. Rajesh. He is the person who is on the field and executes all our programs. They have worked hard, and it is their dedication and hard work has resulted in this. So once again, thank you for joining us for this expo.
I now invite Dr. C. Tara Satyavati, Director, ICAR, for the special address.
A very good afternoon to you all. Most respected Sri Jagdish Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana, Dr. E. Vishnuvardhan Reddy, IFS, Mr. Anil Agarwal, Khyati Narwani ji, Suresh Kumar Singhal ji, Mila Jaydev ji, then Dasar Balaya ji, and all other dignitaries who are present here. I'm really thankful for the organizers for inviting me to this program. All of you know that this year 2023 is International Year of Millets, and India is marching from food security to nutritional security. And all of you are aware that most of you are either troubled with blood pressure or sugar or some other ailment, because our lifestyle is so that it is hectic, stressful, and we forgot to eat what our ancestors or our grandparents are used to eat. We are totally dependent on rice, wheat, and other refined flour-based items, food items. Even if you look into the most available food products in the market, all are based on the refined flours, which are really not good for health. So with this background, I try to bring to you that millets are the most nutritious cereal grains, and they're named as nutri-cereals because they're rich in many important nutrients, vitamins, essential elements that are really, really essential for our body. And if you look into the international export market, there is a big market, very, very big market, where there is big demand for organically grown food material and gluten-free material, gluten-free foods. Gluten, that is celiac allergy, people who are suffering with that, they can understand. There is a big international market. So India is having lot of potential because millets are grown here all over the country. Many types of millets are grown and many products are being developed from millets. We at Indian Institute of Millets Research, where I'm serving as the director, we have our own Nutri Hub, a Section 8 company where we do hand-holding of entrepreneurs, startups, and there are many products being developed and trainings are given to the people who are interested in coming up with their own employment or entrepreneurs or startups. So we give them training and handhold them and launch their products into the market, and all kinds of trainings are given there. So if someone is interested in this gathering, who are interested in taking up millet promotion, there is good fund coming from government, MSME, and many other channels are open for this taking up of exports and developing products and sending abroad based on the millets. So if you have time and if you are interested, you can visit our institute, Indian Institute of Millets Research, or you can also visit our website. There is another website called Nutri Hub, which is again dealing with all these millet-based products and technologies. So thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Really, it would be heartening to see that there are many millet products and other things here, but the world is going towards millets and there is big market. So I request all of you to kindly look into that and tap that unexplored area and benefit. Thank you.
I now invite Mr. Srinivas Mahakali, CEO, T-Hub, for the special address.
Honorable Minister, sir, Anil Agarwal ji, Vishnu Reddy Garu, Sri Balai Garu, Jati Garu, Jaydev Garu, Satyavati Garu, dignitaries on and off the dais. Today is a particularly memorable day for us at T-Hub because today was the day, exactly a year ago, we moved into the new premises. So T-Hub was unveiled last year, and yesterday was also a particularly important day because yesterday was MSME day. Right? So two important dates for all of us, and clearly, the two things I wanted to talk about is when we are, the role of T-Hub we are looking at is T-Hub is a ecosystem orchestrator or orchestrator, enabler, facilitator. So when you're thinking of a entrepreneurial ecosystem, you need startups, you need large companies, you need funding entities, you need media, you need academic institutions, and you need large industry bodies like FTCCI to come together to build a entrepreneurial ecosystem. So I think two things which stand out is the consistent support we receive from FTCCI all along. I'm also happy to, I think they announced a new category this year, the Startup Award, the 23rd category. I think it will be a big boost to our startups. Obviously, we believe that many of our startups today are micro entities. They will scale over a period of time to becoming small and then also become medium, right? So I think all the support we are getting from FTCCI by way of, for example, this event, ITEX, is a great opportunity for our startups to get market access, right? So we put together a framework at T-Hub in terms of how we can support our startups. One, of course, is methodology. Second is market access. Third is money. Fourth is mentoring, and so on. So the market access part, which today, many of our startups are here already, I think they'll get a tremendous opportunity for exposure to meet, so many B2B opportunities as well as meet, partners. So thank you for having us here, and look forward to building a very strong ecosystem for scaling our startups with the active support of FTCCI. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And we also would like to thank T-Hub for all the support that you've extended to our team. I now invite Dr. E. Vishnu Vardhan Reddy, IFS Special Secretary, Investment Promotion and NRI Affairs and Joint Managing Director, TSTPC, for the special address.
Honorable Energy Minister Jagdish Reddy Garu, President FTCC Anil Agarwalu, Vice President Devegala Garu, Srinivas, my colleague Srinivas Garu from T-Hub, Dasri Balay Garu, Regional Passport Officer, Ms. Satyavati from ICAR, and of course Ms. Kathy, and other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and media colleagues. At the outset, I would like to congratulate FTCCA and bringing this big show in a very short span of, I think, less than 3 months that they have been working on. The exhibition is very impressive. There's no doubt about it, and and it's also good to know that you also have international participation. You've been able to attract and encourage international participation in the first edition itself. It's a matter of pride for everyone. I think a big applause to FTCCA and their entire team. This exhibition also happens to be special because I think this year, from Telangana government perspective, as all you know, we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of our state formation. And I think this is another area of pride which we should all, acknowledge, because the kind of achievements that government of Telangana has spearheaded is unprecedented in independent India history. It has been across all sectors, it's been holistic, it has been inclusive. There are n number of ways we can showcase our achievement, whether it is agriculture or IT or industry, or for the matter, the main three reasons that inspired Telangana's struggle for an independent state, whether it is water, power, or resources or employment. In all the areas, we have done spectacular achievements. And I think we should be proud of all these achievements, irrespective of whether you belong to Telangana or not, because this has become a role model for the entire country. That's number one. The number two responsibility that we all should take is that we should showcase these achievements. Its time has come where we need to showcase this not just to the rest of the country, but also to the world. Because today you look at the areas that we have shown tremendous progress. I mean, basic thing like water. We are the only state where we have been able to achieve 100% piped water distribution to all households in the country. This is something no other state in independent India has achieved. So from say water to energy, we have big, and to industry and IT. I think in all areas, it is time that we take pride of our achievements and showcase them. And in that particular context, I think the industry and IT stakeholders who have come together and supported the government in its various endeavors has been tremendous. And of course, industry association like FTCCA have been taking the lead from the beginning. Without their support and without bringing all the stakeholders together, we would have not been in this position. So I'm very glad that you have conceptualized this, and also executed in a record short span of time. Today's topic happens to be innovation, and this is another area where again Government of Telangana has done some amazing things. Mr. Srinivas, represents one of the biggest achievements that our government has done in the innovation ecosystem, creating a world-class infrastructure and also process flows through an institutional framework that spreads from T-Hub to T-Works to V-Hub to RICH to TSIC. So the entire area of innovation from startups and entrepreneurship to social innovation to rural innovation, I think all the areas have been covered, and that shows the kind of forward-looking perspective that Government of Telangana has exhibited in terms of promoting job creators rather than job seekers. I think while we have established ourselves as the innovation hub of the country, I think we have to ensure that in the next steps that we take, this innovation percolates across all strata of the society, and the actual benefits in terms of social impact are achieved in the coming years. Having said that about innovation, I should also leave with a final thought that innovation is not necessarily related to technology processes or IT processes. I think one area which our Honorable Minister K.T. Ramarao repeatedly says is the 3I mantra, which inspires the Government of Telangana, is innovation, infrastructure, and inclusive growth. I think when he says about innovation, it's not just about technology or industry innovation. It's also about how governance is also innovates. The classic example here, and where I represent the industries department, is the kind of transformational policy that we have taken in terms of supporting the industry through the policy called TS-IPAS, which is one of the best and well demonstrated single window system in the country, which assures the right, which bestows the right on the industry to start its operations from day one without any permissions that are required from the government. I think so. Innovation is essential not just for industry but all spheres of socio-economic activity, and that is an imperative for the next generation also, because unless we inculcate that innovative thinking in our day-to-day work, whether it is education or whether it is employment or whether it is industry or IT, I think we cannot reach the ultimate goal of making Telangana and making India as a knowledge economy. I think to reach that ultimate target, I think innovation becomes the crux for everyone. And today's exposition, which showcase innovation across multiple sectors, we've seen many stalls. Minister Garu was very patient to go through all the stalls. So you could see the innovation from packaging to food processing to logistics to electronics everywhere. We've seen that, but I think more and more innovation should happen. While startups and next generation entrepreneurship will help us achieve that, even the traditional industries should also spend more energies and more efforts in incorporating R&D and trying to compete not with their counterparts in India, but try to compete with counterparts from abroad, so that slowly but steadily we become integral to global supply chains and we achieve the ultimate objective of making Telangana an industrialized economy, a knowledge economy, and achieve, as our Chief Minister says, Bangaru Telangana. So thank you once again for the opportunity, and wish you all success to organizers and to all the participants who are attending this expo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and also the reassurance and for the support of Government of Telangana towards the FTCCI. I now invite Mr. Dasraya Balaya, IFS Regional Passport Officer and also the representative of Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India.
Good morning all, and good morning sir, the guests on the dais and the guests in the audience. It is a great day in the history of Telangana, the first ever industrial exhibition on the part of the FTCCI being conducted here. And we all know, we are all celebrating the 10 glorious years of Telangana formation, and Telangana as a state achieved so many great things. And we, as a passport office, Telangana, we are also making so many inventions so that we can meet the requirement of the Telangana people. And whenever any industry, especially from this MSME sector or any small scale industry people comes to us, we all cooperating with them and giving the best possible efforts. So to match the progress of Telangana state, we from the MBA side are scaling up our operations, and we are trying to match the development and aspirations of Telangana people here. So in this process, Saturdays we started working so that the ever increasing demand post this Corona break, we have been extending our operations on Saturdays, and in the RPO Secunderabad also we opened one a special counter for the daily dealing with the people. So to match with the aspirations of Telangana, we are also making our best possible efforts. And on this maiden industrial exhibition, I congratulate FTCCI and I thank all the people here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and also the support towards the FTCCI. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the keynote address by Mr. Jagdish Reddy, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana.
FTCCI ప్రారంభించిన ఈ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ఇనాగ్రల్ సెషన్కి అధ్యక్షత వహిస్తున్న ప్రెసిడెంట్ అనిల్ అగర్వాల్ గారు, వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ జయదేవ్ గారు, ఇతర గెస్టులు శ్రీనివాస్ మాంకాలి గారు, సత్యవతి గారు, సురేష్ గారు, విష్ణువర్ధన్ రెడ్డి గారు, బాలయ్య గారు, ప్రోగ్రాం మొత్తం కూడా కండక్ట్ చేస్తూ ఉన్న ఖ్యాతి గారు, కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొన్న అందరికీ నా నమస్కారాలు. ఈ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ పెట్టే ఆలోచన ఒక మంచి ఆలోచన. కొత్త వాళ్ళని ఎంకరేజ్ చేయడానికి, కొత్తగా ఎంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్‌షిప్ అలవాటు చేయడానికి ఇది ఎంతో ఉపయోగపడుతుంది, అందులో సందేహం లేదు. ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని నిర్వహించిన FTCCIకి నేను అభినందనలు తెలియజేస్తూ, వాస్తవానికి తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం వచ్చిన తర్వాత వస్తున్న అభివృద్ధి, అన్ని రంగాల్లో వస్తున్న అభివృద్ధి, దానికి సంబంధించిన ఫలితాలు ప్రజలకు అందించడంలో ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు చేస్తున్న కృషి, భారతదేశంలో అత్యంత వేగంగా అభివృద్ధి చెందుతున్న రాష్ట్రంగా తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం నిలబడింది అనే విషయంలో ఏం సందేహం లేదు. కేవలం 9 సంవత్సరాల కాలంలోనే 90 సంవత్సరాల అభివృద్ధిని తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం సాధించింది అంటే అది తప్పకుండా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి ఆలోచన, కేసీఆర్ గారి యొక్క విజన్, కేసీఆర్ గారి యొక్క కృషి, పట్టుదల. విష్ణు గారు చాలా విషయాన్ని ప్రస్తావించారు. అదేవిధంగా మిత్రులు కూడా చాలా విషయాలు ప్రస్తావించారు. ప్రత్యేకించి ఇండస్ట్రీస్ సంబంధించి భారతదేశంలో ఎక్కడ కూడా ఎవరి ఊహకందంత వేగంగా తెలంగాణలో, హైదరాబాద్లో ఇవాళ ఇండస్ట్రీ విస్తరిస్తుంది అంటే దానికి ప్రధానమైన కారణం మన తెలంగాణ ఇండస్ట్రీ అండ్ ఐటీ మినిస్టర్ కేటీఆర్ గారు. కేటీఆర్ గారు ఇండస్ట్రీ మినిస్టర్గా, ఐటీ మినిస్టర్గా తీసుకోవడం అనేది నిజంగా కూడా ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండే పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలందరి అదృష్టంగా మనం భావించవచ్చు. ఇవాళ టీ హబ్ కావచ్చు, వి హబ్ కావచ్చు, మనం తీసుకొచ్చిన ఐపాస్ కావచ్చు, అనేక అద్భుతాలని సృష్టిస్తాము. కొత్త కొత్త యువత బ్రహ్మాండంగా ధైర్యంగా ముందుకు వస్తూ ఉన్నారు. కేటీఆర్ గారు తనకున్న పరిజ్ఞానాన్ని, తనకున్న అనుభవాన్ని ఇతర దేశాలలో తను చూసి వచ్చి నేర్చుకొని వచ్చిన ప్రతి అక్షరాన్ని ఇవాళ ఇక్కడ అమలు చేస్తూ తెలంగాణ ప్రజలకి దాని ఫలితాలను ఎట్లా అందించాలని చెప్పి చేస్తున్న ప్రయత్నం ఇవాళ ఇంత మంచి ఫలితాలు ఇస్తా ఉంది. నిజంగానే తెలంగాణ ఇంత తొందరగా అభివృద్ధి జరుగుతుందని ఎవరు కూడా ఊహించలేదు, ఎవరు అనుకోలేదు. ప్రత్యేకించి విద్యుత్ రంగంలో వచ్చిన అభివృద్ధి, దానికి తోడుగా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు స్వయంగా ఆలోచించి తీసుకొచ్చిన ఇండస్ట్రియల్ పాలసీ, వీటిని ప్రపంచంలో మార్కెట్ చేయడంలో కేటీఆర్ గారు చూపించిన చొరవ, కేటీఆర్ గారు చేసిన ప్రయత్నం, ఇవాళ వాటన్నిటి ఫలితంగా మనం ఈ స్థితిలోకి వచ్చినాం. ఇప్పటికి కూడా భారతదేశంలో ఇంకా అనేక రాష్ట్రాలలో మనం విద్యుత్ కోతలు చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. పారిశ్రామిక రంగానికి కూడా ఇంకా పవర్ హాలిడేలు ఇస్తున్న సందర్భాన్ని చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. మనం మంచినీళ్ళ కొరకు ఇబ్బంది పడుతున్న విషయాన్ని చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఇక పరిశ్రమల కనుక వెళ్ళే అక్కడ లేదు, తాగడానికి మంచినీళ్ళు దొరకని పరిస్థితి ఉంది చాలా రాష్ట్రాలలో. అన్ని రాష్ట్రాలు అట్లా ఉండగానే తెలంగాణ ఇంత బ్రహ్మాండంగా ముందుకు పోతుంది. ప్రత్యేకించి ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఇరిగేషన్ రంగం పైన తీసుకున్న చర్యలు, ఇరిగేషన్ రంగం పైన పెట్టిన శ్రద్ధ ఇవాళ తెలంగాణలో వ్యవసాయ రంగంలో కూడా భారతదేశంలో నెంబర్ 1 రాష్ట్రంగా నిలబెట్టింది. ప్రత్యేకించి సత్యవతి గారు మిల్లెట్స్ సంబంధించి ఎవరైనా ముందుకు వస్తే బాగుంటుంది అంటున్నారు. నేనే రావాలనుకుంటున్నాను. మీ ఒకసారి మీకు దగ్గరికి వచ్చి సందర్శించాలి. ఐ వాంట్ టు విజిట్ యువర్ ఆఫీస్. ఎందుకంటే మిల్లెట్స్ పండించడంలో తెలంగాణ నెంబర్ 1. అసలు ఒకప్పుడు మనం పండించిందంతా మిల్లెట్సే. పత్తి రాకముందు తెలంగాణలో ఎక్కడ చూసినా అవి కనిపించేది, కానీ దురదృష్టవశాత్తు అవి మాయమైపోయినాయి. పత్తి వరి వచ్చింది. మనం ఆరోగ్యానికి సంబంధించి కూడా ఎటువంటి ఇబ్బందులు వస్తాయో చూస్తున్నాం. ఇక్కడ చూసిన చాలా ప్రొడక్ట్స్ కొత్తవి కూడా చాలా చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ప్రత్యేకంగా ఆహారం తీసుకునేది ఆరోగ్యం కొరకు, కానీ మనం తీసుకుంటున్న చాలా రకాల ఆహారం ఆరోగ్యాన్ని చెడగొడుతూ ఉంది. మళ్ళీ ఆరోగ్యాన్ని బాగు చేసుకోవడం కొరకు మందులతో పాటు మళ్ళీ ఆహారాన్ని వెతుక్కుంటున్నాం. సో మరి తప్పకుండా మిల్లెట్స్ను పండించడానికి, ఉత్పత్తి చేయడానికి తెలంగాణలో ఎక్కువ అవకాశం ఉంది. కాబట్టి తప్పకుండా ఆ అవకాశం తీసుకొని, అయితే ప్రత్యేకంగా నేను FTCCIకి నాకు ఒక విజ్ఞప్తి, ఇది కేవలం ఇటువంటి ఎగ్జిబిషన్స్ హైదరాబాద్లో కాకుండా జిల్లా కేంద్రాలలో కూడా పెడితే బాగుంటుంది. డిస్ట్రిక్ట్స్ వెళ్ళాలి మనం అక్కడ. ఎందుకంటే తెలంగాణలో ఇవాళ మనీ జనరేట్ అవుతుంది, అందులో సందేహం లేదు. గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో కూడా ఇవాళ ఏ గ్రామానికి వెళ్ళినా, మీరు ఏ బ్యాంక్ అకౌంట్ ఓపెన్ చేసినా తప్పకుండా లక్ష పైనే ఇవాళ డిపాజిట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఒకప్పుడు అప్పు కొరకు ఎదురు చూసే తెలంగాణ రైతాంగం ఇవాళ ఇంకోరికి అప్పిచ్చే దశకు వచ్చింది. గ్రామాలలో మనీ జనరేట్ అవుతుంది, కానీ దురదృష్టవశాత్తు మాకు తెలంగాణలో ఎంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్‌షిప్ తక్కువ. మేము వచ్చిన డబ్బును అయితే భూమి కొనడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం, లేదా ఇల్లు కట్టడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం, లేదా ఇంకొక రకంగా ఖర్చు పెట్టడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం. కానీ దీని నుంచి ఇంకా మనీ ప్రొడక్ట్ చేయొచ్చని, మనం కూడా ఒక పరిశ్రమ పెట్టొచ్చని, అది ఎక్కడ ప్రారంభం చేయాలని ఆలోచన కొంచెం తక్కువ వెనుకబడి ఉంటుంది తెలంగాణ ప్రాంతంలో. కానీ వాళ్ళు తప్పకుండా మనం టీ హబ్ ద్వారా కావచ్చు, ఇతర ఇవాళ మనం పర్టికులర్గా మీరు MSME నుంచి ఏదైతే తీసుకుంటున్నారో ఈ కార్యక్రమం, ఇటువంటి కార్యక్రమం తప్పకుండా జిల్లా స్థాయికి తీసుకురావాలి. ఇవాళ ఇక్కడైతే కేసీఆర్ గారు, కేటీఆర్ గారు ఎంతైతే రాత్రి పగలు శ్రమ చేసి కొత్త రంగాల్లో అభివృద్ధికి ఎట్లా ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారో, కొత్త ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ తీసుకురావడానికి ఎట్లా ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారో, వీటన్నిటినీ ప్రజలకు అందించాలంటే, ప్రజల నుండి మనం ఎంకరేజ్ చేయాలంటే వాళ్ళ యువత వేల మంది అనేక రకాల గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్లు పూర్తి చేసి ఉన్నారు. అది కేవలం వాళ్ళు ఏదో ఉద్యోగం వైపే చూసే అవసరం లేకుండా తప్పకుండా అనేక రకాల అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయనే విషయాన్ని వాళ్ళ ముందుకు తీసుకుపోయి వాళ్ళని ఈ రంగంలోకి ఎంఎస్ఎంఈలోకి తీసుకురాగలిగితే రెండు రకాల ఉపయోగం ఉంటుంది. ఒకవైపు గ్రామాలలో వస్తున్న ఆర్థిక ప్రగతి ఏదైతే ఉందో, చేపలు ఇవాళ వరి వ్యవసాయ ఉత్పత్తులు, చేపలు, మాంసం ఉత్పత్తి, పాల ఉత్పత్తి అన్ని కూడా పోటీపడి అభివృద్ధిలోకి వస్తున్నాయి. వీటన్నింటినీ కూడా వాల్యూ యాడెడ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ మార్చడానికి, మనకి ఇంకా ఇతర ఇంపోర్ట్స్ కు సంబంధించిన అన్ని అవకాశాలను మెరుగుపరచుకోవడానికి మన తెలంగాణలో అనేక అవకాశాలు వస్తున్నాయి. కాబట్టి వాటిని గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాలకు కూడా విస్తరించడానికి, గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో ఉండే యువతకి ఆ అవకాశాలను కల్పించడానికి తప్పకుండా ఎఫ్టిసిసిఐ ప్రయత్నం చేయాలని చెప్పి నేను కోరుకుంటూ, మరి ఈరోజు ఇక్కడికి నన్ను పిలిచి ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ప్రారంభం చేయడానికి నాకు అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన ఎఫ్టిసిసిఐ కార్యవర్గ సభ్యులందరూ కూడా మనస్ఫూర్తిగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ సెలవు. జై తెలంగాణ, జై భారత్.
Already we have reached districts and towns of Telangana. We have organized few programs on women entrepreneurship, exim programs, export-import management programs. So definitely we'll take your suggestion to reach to other cities, and regarding the expo also, mini expo we can organize in these tier 2, tier 3 cities of Telangana. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. A big round of applause for our chief guest for such an inspiring work, and of course Federation will take forward all the points that you have given it to us, sir. I now invite Mr. Suresh Kumar Singhal, Vice President of FTCCI, to present a memento to our chief guest. I request President to present a memento that is being prepared by one of our partners, Standard Kitchen, to all the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you. I invite Senior Vice President to propose a vote of thanks.
Very good afternoon to all. ప్రప్రదంగా ఎఫ్టిసిసిఐకి మాకు స్పాన్సర్ చేసిన వాళ్ళందరికీ హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. వేదికను అలంకరించిన పెద్దలందరికీ హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. ప్రత్యేకంగా మంత్రి గారు జగదీశ్వర్ రెడ్డి గారు పవర్ వెళ్ళెళ్ళగాను ఇమ్మటే ఓకే చేయదే వచ్చేస్తానన్నారు. చాలా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ సార్ నా ఎఫ్టిసిసిఐ తరఫున. అండ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ మొత్తం అరేంజ్ చేసిన ఖ్యాతి గారికి థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. అనిల్ అగర్వాల్ గారు, సీనియర్ వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ సురేష్ కుమార్ గారికి, అండ్ సత్యవతి గారు. సత్యవతి గారి స్పీచ్ చాలా వండర్ఫుల్గా ఉన్నది. మినిస్టర్ గారు అన్నట్టు ప్రతి గ్రామాల్లో మిల్లెట్స్ పండిస్తే ప్రపంచానికే ఎగుమతి చేసే స్థాయికి మన తెలంగాణ ఎదుగుతాము. అప్పుడు అన్ని ఎక్స్పోర్ట్స్ మ్యాక్సిమం మిల్లెట్స్ తోని మనం చేయొచ్చు. ప్రపంచంలో అందరూ మిల్లెట్స్ వాడటం మొదలుపెట్టారు. మనం కూడా మీరు ఇంకా ప్రోత్సహించి గ్రామాలలో మిల్లెట్స్ పండిస్తే అందరికీ ఇదవుతుందండి. అండ్ శ్రీనివాస్ గారు, టీ హబ్ సిఇఓ గారు, అందరూ కంప్యూటర్స్ కావాలంటున్నారు. దాంట్లో ఎవరైనా కానీ ఇన్వెస్ట్ లేకున్నా కానీ ఆర్థికంగా తక్కువ ఉన్న వాళ్ళు కూడా దాంట్లో ఏమైనా కొత్త ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ చేసుకోవాలంటే 1 సీటు నుంచి 50 సీట్ల వరకు వారు అరేంజ్ చేస్తారు. ఆఫీస్ అవసరం లేదు, అన్నీ వాళ్ళే ఇస్తారు. 20,000 ఒక కుర్చీకి, కాఫీ, టీలు అన్నీ ఇస్తారు వాళ్ళు. అది తెలియని వాళ్ళు ఎవరైనా ఉంటే కొత్తగా స్టార్టప్ కంపెనీస్ ఎవరైనా నలుగురు కలిసి పెట్టుకోవాలనుకున్నా కానీ వాళ్ళు అరేంజ్ చేస్తారు. ఇది కేటీ రామారావు గారు అరేంజ్ చేశారు. చాలా వండర్ఫుల్. మేము 3 times విజిట్ చేశాము. ఒక్కొక్కసారి ఒక్కొక్క ప్లేస్ చూపిస్తుంటారు సార్. చాలా వండర్ఫుల్. థ్యాంక్ యూ. అండ్ బాలయ్య గారు పాస్పోర్ట్స్ మార్కెట్లో ఎవరైతే ఎక్కువ కావాలంటారో ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ ఇండియా మొత్తంలో ఎవ్వరు లేని ప్లేస్లో మన తెలంగాణలో శనివారం రోజు పనిచేసే కల్పించిన ఏకైక వ్యక్తి బాలయ్య గారు. ఎక్కడైతే ఎవరికైనా ఎమర్జెన్సీ ఉన్నా కానీ ఇమ్మటే వాళ్ళకి ఇస్తున్నారు పాస్పోర్ట్స్. అది మామూలు మాటలు కాదు. 2 నెలలు బ్యాక్లాగ్ నడుస్తుంది, అయినా కానీ ఎవరికైనా ఎమర్జెన్సీ ఉంటే అప్లికేషన్ పెట్టుకుంటే ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ అది కనుక కరెక్ట్ అనిపిస్తే ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ నెక్స్ట్ డే మార్నింగ్కే ఇచ్చేస్తున్నారు. చాలా థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. విష్ణువర్ధన్ రెడ్డి గారు అయితే ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ప్రమోషన్ అయితే ఇక బాగా చేస్తున్నారు. మాకు ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ కానీ వాటికి కానీ ఎవరికి కానీ ఎంత హెల్ప్ కావాలంటే అంత హెల్ప్ చేస్తున్నారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ. వీటన్నిటికంటే ఎక్కువ ఇప్పుడు మన తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రానికి పవర్ 9 ఏళ్ల నుంచి పవర్ అనేది ప్రాబ్లం లేదు. అంతకుముందు మేము ఎవ్రీడే ఒక ట్యాంకర్ డీజిల్ వచ్చేది. ఓన్లీ జనరేటర్స్కి ఒక ట్యాంకర్ డీజిల్ పడుతుందంటే మీరు ఆలోచించండి ఎంత ఖర్చు అవుతుందో. అలాంటిది 9 ఏళ్ల నుంచి మేము ఒక్క డీజిల్ ట్యాంక్ కూడా కరెంటు కోసం కొనలేదు. అది చాలా చాలా గ్రేట్ఫుల్, వండర్ఫుల్ అనమాట మనకు. అది సమ్మర్లో 3 నెలలు కరెంట్ లేకపోతే మా ఫ్యాక్టరీ బంద్ ఉంటే పక్క రాష్ట్రాల నుంచి ఇక్కడికి పైపులు వచ్చి అలవాటు అయిపోయి ఆ కంపెనీలే వచ్చి ఇక్కడ పెట్టాయి. అరే ఇక్కడ బాగా మార్కెట్ ఉన్నదనేది తెలియకపోయేది. ఇదివరకు పవర్ ఉన్నప్పుడు మేము సప్లైస్ ఫుల్ చేశాము. ఎప్పుడైతే మా సప్లైస్ తగ్గాయో పక్క రాష్ట్రాల నుంచి ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి అమ్మారు. అరే ఇక్కడ బాగా మార్కెట్ ఉందని వచ్చారు. తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ మంచి ప్రోత్సాహకరము, పవర్, అన్ని ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అన్నీ సాల్వ్ అయినాయి. జయశ్రీరెడ్డి గారు చేసిన కృషి, ఎవరికి ప్రతి ఇంటికి కరెంట్ అనేది ఇప్పుడు లేకుండా ప్రాబ్లం లేకుండా అయిపోయింది. జనరేటర్ వాళ్ళు ప్లస్ యూపీఎస్ బ్యాటరీస్ అమ్ముకునే వాళ్ళు సార్ని ఏదో ఒకటి అంటుంటారు, మీరు వచ్చిన తర్వాత మా బిజినెస్ పోయింది సార్ అని. అలాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్ నుంచి బయటికి తీసుకొచ్చిన జయశ్రీరెడ్డి గారికి నా హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. I thank you very much total staff of FTCCI. Since 3 months they are doing excellent job for this. Wonderful. This is the just born baby for this exhibition. Born baby అలా ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే నడవలేదు, అటు ఇటు తిరగలేదు, అయినా కానీ ఈ పొజిషన్కి ఖ్యాతి గారు తీసుకొచ్చారంటే చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ అండి. నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ వీ విల్ ట్రై అగైన్ హౌ టు వాక్. We will show what we are. And thank you very much for all organizing this, all the stall holders. Excellent, you will have the good business and everything. Thank you very much.
Okay, wow, it's just the first day and we still have 2 days to go. So the latest technology and innovation that's happening. The FTCCI management thought that we should also have a full-fledged startup and incubation committee.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. We are at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. And going by what we've seen so far, we witnessed it's been one of the well-organized events. And I have with me Kathy Narane, who's the CEO of FTCCI. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So, first thoughts, first reaction, first event under your leadership. How do you say it?
Okay, wow, it's just the first day and we still have 2 days to go. So I think the next 2 days we want to ensure that we have a lot of visitors, a lot of MSMEs who can, participate, interact with the, stall owners. So it's just the beginning. So there's no reaction as of now, but I've asked my team to continue pushing and bringing in as many members as possible.
And it's been a 3 months work, isn't it? And short time, but within that...
Short time. It's definitely a very short time because if you look at the FTCCI for one presidential year, we organize around 110 to 120 events in a year. And this is the first time that we've got into an exhibition sector. And definitely FTCCI is not a commercial organization like any other exhibition organizer. So we just a very neutral, not-for-profit organization. However, we have to organize everything on a very sustainable way. And end of the day, the objective is the same: to empower MSMEs for connection, to bring to them the latest technology and innovation that's happening. And the objective was very simple. Definitely, we only had 3 months to work on it, and I think team has done fairly well, and we could have 130 exhibitors and a lot of visitors, as you may see. But the biggest challenge is the feedback, because I think we should be much more open to taking their feedback, and what is it and what was lacking, and how can we perform, how can we evolve as a better chamber, because end of the day it's all for them. So if we just give them an open ear, I think we'll be able to perform better.
You also had a very good lineup of partners, coming from different segments. You had somebody from the passport, somebody from T-Hub, and they play a key role in FTCCI and the partnership.
Yeah, they do, because I think it's the state government of Telangana has been very, very supportive towards the federation, and they really encourage all the activities that we organize. Usually we go to the industries department, you say Mr. Jayesh Ranjan or Dr. Vishnu Reddy, they're all been very, very supportive to the federation. In fact, before even we start working on any project, we go to them, seek their support, because that's the time when we really think that they'll be able to guide us well. Sometimes when we curate things, we just completely forget about what is it that we need to cater to, so that's how we get connected to the actual industry and then come back. So even from the government or the industry or the startup community or the enterprises, the feedback is very important. One, that is after the event, and one, even before we start curating the event, what are the real-time issues, the challenges, and what is it that we should do. So I think these are two learning lessons that we've been taught, and we're trying to stick to that. So
and now, as mystartuptv, we are the world's first TV channel dedicated to startups, and I need to ask this question. There's a big push within FTCCI for startups also. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, so this was like probably I would say last year in July was the time. June, July is when the FTCCI management thought that we should also have a full-fledged startup and incubation committee, and that's where we have the co-chair of the committee, and of course they have been tying up and signing MOUs with not just T-Hub but series of, I think, other organizations. The whole exercise is, we know, everyone knows that there are specific organization, whether it's state government or private entity, but then from the federation platform, what is it that we can bring on board? And I think Industry Connect is something that we can bring on board. Mentors are something, because we have enterprises who have grown over a period of time, and today they are the big name in the industry. So that's where I think FTCC again can play a key role. So one, definitely, besides angel investors and all those, which you may find in any other, I think mentorship is one, Industry Connect is the second. And I think also we have our own FTCCI Pokarna Skill Center. So that's also something that we are very, very passionate about. And we would, we organize a lot of mentorship programs, and we would like to see many more startups come up in the future. And if FTCCI can play a small role in that, we'll be very happy.
Going forward, what is the vision or what's your plan of action with FTCCI, both in the expo sector and also, reaching out or outreach?
So going forward, I think what also we've realized is it's very, very important to calendar all the annual flagship programs of the FTCCI, so that we have enough time for the Industry Connect to bring right partners on board. We are planning an outbound trade delegation to Brazil in the month of October. In the month of January, we would be taking a MSME delegation to Turkey. We also have a lot of inbound trade delegation visiting us. So that's again for the promotion of bilateral trade. In terms of skilling, we have a lot of skill programs planned throughout the year, and soft skills, export import management. In fact, I'm very happy to share that yesterday we got an approval from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry for conducting 5 export import training programs in districts of Telangana. So that's what I think our president or the whole management is very keen that we extend our services to district level. So that's second. We also have our FTCCI Excellence Award that's being planned, and that's an annual award which is being given to 23 different categories. And in fact, I'm again happy to share that this year, for the first time, we we always had 22 categories, and this time we thought we will also initiate or establish the 23rd category. And SBI came forward because they've just come out with the SBI Startup Bank, and they came forward to institute this. So again, we have 23 different categories. So that's the next plan. And in terms of this exhibition, I think we would make it as our annual exhibition. So we would wait till we get the feedback from our members and then plan. But it would definitely be on technology innovation for MSME. So whether it would be again sector specific or general for the MSMEs, we'll decide on that.
Well, all the very best for your forthcoming events and for the awards ceremony especially. Thank you very much.
The Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, organized by the Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FTCCI, was held from 28th to the 30th of June 2023 in Hyderabad. The event saw the latest advancements in the technology, also provided startups an opportunity to network with industry leaders.
Welcome to the FTCCI Industrial Innovation Technology Expo 2023. We shall soon commence the inaugural ceremony, and I request all of you to please join us for the ceremony. Can we have a big round of applause for our chief guest for today, Mr. Jagdish Reddy, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana. I also take this opportunity to invite President Mr. Anil Agarwal onto the stage, Dr. C. Tara Satyavati, Director ICAR, Indian Institute of Millets Research, Hyderabad, Mr. Srinivas Mahakali, CEO T-Hub, Hyderabad, Dr. E. Vishnu Vardhan Reddy, IFS, Special Secretary, Investment Promotion and NRI Affairs, and Joint Managing Director, TSTPC, Mr. Dasraya Balaya, Regional Passport Officer, as well as the representative of the Ministry of External Affairs, Mr. Suresh Kumar Singhal, Vice President FTCCI, Mr. Meela Jaydev, Senior Vice President FTCCI. A very warm welcome to all of you on the stage. We also thank Government of Telangana for partnering with the FTCCI for this event. The Expo is supported by Ministry of MSME, Indian Institute of Millets Research, International Crops Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics, Central Food Technology Research Institute, Index of Industrial Production, Telangana State Girijan Cooperative Corporation, mystartuptv, T-Hub, PNI Hyderabad, Telangana State Renewable Energy Development Corporation, Grid Club, and Telangana State Industrial Infrastructure Corporation, TSIIC. We would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge our sponsors, ICICI Bank, who is our banking partner, Quantum Energy Associate Sponsor for EV, 4 Solar Energy Systems Private Limited Associate Partner for the Renewable Energy, Standard Kitchen for Food Sector, Pokarna, our annual partner, Vishwarni Associate Partner, Nistala Organics, our associate partner, Dana Pani, who is handling the food court, as well as last but not the least, our title sponsor, Greenco. So a big round of applause, and thank you so much to all our sponsors and partners who have come together and had this faith in the FTCCI, because this is our maiden exhibition that we are doing. Your feedback is very, very valuable, and we will come back to you with that. I now invite Mr. Anil Agarwal, President FTCCI, to give the welcome address.
Sri Jagdish Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana, Dr. E. Vishnu Vardhan Reddy Garu, IFS Special Secretary, Investment Promotion and Joint Managing Director of TSTPC, Dr. Mrs. C. Tara Satyavati, Director, Indian Institute of Millet Research, Sri Dasari Balaya Garu, our Regional Passport Officer and representative of MEA, Sri Srinivas Raoji, CEO of T-Hub, and all the other dignitaries on and off the dais, print and press media, ladies and gentlemen. It's very good afternoon and hearty welcome to FTCCI iTech Expo 2023. On behalf of FTCCI, I extend my warmest greetings and gratitude to each one of you for sparing your valuable time to join us for this expo. We are also happy to inform you that this is our maiden and first edition. More to come. Expo of FTCCI, in which we are covering innovation and technology, and it is being supported by Government of Telangana and Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Expos are generally created, and this expo is mostly created to make aware of the latest innovation and technologies which are taking place in various sectors, so that all the industries, particularly MSME, can adopt and benefit by modernizing their operation, thereby reducing their cost and become more efficient. I thank Sri Jagdishwar Reddy Garu and other esteemed guests for inaugurating this expo. I also invite MSME fraternity to go around the expo to have a look at all the products and innovations that are being displayed, and also they can have a B2B meeting with the exhibitors. And I'm happy to inform you also there is a delegation which is coming from Vietnam. 14-member delegation is coming from Vietnam. They will be visiting the expo, and already there are more than 100 requests for B2B meetings. I thank all the sponsors and supporting organization for their cooperation and encouraging us for the success of this expo. Last but not the least, I also want to thank Team FTCCI and congratulate and compliment them for organizing this expo. Special thanks to Mr. Varun, our Joint Director, who is in charge of this expo along with his team, and who is well supported by our marketing department headed by Mr. Vishal Chauhan and Mr. Rajesh. He is the person who is on the field and executes all our programs. They have worked hard, and it is their dedication and hard work has resulted in this. So once again, thank you for joining us for this expo.
I now invite Dr. C. Tara Satyavati, Director, ICAR, for the special address.
A very good afternoon to you all. Most respected Sri Jagdish Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana, Dr. E. Vishnuvardhan Reddy, IFS, Mr. Anil Agarwal, Khyati Narwani ji, Suresh Kumar Singhal ji, Meela Jaydev ji, then Dasar Balaya ji, and all other dignitaries who are present here. I'm really thankful for the organizers for inviting me to this program. All of you know that this year 2023 is International Year of Millets, and India is marching from food security to nutritional security. And all of you are aware that most of you are either troubled with blood pressure or sugar or some other ailment, because our lifestyle is so that it is hectic, stressful, and we forgot to eat what our ancestors or our grandparents are used to eat. We are totally dependent on rice, wheat, and other refined flour based items, food items. Even if you look into the most available food products in the market, all are based on the refined flours, which are really not good for health. So, with this background, I try to bring to you that millets are the most nutritious cereal grains, and they're named as nutri-cereals because they're rich in many important nutrients, vitamins, essential elements that are really, really essential for our body. And if you look into the international export market, there is a big market, very, very big market, where there is big demand for organically grown food material and gluten-free material, gluten-free foods. Gluten, that is celiac allergy, people who are suffering with that, they can understand. There is a big international market. So India is having lot of potential because millets are grown here all over the country. Many types of millets are grown and many products are being developed from millets. We at Indian Institute of Millets Research, where I'm serving as the director, we have our own Nutri Hub, a Section 8 company where we do handholding of entrepreneurs, startups, and there are many products being developed and trainings are given to the people who are interested in coming up with their own employment or entrepreneurs or startups. So we give them training and handhold them and launch their products into the market, and all kinds of trainings are given there. So if someone is interested in this gathering, who are interested in taking up millet promotion, there is good fund coming from government, MSME, and many other channels are open for this taking up of exports and developing products and sending abroad based on the millets. So if you have time and if you are interested, you can visit our institute, Indian Institute of Millets Research, or you can also visit our website. There is another website called Nutri Hub, which is again dealing with all these millet-based products and technologies. So thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Really, it would be heartening to see that there are many millet products and other things here, but the world is going towards millets and there is big market. So I request all of you to kindly look into that and tap that unexplored area and benefit. Thank you.
I now invite Mr. Srinivas Mahakali, CEO, T-Hub, for the special address.
Honorable Minister, sir, Sadila Gurwal ji, Vishnu Reddy Garu, Sri Balai Garu, Jati Garu, Jaydev Garu, Satyavati Garu, dignitaries on and off the dais. Today is a particularly memorable day for us at T-Hub because today was the day, exactly a year ago, we moved into the new premises. So T-Hub was unveiled last year, and yesterday was also a particularly important day because yesterday was MSME day. Right? So two important dates for all of us, and clearly, the two things I wanted to talk about is when we are, the role of T-Hub we are looking at is T-Hub is a ecosystem orchestrator, enabler, facilitator. So when you're thinking of a entrepreneurial ecosystem, you need startups, you need large companies, you need funding entities, you need media, you need academic institutions, and you need large industry bodies like FTCCI to come together to build a entrepreneurial ecosystem. So I think two things which stand out is the consistent support we received from FTCCI all along. I'm also happy to, I think they announced a new category this year, the Startup Award, the 23rd category. I think it will be a big boost to our startups. Obviously, we believe that many of our startups today are micro, micro entities. They will scale over a period of time to becoming, small, and then also become medium, right? So I think all the support we are getting from FTCCI by way of, for example, this event, ITEX, is a great opportunity for our startups to get market access, right? So we put together a framework at T-Hub in terms of how we can support our startups. One, of course, is methodology. Second is market access. Third is money. Fourth is mentoring, and so on. So the market access part, which today, many of our startups are here already, I think they'll get a tremendous opportunity for exposure to meet, so many B2B opportunities as well as meet, partners. So thank you for having us here, and look forward to building a very strong ecosystem for scaling our startups with the active support of FTCCI. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And we also would like to thank T-Hub for all the support that you've extended to our team. I now invite Dr. E. Vishnu Vardhan Reddy, IFS Special Secretary, Investment Promotion and NRI Affairs and Joint Managing Director, TSTPC, for the special address.
Honorable Energy Minister Jagdish Reddy Garu, President FTCC Anil Agarwalu, Vice President Devigala Garu, Srinivas, my colleague Srinivas Garu from T-Hub, Dasri Balay Garu, Regional Passport Officer, Ms. Satyavati from ICAR, and of course Ms. Kathy, and other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and media colleagues. At the outset, I would like to congratulate FTCCA and bringing this big show in a very short span of, I think, less than 3 months that they have been working on. The exhibition is very impressive. There's no doubt about it, and and it's also good to know that you also have international participation. You've been able to attract and encourage international participation in the first edition itself. It's a matter of pride for everyone. I think a big applause to FTCCA and their entire team. This exhibition also happens to be special because I think this year, from Telangana government perspective, as all you know, we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of our state formation. And I think this is another area of pride which we should all, acknowledge, because the kind of achievements that government of Telangana has spearheaded is unprecedented in independent India history. It has been across all sectors, it's been holistic, it has been inclusive. There are n number of ways we can showcase our achievement, whether it is agriculture or IT or industry, or for the matter, the main three reasons that inspired Telangana's struggle for an independent state, whether it is water, power, or resources or employment. In all the areas, we have done spectacular achievements. And I think we should be proud of all these achievements, irrespective of whether you belong to Telangana or not, because this has become a role model for the entire country. That's number one. The number two responsibility that we all should take is that we should showcase these achievements. Its time has come where we need to showcase this not just to the rest of the country, but also to the world. Because today you look at the areas that we have shown tremendous progress. I mean, basic thing like water. We are the only state where we have been able to achieve 100% piped water distribution to all households in the country. This is something no other state in independent India has achieved. So from say water to energy, we have big, and to industry and IT. I think in all areas, it is time that we take pride of our achievements and showcase them. And in that particular context, I think the industry and IT stakeholders who have come together and have supported the government in its various endeavors has been tremendous. And of course, industry association like FTCCA have been taking the lead from the beginning. Without their support and without bringing all the stakeholders together, we would have not been in this position. So I'm very glad that you have conceptualized this and also executed in a record short span of time. Today's topic happens to be innovation, and this is another area where again government of Telangana has done some amazing things. Mr. Srinivas, represents one of the biggest achievements that government has done in the innovation ecosystem, creating a world-class infrastructure and also process flows through an institutional framework that spreads from T-Hub to T-Works to V-Hub to Rich to TSIC. So the entire area of innovation from startups and entrepreneurship to social innovation to rural innovation, I think all the areas have been covered, and that shows the kind of forward-looking perspective that government of Telangana has exhibited in terms of promoting job creators rather than job seekers. I think while we have established ourselves as the innovation hub of the country, I think we have to ensure that in the next steps that we take, this innovation percolates across all strata of the society, and the actual benefits I mean, in terms of social impact, are achieved in the coming years. Having said that about innovation, I should also leave with a final thought that innovation is not necessarily related to technology processes or IT processes. I think one area which our Honorable Minister K.T. Ramarao sir repeatedly says is the 3I mantra, which inspires the government of Telangana, is innovation, infrastructure, and inclusive growth. I think when he says about innovation, it's not just about technology or industry innovation. It's also about how governance is also innovates. The classic example here, and where I represent the industries department, is the kind of transformational policy that we have taken in terms of supporting the industry through the policy called TS-IPAS, which is one of the best and well demonstrated single window system in the country, which assures the right, which bestows the right on the industry to start its operations from day one without any permissions that are required from the government. I think so. Innovation is essential not just for industry but all spheres of socio-economic activity, and that is an imperative for the next generation also, because unless we inculcate that innovative thinking in our day-to-day work, whether it is education or whether it is employment or whether it is industry or IT, I think we cannot reach the ultimate goal of making Telangana and making India as a knowledge economy. I think to reach that ultimate target, I think innovation becomes the crux for everyone. And today's exposition, which showcase innovation across multiple sectors, we've seen many stalls. Minister Garu was very patient to go through all the stalls. So you could see the innovation from packaging to food processing to logistics to electronics everywhere. I mean, we've seen that, but I think more and more innovation should happen. While startups and next generation entrepreneurship will help us achieve that, even the traditional industries should also spend more energies and more efforts in incorporating R&D and trying to compete not with their counterparts in India, but try to compete with counterparts from abroad, so that slowly but steadily we become integral to global supply chains and we achieve the ultimate objective of making Telangana an industrialized economy, a knowledge economy, and achieve, as our Chief Minister says, Bangaru Telangana. So thank you once again for the opportunity, and wish you all success to organizers and to all the participants who are attending this expo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and also the reassurance and for the support of Government of Telangana towards the FTCCI. I now invite Mr. Dasraya Balaya, IFS Regional Passport Officer and also the representative of Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India.
Good morning all, and good morning sir, the guests of the dais and the guests in the audience. It is a great day in the history of Telangana, the first ever industrial exhibition on the part of the FTCCI being conducted here. And we all know, we are all celebrating the 10 glorious years of Telangana formation, and Telangana as a state achieved so many great things, and we as a passport office Telangana, we are also making so many inventions so that we can meet the requirement of the Telangana people. And whenever any industrialist, especially from this MSME sector or any small scale industry people comes to us, we all cooperating with them and giving the best possible efforts. So to match the progress of Telangana state, we from the MBA side are scaling up our operations, and we are trying to match the development and aspirations of Telangana people here. So in this process, Saturdays we started working so that the ever increasing demand post this Corona break, we have been extending our operations on Saturdays, and in the RPO Secunderabad also we opened one a special counter for the daily dealing with the people. So to match with the aspirations of Telangana, we are also making our best possible efforts. And on this maiden industrial exhibition, I congratulate FTCCI and I thank all the people here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and also the support towards the FTCCI. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the keynote address by Mr. Jagdish Reddy, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana.
FTCCI ప్రారంభించిన ఈ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ఇనాగ్రల్ సెషన్కి అధ్యక్షత వహిస్తున్న ప్రెసిడెంట్ అనిల్ అగర్వాల్ గారు, వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ జయదేవ్ గారు, ఇతర గెస్టులు శ్రీనివాస్ మాంకాలి గారు, సత్యవతి గారు, సురేష్ గారు, విష్ణువర్ధన్ రెడ్డి గారు, బాలయ్య గారు, ప్రోగ్రాం మొత్తం కూడా కండక్ట్ చేస్తూ ఉన్న ఖ్యాతి గారు, కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొన్న అందరికీ నా నమస్కారాలు. ఈ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ పెట్టే ఆలోచన ఒక మంచి ఆలోచన. కొత్త వాళ్ళని ఎంకరేజ్ చేయడానికి, కొత్తగా ఎంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్‌షిప్ అలవాటు చేయడానికి ఇది ఎంతో ఉపయోగపడుతుంది, అందులో సందేహం లేదు. ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని నిర్వహించిన FTCCIకి నేను అభినందనలు తెలియజేస్తూ, వాస్తవానికి తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం వచ్చిన తర్వాత వస్తున్న అభివృద్ధి, అన్ని రంగాల్లో వస్తున్న అభివృద్ధి, దానికి సంబంధించిన ఫలితాలు ప్రజలకు అందించడంలో ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు చేస్తున్న కృషి, భారతదేశంలో అత్యంత వేగంగా అభివృద్ధి చెందుతున్న రాష్ట్రంగా తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం నిలబడింది అనే విషయంలో ఏం సందేహం లేదు. కేవలం 9 సంవత్సరాల కాలంలోనే 90 సంవత్సరాల అభివృద్ధిని తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం సాధించింది అంటే అది తప్పకుండా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి ఆలోచన, కేసీఆర్ గారి యొక్క విజన్, కేసీఆర్ గారి యొక్క కృషి, పట్టుదల. విష్ణు గారు చాలా విషయాన్ని ప్రస్తావించారు. అదేవిధంగా మిత్రులు కూడా చాలా విషయాలు ప్రస్తావించారు. ప్రత్యేకించి ఇండస్ట్రీస్ సంబంధించి భారతదేశంలో ఎక్కడ కూడా ఎవరి ఊహకందంత వేగంగా తెలంగాణలో, హైదరాబాద్లో ఇవాళ ఇండస్ట్రీ విస్తరిస్తుంది అంటే దానికి ప్రధానమైన కారణం మన తెలంగాణ ఇండస్ట్రీ అండ్ ఐటీ మినిస్టర్ కేటీఆర్ గారు. కేటీఆర్ గారు ఇండస్ట్రీ మినిస్టర్గా, ఐటీ మినిస్టర్గా తీసుకోవడం అనేది నిజంగా కూడా ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండే పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలందరి అదృష్టంగా మనం భావించవచ్చు. ఇవాళ టీ హబ్ కావచ్చు, వి హబ్ కావచ్చు, మనం తీసుకొచ్చిన ఐపాస్ కావచ్చు, అనేక అద్భుతాలని సృష్టిస్తాము. కొత్త కొత్త యువత బ్రహ్మాండంగా, ధైర్యంగా ముందుకు వస్తూ ఉన్నారు. కేటీఆర్ గారు తనకున్న పరిజ్ఞానాన్ని, తనకున్న అనుభవాన్ని ఇతర దేశాలలో తను చూసి వచ్చి నేర్చుకొని వచ్చిన ప్రతి అక్షరాన్ని ఇవాళ ఇక్కడ అమలు చేస్తూ తెలంగాణ ప్రజలకి దాని ఫలితాలను ఎట్లా అందించాలని చెప్పి చేస్తున్న ప్రయత్నం ఇవాళ ఇంత మంచి ఫలితాలు ఇస్తా ఉంది. నిజంగానే తెలంగాణ ఇంత తొందరగా అభివృద్ధి జరుగుతుందని ఎవరు కూడా ఊహించలేదు, ఎవరు అనుకోలేదు. ప్రత్యేకించి విద్యుత్ రంగంలో వచ్చిన అభివృద్ధి, దానికి తోడుగా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు స్వయంగా ఆలోచించి తీసుకొచ్చిన ఇండస్ట్రియల్ పాలసీ, వీటిని ప్రపంచంలో మార్కెట్ చేయడంలో కేటీఆర్ గారు చూపించిన చొరవ, కేటీఆర్ గారు చేసిన ప్రయత్నం, ఇవాళ వాటన్నిటి ఫలితంగా మనం ఈ స్థితిలోకి వచ్చినాం. ఇప్పటికి కూడా భారతదేశంలో ఇంకా అనేక రాష్ట్రాలలో మనం విద్యుత్ కోతలు చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. పారిశ్రామిక రంగానికి కూడా ఇంకా పవర్ హాలిడేలు ఇస్తున్న సందర్భాన్ని చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. మనం మంచినీళ్ళ కొరకు ఇబ్బంది పడుతున్న విషయాన్ని చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఇక పరిశ్రమల కనుక వెళ్ళే అక్కడ లేదు, తాగడానికి మంచినీళ్ళు దొరకని పరిస్థితి ఉంది చాలా రాష్ట్రాలలో. అన్ని రాష్ట్రాలు అట్లా ఉండగానే తెలంగాణ ఇంత బ్రహ్మాండంగా ముందుకు పోతుంది. ప్రత్యేకించి ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఇరిగేషన్ రంగం పైన తీసుకున్న చర్యలు, ఇరిగేషన్ రంగం పైన పెట్టిన శ్రద్ధ ఇవాళ తెలంగాణలో వ్యవసాయ రంగంలో కూడా భారతదేశంలో నెంబర్ 1 రాష్ట్రంగా నిలబెట్టింది. ప్రత్యేకించి సత్యవతి గారు మిల్లెట్స్ సంబంధించి ఎవరైనా ముందుకు వస్తే బాగుంటుంది అంటున్నారు. నేనే రావాలనుకుంటున్నాను. మీ ఒకసారి మీకు దగ్గరికి వచ్చి సందర్శించాలి. ఐ వాంట్ టు విజిట్ యువర్ ఆఫీస్. ఎందుకంటే మిల్లెట్స్ పండించడంలో తెలంగాణ నెంబర్ 1. అసలు ఒకప్పుడు మనం పండించిందంతా మిల్లెట్సే. పత్తి రాకముందు తెలంగాణలో ఎక్కడ చూసినా అవి కనిపించేది, కానీ దురదృష్టవశాత్తు అవి మాయమైపోయినాయి. పత్తి వరి వచ్చింది. మనం ఆరోగ్యానికి సంబంధించి కూడా ఎటువంటి ఇబ్బందులు వస్తాయో చూస్తున్నాం. ఇక్కడ చూసిన చాలా ప్రొడక్ట్స్ కొత్తవి కూడా చాలా చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ప్రత్యేకంగా ఆహారం తీసుకునేది ఆరోగ్యం కొరకు, కానీ మనం తీసుకుంటున్న చాలా రకాల ఆహారం ఆరోగ్యాన్ని చెడగొడుతూ ఉంది. మళ్ళీ ఆరోగ్యాన్ని బాగు చేసుకోవడం కొరకు మందులతో పాటు మళ్ళీ ఆహారాన్ని వెతుక్కుంటున్నాం. సో మరి తప్పకుండా మిల్లెట్స్ను పండించడానికి, ఉత్పత్తి చేయడానికి తెలంగాణలో ఎక్కువ అవకాశం ఉంది. కాబట్టి తప్పకుండా ఆ అవకాశం తీసుకొని, అయితే ప్రత్యేకంగా నేను ఎఫ్టీసీసీఐకి నాకు ఒక విజ్ఞప్తి, ఇది కేవలం ఇటువంటి ఎగ్జిబిషన్స్ హైదరాబాద్లో కాకుండా జిల్లా కేంద్రాలలో కూడా పెడితే బాగుంటుంది. డిస్ట్రిక్ట్స్ వెళ్ళాలి మనం అక్కడ. ఎందుకంటే తెలంగాణలో ఇవాళ మనీ జనరేట్ అవుతుంది, అందులో సందేహం లేదు. గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో కూడా ఇవాళ ఏ గ్రామానికి వెళ్ళినా, మీరు ఏ బ్యాంక్ అకౌంట్ ఓపెన్ చేసినా తప్పకుండా లక్ష పైనే ఇవాళ డిపాజిట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఒకప్పుడు అప్పు కొరకు ఎదురు చూసే తెలంగాణ రైతాంగం ఇవాళ ఇంకొకరికి అప్పిచ్చే దశకు వచ్చాను. గ్రామాలలో మనీ జనరేట్ అవుతుంది, కానీ దురదృష్టవశాత్తు మాకు తెలంగాణలో ఎంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్‌షిప్ తక్కువ. మేము వచ్చిన డబ్బును అయితే భూమి కొనడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం, లేదా ఇల్లు కట్టడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం, లేదా ఇంకొక రకంగా ఖర్చు పెట్టడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం. కానీ దీని నుంచి ఇంకా మనీ ప్రొడక్ట్ చేయొచ్చని, మనం కూడా ఒక పరిశ్రమ పెట్టొచ్చని, అది ఎక్కడ ప్రారంభం చేయాలని ఆలోచన కొంచెం తక్కువ వెనుకబడి ఉంటుంది తెలంగాణ ప్రాంతంలో. కానీ వాళ్ళు తప్పకుండా మనం టీ హబ్ ద్వారా కావచ్చు, ఇతర ఇవాళ మనం పర్టికులర్గా మీరు ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ నుంచి ఏదైతే తీసుకుంటున్నారో ఈ కార్యక్రమం, ఇటువంటి కార్యక్రమం తప్పకుండా జిల్లా స్థాయికి తీసుకురావాలి. ఇవాళ ఇక్కడైతే కేసీఆర్ గారు, కేటీఆర్ గారు ఎంతైతే రాత్రి పగలు శ్రమ చేసి కొత్త రంగాల్లో అభివృద్ధికి ఎట్లా ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారో, కొత్త ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ తీసుకురావడానికి ఎట్లా ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారో, వీటన్నిటినీ ప్రజలకు అందించాలంటే, ప్రజల నుండి మనం ఎంకరేజ్ చేయాలంటే, ఇవాళ యువత వేలాది మంది అనేక రకాల గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్లు పూర్తి చేసి ఉన్నారు. అది కేవలం వాళ్ళు ఏదో ఉద్యోగం వైపే చూసే అవసరం లేకుండా తప్పకుండా అనేక రకాల అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయనే విషయాన్ని వాళ్ళ ముందుకు తీసుకుపోయి వాళ్ళని ఈ రంగంలోకి, ఎంఎస్ఎంఈలోకి తీసుకురాగలిగితే రెండు రకాల ఉపయోగం ఉంటుంది. ఒకవైపు గ్రామాలలో వస్తున్న ఆర్థిక ప్రగతి ఏదైతే ఉందో, చేపలు ఇవాళ వరి వ్యవసాయ ఉత్పత్తులు, చేపలు, మాంసం ఉత్పత్తి, పాల ఉత్పత్తి అన్ని కూడా పోటీపడి అభివృద్ధిలోకి వస్తున్నాయి. వీటన్నింటినీ కూడా వాల్యూ యాడెడ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ మార్చడానికి, మనకి ఇంకా ఇతర ఇంపోర్ట్స్ కు సంబంధించిన అన్ని అవకాశాలను మెరుగుపరచుకోవడానికి మన తెలంగాణలో అనేక అవకాశాలు వస్తున్నాయి. కాబట్టి వాటిని గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాలకు కూడా విస్తరించడానికి, గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో ఉండే యువతకి ఆ అవకాశాలను కల్పించడానికి తప్పకుండా FTCCI ప్రయత్నం చేయాలని చెప్పి నేను కోరుకుంటూ, మరి ఈరోజు ఇక్కడికి నన్ను పిలిచి ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ప్రారంభం చేయడానికి నాకు అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన FTCCI కార్యవర్గ సభ్యులందరూ కూడా మనస్ఫూర్తిగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ సెలవు. జై తెలంగాణ, జై భారత్.
Already we have reached districts and towns of Telangana. We have organized few programs on women entrepreneurship, exim programs, export-import management programs. So definitely we'll take your suggestion to reach to other cities, and regarding the expo also, mini expo we can organize in these tier 2, tier 3 cities of Telangana. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. A big round of applause for our chief guest for such an inspiring work, and of course Federation will take forward all the points that you have given it to us, sir. I now invite Mr. Suresh Kumar Singhal, Vice President of FTCCI, to present a memento to our chief guest. I request President to present a memento that is being prepared by one of our partners, Standard Kitchen, to all the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you. I invite Senior Vice President to propose a vote of thanks.
Very good afternoon to all. ప్రప్రదంగా FTCCIకి మాకు స్పాన్సర్ చేసిన వాళ్ళందరికీ హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. వేదికను అలంకరించిన పెద్దలందరికీ హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. ప్రత్యేకంగా మంత్రి గారు జగదీశ్వర్ రెడ్డి గారు పవర్ వెళ్ళెళ్ళగానే ఇమ్మటే ఓకే చేయదే వచ్చేస్తానన్నారు. చాలా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ సార్ నా FTCCI తరఫున. అండ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ మొత్తం అరేంజ్ చేసిన ఖ్యాతి గారికి థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. అనిల్ అగర్వాల్ గారు, సీనియర్ వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ సురేష్ కుమార్ గారికి, అండ్ సత్యవతి గారు. సత్యవతి గారి స్పీచ్ చాలా వండర్ఫుల్గా ఉన్నది. మినిస్టర్ గారు అన్నట్టు ప్రతి గ్రామాల్లో మిల్లెట్స్ పండిస్తే ప్రపంచానికే ఎగుమతి చేసే స్థాయికి మన తెలంగాణ ఎదుగుతాము. అప్పుడు అన్ని ఎక్స్పోర్ట్స్ మ్యాక్సిమం మిల్లెట్స్తో మనం చేయొచ్చు. ప్రపంచంలో అందరూ మిల్లెట్స్ వాడటం మొదలుపెట్టారు. మనం కూడా మీరు ఇంకా ప్రోత్సహించి గ్రామాలలో మిల్లెట్స్ పండిస్తే అందరికీ ఇదవుతుందండి. అండ్ శ్రీనివాస్ గారు, టీ హబ్ CEO గారు, అందరూ కంప్యూటర్స్ కావాలంటున్నారు. దాంట్లో ఎవరైనా కానీ ఇన్వెస్ట్ లేకున్నా కానీ ఆర్థికంగా తక్కువ ఉన్న వాళ్ళు కూడా దాంట్లో ఏమైనా కొత్త ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ చేసుకోవాలంటే 1 సీటు నుంచి 50 సీట్ల వరకు వారు అరేంజ్ చేస్తారు. ఆఫీస్ అవసరం లేదు, అన్నీ వాళ్ళే ఇస్తారు. 20,000 ఒక కుర్చీకి, కాఫీ, టీలు అన్నీ ఇస్తారు వాళ్ళు. అది తెలియని వాళ్ళు ఎవరైనా ఉంటే కొత్తగా స్టార్టప్ కంపెనీస్ ఎవరైనా నలుగురు కలిసి పెట్టుకోవాలనుకున్నా కానీ వాళ్ళు అరేంజ్ చేస్తారు. ఇది KT రామారావు గారు అరేంజ్ చేశారు. చాలా వండర్ఫుల్. మేము 3 times విజిట్ చేశాము. ఒక్కొక్కసారి ఒక్కొక్క ప్లేస్ చూపిస్తుంటారు సార్. చాలా వండర్ఫుల్. థ్యాంక్ యూ. అండ్ బాలయ్య గారు, పాస్పోర్ట్స్ మార్కెట్లో ఎవరైతే ఎక్కువ కావాలంటారో ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ ఇండియా మొత్తంలో ఎవ్వరు లేని ప్లేస్లో మన తెలంగాణలో శనివారం రోజు పనిచేసే కల్పించిన ఏకైక వ్యక్తి బాలయ్య గారు. ఎక్కడైతే ఎవరికైనా ఎమర్జెన్సీ ఉన్నా కానీ ఇమ్మటే వాళ్ళకి ఇస్తున్నారు పాస్పోర్ట్స్. అది మామూలు మాటలు కాదు. 2 నెలలు బ్యాక్లాగ్ నడుస్తుంది. అయినా కానీ ఎవరికైనా ఎమర్జెన్సీ ఉంటే అప్లికేషన్ పెట్టుకుంటే ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ అది కనుక కరెక్ట్ అనిపిస్తే ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ నెక్స్ట్ డే మార్నింగ్కే ఇచ్చేస్తున్నారు. చాలా థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. విష్ణువర్ధన్ రెడ్డి గారు అయితే ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ప్రమోషన్ అయితే ఇక బాగా చేస్తున్నారు. మాకు ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ కానీ వాటికి కానీ ఎవరికి కానీ ఎంత హెల్ప్ కావాలంటే అంత హెల్ప్ చేస్తున్నారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ. వీటన్నిటికంటే ఎక్కువ ఇప్పుడు మన తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రానికి పవర్ 9 ఏళ్ల నుంచి పవర్ అనేది ప్రాబ్లం లేదు. అంతకుముందు మేము ఎవ్రీడే ఒక ట్యాంకర్ డీజిల్ వచ్చేది. ఓన్లీ జనరేటర్స్కి ఒక ట్యాంకర్ డీజిల్ పడుతుందంటే మీరు ఆలోచించండి ఎంత ఖర్చు అవుతుందో. అలాంటిది 9 ఏళ్ల నుంచి మేము ఒక్క డీజిల్ ట్యాంక్ కూడా కరెంటు కోసం కొనలేదు. అది చాలా చాలా గ్రేట్ఫుల్, వండర్ఫుల్ అనమాట మనకు. అది సమ్మర్లో 3 నెలలు కరెంట్ లేకపోతే మా ఫ్యాక్టరీ బంద్ ఉంటే పక్క రాష్ట్రాల నుంచి ఇక్కడికి పైపులు వచ్చి అలవాటు అయిపోయి ఆ కంపెనీలే వచ్చి ఇక్కడ పెట్టాయి. అరే ఇక్కడ బాగా మార్కెట్ ఉన్నదనేది తెలియకపోయేది. ఇదివరకు పవర్ ఉన్నప్పుడు మేము సప్లైస్ ఫుల్ చేశాము. ఎప్పుడైతే మాకు సప్లైస్ తగ్గాయో పక్క రాష్ట్రాల నుంచి ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి అమ్మారు. అరే ఇక్కడ బాగా మార్కెట్ ఉందని వచ్చారు. తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ మంచి ప్రోత్సాహకరము, పవర్, అన్ని ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అన్నీ సాల్వ్ అయినాయి. జయశ్రీరెడ్డి గారు చేసిన కృషి, ఎవరికి ప్రతి ఇంటికి కరెంట్ అనేది ఇప్పుడు లేకుండా ప్రాబ్లం లేకుండా అయిపోయింది. జనరేటర్ వాళ్ళు ప్లస్ యూపీఎస్ బ్యాటరీస్ అమ్ముకునే వాళ్ళు సార్ని ఏదో ఒకటి అంటుంటారు, మీరు వచ్చిన తర్వాత మా బిజినెస్ పోయింది సార్ అని. అలాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్ నుంచి బయటికి తీసుకొచ్చిన జయశ్రీరెడ్డి గారికి నా హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. I thank you very much total staff of FTCCI. Since 3 months they are doing excellent job for this. Wonderful. This is the just born baby for this exhibition. Born baby అలా ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే నడవలేదు, అటు ఇటు తిరగలేదు, అయినా కానీ ఈ పొజిషన్కి ఖ్యాతి గారు తీసుకొచ్చారంటే చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ అండి. నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ వీ విల్ ట్రై అగైన్ హౌ టు వాక్. We will show what we are. And thank you very much for all organizing this, all the stall holders. Excellent, you will have the good business and everything. Thank you very much.
Ag Hub, an agri-innovation hub of Professor Jaya Shankar Telangana State Agricultural University, organized an innovative workshop in Hyderabad on March 17, 2023. The workshop was titled Gen Y, the Game Changers and Challengers. This feature gives glimpses of the event and josh with which youth participated. India assumed the presidency of G20 for the year 2023. Group of 20 is a forum comprising 19 countries and the European Union. Agriculture is one of the 16 sectors that is part of the summit's theme Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning one earth, one family, one future. India is organizing multiple events nationwide as a lead-up to the G20 summit in September this year. AgHub is an agri-innovation hub under Agriculture University, Hyderabad, formerly known as Professor Jaya Shankar Telangana State Agricultural University. On 29th March 2023, AgHub BJTSAU Hyderabad hosted a one-day workshop titled Building Innovation-Led Entrepreneurial Pathways for Accelerating SDG Reach. AgHub collaborated with Global Development Center, Research and Information Systems, RIS, New Delhi and IKP Knowledge Park, Hyderabad for the event. The highlight of the event was a full-day workshop around current developments in food and nutritional security and climate resistance. AgHub organized multiple sessions that include talks and panel discussion by prominent thought leaders and industry expertise, who shared their insights into innovative ecosystem emerging in the state. Government officials, policymakers, thematic experts, researchers, and innovators participated in curated discussions around SDG goals. The sub-themes at the workshop were food and nutritional security, climate resilience, and sustainability. The day-long event had 4 sessions on thematic areas. Dr. G.R. Chintala, former Chairman NABARD, inaugurated the event. While addressing the gathering, he highlighted the need for rejuvenated agriculture.
Agri scenario, and it's time for us to relook into what exactly is happening in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem can be nurtured. Who are the players actually playing a very catalytic role in the whole of this thing, and what are the issues really that are plaguing.
This workshop forms part of the series of activities the Task Force 6 under the Think 20 for the G20 is undertaking all over the country, and this is one event slated for this part of the country and particularly for the state of Telangana. The workshop, just to give you a brief, is very specific to understand the emerging innovations which are coming as novel models, as you could have seen in the exhibition, which was, figuratively and comprehensively informed to all about some of the models which are emerging on their own and coming on.
The shareholders present here today would bring meaning to this event by sharing their rich experience and knowledge about different types of agricultural innovations with examples, case studies, criteria for success, the enabling environment, and associated factors.
In fact, we have developed this Meghdut in partnership with the Government of India, and in fact this is a mobile app and through which weather forecast is delivered to 450 cities. There is another one, Plantix, on which we work with the Indo-German start setups, and in fact it helps farmers to address the diseases, plant disease issues of somewhere around 500 diseases covering 35 plants, and in fact now this is available in 18 languages.
दो 2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। पहले मुझे नहीं पता था हमारे लद्दाख में बहन लोगों को सेवा क्या काम करते हैं। फिर मैं सेवा से जुड़ के ये सब पता चला कि हमारे गांव में, हमारे लद्दाख में ये खुबानी, बादाम, ये सब वेस्ट होता है, गाय को खिलाता है। फिर इधर आके ट्रेनिंग दिया अहमदाबाद में 45 डेज। फिर इधर से हम लद्दाख में जाके हमारे बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी 600-700 बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी हम लोग, हमारे बहन लोग ये एप्रिकॉट ऑयल, सिबकथुन जूस, जाम, एब्रिकॉट जूस बनाता है।
बिहार भागलपुर से हूँ और मैं 2018 में सेवा में जुड़ी हूँ। उसके बाद 2016 में सेवा से जुड़ी हूँ और 2018 में मेरे कर्णभूमि कंपनी का गठन हुआ है। उसमें हम लोग अपना बिजनेस शुरू किए हैं, जैसे कि सब्जी, गेहूँ, धान, मक्का। इसमें मतलब बीज भी बेचते हैं। उसके बाद जो खरीद होता है उसे धान, गेहूँ, मक्का खरीद कर अपना सेल करते हैं। तो उसमें अगले यानी कि 21 और 22 में हम लोग लगभग 1,32,000 का सेल किए।
और हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं। वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं। और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं, जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा था, अब जो रख रही है उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है।
The program ended with a valedictory session by Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of IT and EC, Government of Telangana State, as the chief guest. In his remarks, he brought out the model of inclusivity and innovation in the state of Telangana and the need for building an enabling ecosystem.
In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means betterment of agriculture or improving agriculture or optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. So what we have done is that we have, for the common crops in Telangana, we have understood the entire cycle of operations that are performed, and all of you are agriculture related professionals. I'm sure you know what I mean. Right from the time that you prepare your fields till you gather all your inputs, till you do the agriculture operations, you manage pests, drought, etc. Then you harvest the crop, then you store the crop, you do some primary processing, then it is taken to the market. In case there is some drought, etc., some natural calamity, you claim insurance. So what we noticed was that every step in this process of the common crops that we decided to work on, there are opportunities of improvement. There are certain inefficiencies which can be improved.
AgHub through the event provided an excellent platform for various stakeholders to connect and exchange insights and share developments from across the country. India assumed the presidency of G20 for the year 2023. Group of 20 is a forum comprising 19 countries and the European Union. Agriculture is one of the 16 sectors that is part of the summit's theme Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning one earth, one family, one future. India is organizing multiple events nationwide as a lead-up to the G20 summit in September this year. AgHub is an agri-innovation hub under Agriculture University, Hyderabad, Professor Jaya Shankar, Telangana State Agricultural University. On 29th March 2023, AgHub, PJT-SAU, Hyderabad hosted a one-day workshop titled Building Innovation-Led Entrepreneurial Pathways for Accelerating SDG Reach. AgHub collaborated with Global Development Center, Research and Information Systems, RIS, New Delhi, and IKP Knowledge Park, Hyderabad for the event. The highlight of the event was a full-day workshop around current developments in food and nutritional security and climate resistance. AgHub organized multiple sessions that include talks and panel discussion by prominent thought leaders and industry expertise, who shared their insights into innovative ecosystem emerging in the state. Government officials, policymakers, thematic experts, researchers, and innovators participated in curated discussions around SDG goals. The sub-themes at the workshop were food and nutritional security, climate resilience, and sustainability. The day-long event had 4 sessions on thematic areas. Dr. G.R. Chintala, former Chairman NABARD, inaugurated the event. While addressing the gathering, he highlighted the need for rejuvenated agriculture.
Agri scenario, and it's time for us to relook into what exactly is happening in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem can be nurtured. Who are the players actually playing a very catalytic role in the whole of this thing, and what are the issues really that are plaguing.
This workshop forms part of the series of activities the Task Force 6 under the Think 20 for the G20 is undertaking all over the country, and this is one event slated for this part of the country and particularly for the state of Telangana. The workshop, just to give you a brief, is very specific to understand the emerging innovations which are coming as novel models, as you could have seen in the exhibition, which was, figuratively and comprehensively informed to all about some of the models which are emerging on their own and coming on.
The shareholders present here today would bring meaning to this event by sharing their rich experience and knowledge about different types of agricultural innovations with examples, case studies, criteria for success, the enabling environment, and associated factors.
In fact, we have developed this Make Dut in partnership with the Government of India, and in fact this is a mobile app and through which weather forecast is delivered to 450 cities. There is another one, Plantix, on which we work with the Indo-German start setups, and in fact it helps farmers to address the diseases, plant disease issues of somewhere around 500 diseases covering 35 plants, and in fact now this is available in 18 languages.
Coming to sustainable development goals, NABARD is not new to this. Maybe yes, these goals have been outlined and how one has to achieve by 2030, whether it is no poverty, hunger, gender equality, so on and so forth. I think in 90% of the sustainable development goals, NABARD has always been a part of it, and it has been spearheading the entire program across the country.
2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। पहले मुझे नहीं पता था हमारे लद्दाख में बहन लोगों को सेवा क्या काम करते हैं। फिर मैं सेवा से जुड़ के ये सब पता चला कि हमारे गांव में, हमारे लद्दाख में ये खुबानी, बादाम, ये सब वेस्ट होता है, गाय को खिलाता है। फिर इधर आके ट्रेनिंग दिया अहमदाबाद में 45 डेज। फिर इधर से हम लद्दाख में जाके हमारे बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी 600-700 बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी हम लोग, हमारे बहन लोग ये एब्रिकॉट ऑयल, సిబాక్థోన్ జ్యూస్, జామ్, అబ్రికోట్ జ్యూస్ बनाता है।
నా పేరు శ్రీజ, నేను గద్వాల్ జిల్లాలోని చింతలకుంట గ్రామానికి చెందుతాను। ఇప్పుడు నేను ప్రస్తుతం ఇంటర్ ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ చదువుతున్నాను। నేను వచ్చేసి శ్రీజ గ్రీన్ గెలాక్సీ ఒక స్టార్టప్ను స్టార్ట్ చేశాను। దాంట్లో భాగంగా నేను ఈ బయో పార్ట్స్ గ్రౌండ్నట్ शेल तोटी तैयार చేశాను।
और हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं। वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं, और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं, जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा था, अब जो रख रही हैं उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है।
The program ended with a valedictory session by Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of IT and EC, Government of Telangana State, as the chief guest. In his remarks, he brought out the model of inclusivity and innovation in the state of Telangana and the need for building an enabling ecosystem.
In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means betterment of agriculture, or improving agriculture, or optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. So what we have done is that we have, for the common crops in Telangana, we have understood the entire cycle of operations that are performed. And all of you are agriculture related professionals. I'm sure you know what I mean. Right from the time that you prepare your fields till you gather all your inputs, till you do the agriculture operations, you manage pests, drought, etc. Then you harvest the crop, then you store the crop, you do some primary processing, then it is taken to the market. In case there is some drought, etc., some natural calamity, you claim insurance. So what we noticed was that every step in this process of the common crops that we decided to work on, there are opportunities of improvement. There are certain inefficiencies which can be improved.
Ag Hub through the event provided an excellent platform for various stakeholders to connect and exchange insights and share developments from across the country. Professor Jaya Shankar Telangana State Agricultural University was established in 2014. It is the youngest agriculture university in the country with a vision to become a one-stop destination for agriculture, education, research and extension. The university has set up Ag Hub, an agri-accelerator that is structured in a hub and spoke model. The university aims to promote rural entrepreneurship among farmers, rural youth and women of Telangana to encourage agri-food startups. The university has already supported over 45 startups, impacting the lives of over 5,000 farmers in the state. The university hosted Gen Y Meet at its campus as part of ongoing series of G20 event in India. The event was attended by thought leaders, stakeholders and entrepreneurs who are working towards ecological and nutritional balance for the state, country and the world. The event started with series of talks with eminent speakers and experts from agriculture sector.
Discussions are indeed very crucial for the TF6 as they form important part pointers as we are engaged in developing a policy document for the T20 and G20. Particularly, we could voice the models emerging in this geography of the country.
As you know that G20 Task Force 6 is one of the very critical task forces dealing with the pathways to the Agenda 2030 where we are discussing the progress in the Sustainable Development Goals. Under that, there are very important sub-themes which are defined, and one of the sub-themes is on the sustainable agriculture, climate smart agriculture.
I think we'll all agree delivering on the SDGs are the most important to-do list that is facing mankind at this moment in time. And it's really important that we all work together on a number of key issues. Key issues such as sustainable agricultural production, global food supply to ensure everyone around the world, all of us have access to nutritious meals. We also need to look at the underlying drivers of food insecurity. How do we tackle such an important issue? And I certainly believe we also need to look at issues such as how do we utilize research, innovation, and new ways of working to ensure food reaches the most vulnerable across our globe.
This workshop provides platform to propose process, pathways and interventions needed to unlock the potential of innovation in agriculture and scaling up with inclusiveness.
These are the SDGs goals, 17 SDGs goals on which we monitor how we are doing well with our efforts to ensure that everybody has a food, everybody has good nutrition, our climate change adverse effect is reducing, the climate change, the increase in temperature, the change in the pattern of the precipitation, the frequency of the drought and flood. So my request would be that give millet the place the exact place, the appropriate place, if we have to have better health. Not for the millet, but for our own health. If we have to diversify our diet, if we have to bring better health for the future.
Is agriculture on the whole an aging industry? When I say aging industry, I mean that are young people interested in agriculture or not? Is there a way through innovation we can actually get more younger people into agriculture? Can we actually create opportunities through new innovations? So I think we need to think of new technologies that actually can work with small farmers and mid-sized farms.
In the agri-tech system, and certainly low productivity has been a challenge. Our complete abuse of our soil has been a huge big challenge. There is perennially the inadequate access of the small and marginal farmers to market. So there is the intermediary system, which is a big problem. Consumption patterns have changed, population growth and people's movement has changed, and that itself has. And of course, the big elephant in the room, climate change. Right? So it's in that background that we have to now look at what is going to go. So the next wave of innovation that we will have to come out with completely alternative approaches and innovations to rethink of what we need to do to contribute to 2030. So now startups have to look at a different set of challenges of developing technology and tools that can enhance productivity in declining resource settings.
We gave that grant to Ag Hub, and also subsequently we gave quite a lot of catalytic capital also. We are extremely happy that Ag Hub is doing a wonderful job, and the way the innovations have been being nurtured, actually it is very great that we are catching up with the world.
The panel discussion had attendees from different sectors related to agriculture.
Now, when we want to do things for ourselves as the Global South, we do need to first know what do we have. Do we have the expertise that we can share with each other? And that is where the question of localization of our expertise comes. When I come and see what happens in all these startups that showcased their exhibits in the morning when the exhibition was opened, I find that the local problems have been resolved through local solutions by these startups. And this localization has been demonstrated through research also, in the literature also, to be a key component for achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals.
What would even be the definition of startups or the terminologies that deal with startup across these G20 nations, so that when we discuss across countries or across nations, we have a common language to speak.
During the gathering, Jayesh Ranjan, the IT Secretary for the Government of Telangana, talked about how the state is working towards sustainability.
In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. We spend time on seeking technologies which can plug those inefficiencies across all these steps or all the value chain that I spoke about. And we were able to identify 80 odd technologies of different kinds. Some technologies are actually sensor-based technologies, IoT, some are more data-driven, through which we can either improve the production, improve the productivity, or minimize the losses.
During the event, an exhibition was held featuring startups that were incubated by the Ag Hub. The founders of these startups also shared their experiences with the audience.
I work in an NGO called Seva Bharat. It's a larger umbrella that is supporting entrepreneurs and micro entrepreneurs that are basically women in 18 states of India currently. So we have right now entrepreneurs from 3 states of India. We have from Bihar, then Ladakh and then Gujarat.
मेरा नाम शुरुल है, मैं लद्दाख से आया हूँ। मैं फूड प्रोसेस का काम करती हूँ। मैं 2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। अभी हम लोग हमारे बहन लोग ये एप्रिकॉट ऑयल, सिबाकथोन जूस, जाम, एप्रिकॉट जूस बनाता है।
मैं अहमदाबाद से आई हूँ और मेरा गांव का नाम नाज है, तालुका दोस्त जिला अहमदाबाद से आई हूँ मैं। और मैं सेवा में 2002 से ज्वाइंट हुई हूँ। जब मैं सेवा में जुड़ी बाद में मैं बहुत अलग अलग प्रकार की ट्रेनिंग ली है, जैसे कि फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग की ट्रेनिंग ली, तो फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग के लिए रूढ़ी की ट्रेनिंग ली। रूढ़ी की ट्रेनिंग के बाद मैं रूढ़ी बहन बन गई और रूढ़ी बहन बनने के बाद मुझे बहुत सारी चीज़ सीखने के लिए मिली।
हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं। वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं, जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा था, अब जो रख रही है उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है। तो अब जो बहन रख रही है ब्रीड, उसमें उसको झुंड बढ़ रहा है, उसका ब्रीड बढ़ रहा है, उससे वो सेल कर रही है तो उससे उसको फ़ायदा हो रहा है। और उसके बाद उसके पास जो गोट मिल्क आ रहा है तो उससे हम लोग अभी हाल ही में मतलब 6 महीने पहले से साबुन बनाना स्टार्ट किए हैं।
We are doing ready to eat and ready to cook millet chapatis using a very unique fermentation technology. With this technology, we've been able to make millets much softer and more palatable compared to the regular millets. And we've also been able to increase the shelf life to 3 times without the need to use any preservatives. We had come up with a product that was developed in the kitchen. When we came to Aghab, we were introduced to the food scientists here in the Agricultural University, and with the help of the food scientists, we standardized and validated the product.
It's a greenfield enterprise. We're making FMCG products out of agri-produce. That's the DNA of Motion Daughters. Here we are displaying skincare products which are made solely out of agri-produce with 0 chemicals, 0 preservatives, no fragrances, and they're so safe that you can actually eat them and there won't be any harm to the body. I mean, when I came to Aghab, I was a bit lost. I didn't know where to start from, but then we have an excellent team here. They have been really supportive and helpful to enhance the experience of an entrepreneur and also create the sustainable ecosystem all around.
We are isolating plant protein, especially from pulses, millets and oil seeds. Especially for a startup like this, you need certain platform, in terms of your innovation, in terms of your product development, in terms of networking, with different scientists and food scientists. So the whole idea of we coming to Aghab and to incubate there was in terms of the product development. Second is in terms of networking with the stakeholder.
And we build electric farm machinery for paddy and poultry farmers. And our special, we modernize the farming with indigenous solution on local problems. So our current products, we have a poultry raking machine, paddy transplanter, paddy weeder and brush cutters, and all are electric driven. And we are the 2 products are already in commercial stage. Other 2 products are in piloting stage. We and Aghab are the Agritech Innovation Pilots we are connected through pilots program. We are conducting upcoming pilots with the Aghab.
ఈ బయో పార్ట్స్ గ్రౌండ్నట్ షెల్ తోటి తయారు చేశాను. సాధారణంగా నర్సరీలో మొక్కలు పెంచడానికి ప్లాస్టిక్ కవర్స్ను ఉపయోగిస్తుంటారు. వాళ్ళు ఉపయోగించే ఆ ప్లాస్టిక్ కవర్స్ అనేటివి సింగిల్ యూజ్ ప్లాస్టిక్. వాటి వల్ల పర్యావరణానికి చాలా అంటే చాలా హానికరం జరుగుతుంది. కాబట్టి ఈ విషయాన్ని నేను గమనించి నేను ఈ సమస్యకి ఏ విధంగా కానీ సొల్యూషన్ కనుగొనాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఈ మా గ్రామంలో అగ్రవేస్ట్గా ఉండే అధిక మొత్తంలో దొరికే గ్రౌండ్నట్ షెల్ని ఎంచుకున్నాను. ఈ హ్యాగప్ వాళ్ళు ఏం చేసిండ్రు అంటే ఆ గ్రాంట్కి సపోర్ట్ ఇచ్చిండ్రు.
Chili farmers facing the lot of problems with the thrips, black thrips. It is called as a black thrip. The scientific name is the Thrips parvispinus. These thrips, it is attacked during the flowering stage. So due to this, there is no production of red chili. The bug also, it is resistant to the chemical pesticides. So we are trying to, in India, we are first time you are using the biosurfactants in the different technology. We are the production of the biosurfactant. We are using the killing these black thrips through our biosurfactants, the different technology.
At Transity, our focus is to enable farmer cooperatives, self-help groups and other foundations to become sustainable agri-businesses. We do this by providing them a digital platform through which they can digitize every element of their operations. And number two, we provide them market access. We have been part of the AgHub cohort for Agri-Tech Innovation Pilot Program. So through that program, we actually got an opportunity to work in the Nizamabad cluster, which is a turmeric cluster. So AgHub has helped us to, through its Krishi Vigyana Kendras and research stations that are available. So we were able to actually get to the ground level, understand the ground level realities, understand what is the expectations over there, discuss about our solution, make changes and refinement, and then kind of iterate on our model.
So we started in 2020 with a supply chain traceability using blockchain. Right now we are a progressive company into the climate tech using Web3 blockchain technology. Through AgHub, we have created a bigger impact for 40,000 farmers in Tandu region, getting their GI, geographical indication for their Tandu dal, what they produce. So this is impacting around 40,000 farmers, improving their lifestyle. This is the biggest contribution.
How to get nutritious food while by not affecting environment in a negative way. So that's why we are offering end-to-end bioorganic solutions for chemical-free agriculture. My association with AgHub has also become important for another reason. We started our distribution operation in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana last year. So I needed to have a base here. I need to understand the ecosystem here. I need to get market connect, all kind of support. Today I'm so happy to see not just Kalpana ma'am, different professors, different scientists came to our stalls, discussed and encouraged us.
He's managed the initial startup years and helped the institute grow through increasing years of visibility. He's ensured financial sustainability, and after obtaining the first ever global AACSB accreditation. He led ISB's global recognition and ranking to the top 20 in the world. Thank you so much for doing that. Very proud that it's in Hyderabad and you've been instrumental in this. And he's also helped in the formation of ISB's second campus at Mohel. Over to you, sir, to take over. Thank you.
I always feel embarrassed by introductions, because the introductions never talk about the hundreds of things that I did wrong and the millions of things on which I failed. So we handpick some of those things. What I will not do is handpick data in this talk, and I'll do I think what I think is the overarching, quick survey of where we are today in terms of the innovation ecosystem. But because Mukta talked about ISB, let me just go back, if you'll allow me, for 1 minute down memory lane. When I came to ISB, in ISB, one of the first things we did was that we should focus on entrepreneurship and innovation. And there was nothing, those of you who were here in 2003-04, and I think IKP had just about started a few years ago, and it was more there in life sciences. There used to be that big board when you came down the stairs at the airport, which was the first thing I remembered about IKP. But there was very, very little entrepreneurship and innovation here. In the new sector, Hyderabad has always been entrepreneurial about infrastructure, real estate, and pharma and seeds and all those things. But in the new sectors, we had very little innovation. And Jay Chaudhary, Satish Andhra and I, we started the TIE ISB Connect to really fast track entrepreneurship in the state. And now when I see the entrepreneurship sector here, I'm amazed at how much this state has really developed and gone. So in some ways, we all focus on the challenges, the problems, the difficulties, but we rarely step back and see how much has actually been achieved. And I think we should all congratulate ourselves as citizens of the city and state for what we have collectively done. So let me now go back to the innovation ecosystem and quick look at the Indian landscape and then bring it down to agri landscape. So we are now, and I think Mr. Chintala has mentioned that we are already the third largest after US and China as an innovation ecosystem. We are somewhere already around 1 lakh startups. Last number I saw was 96,000, but given how many of us don't even register, the real number of startups in this ecosystem must be well over 1 lakh of system. So that's why. Now, this is also backed up in India. These are not just startups getting along, right? It's backed up by academic institutions, research institutions primarily focused for doing innovation, government support. So there is a fairly large ecosystem behind this whole thing, right? What is now fascinating is that earlier this was only in the 5, 6, 7 big cities. Now what we see is a rapid movement of this into not just smaller cities, but actually into second tier and even third tier towns. So in Telangana, for example, TSIC works on social innovations, and we now see in cluster of villages some really good innovation happening and entrepreneurship happening. So why has this happened? And I think again, we are very good at complaining about our governments and about our, but a lot of what happened in India has happened thanks to the government. DST, DBT, Niti Aayog, all the, leading heavy engine industries, agriculture, all ministries have really poured in a lot of money, which has really fast-tracked it. At the same time, academic institutions especially have made the fullest use of this and in turn started their own innovation ecosystems. So at the same way, states also have played a very important. So my own state, Telangana, for example, has been a pioneer in developing novel state startup policies, infrastructure support, human capital. I remember, when the minister KTR Garu came actually to my office on the second day of taking over and says, okay, you people have been talking about innovation and entrepreneurship, let's make it happen. I have to admit it was the first time in my life that I had government pushing me to do faster things than I had ever done. And he talked about, when we planned the whole policy, we said we'll do 3 things. We'll focus on innovation. The USP of Telangana was going to be innovation. Second thing is that innovation must be inclusive. So it must affect all sectors, from farmers to women to school children to rural to everyone. And third, the state will only provide the infrastructure and will rely on the capabilities of the human talent pool that we have to carry it forward. And that has been yet another very powerful reason why this state again has come up to the top tier in innovation. India itself, I think, has come to about 40 from 81 in terms of ranking. So as a country, we have done well, right? Now, agriculture. Coming to agriculture, agriculture obviously plays a vital role, right, in sustainable development. That's at the core of it, food, everything. However, in the agri-tech system, and again, Mr. Chintala covered it beautifully, so I don't want to keep going back into many of the things he said about some of the challenges we have, but certainly low productivity has been a challenge. Our complete abuse of our soil has been a huge, big challenge. There is perennially the inadequate access of the small and marginal farmers to market. So there is the intermediary system, which is a big problem. consumption patterns have changed, population growth and people's movement has changed, and that itself has. And of course, the big elephant in the room, climate change. Right? So it's in that background that we have to now look at what is going to go. So the next wave of innovation that we have will have to come out with completely alternative approaches and innovations to rethink of what we need to do to contribute to 2030. So now startups have to look at a different set of challenges of developing technology and tools that can enhance productivity in declining resource settings. This is not when there is going to be less water, less power, maybe poorer conditions of soil, variable climate. How do we in those kind of circumstances do it? So that's one. Second thing is, in agriculture especially, startups cannot focus on just their profitability. Startups have to focus on the well-being of small and marginal farmers. So a startup which makes a lot of money but does not do a lot for the small and marginal farmer is not playing a societally important role. And I think agriculture startups will have to look at societal benefits as an equal target in order to financial stability. So fortunately, the agri-tech innovation system has also benefited from the government initiatives. We found on Traction some 2,000 agri-tech startups and more than 80 business incubators associated with agriculture and research institutions in this segment, which is very, very impressive. In which we evaluated almost 2 years ago, right? More than 2 years ago. We evaluated a large number of these and we came out with 86 startups which were very promising and which covered the entire spectrum from inputs, actually from crop planning to inputs to production, which is actually all the harvesting, post-harvest, storage, price discovery, processing and value add, distribution, weather forecasting, cash flow based farmer loans and more. So one great thing that we see about agri-tech innovation is that it covers the entire spectrum. There is no, so if you look at the value chain of agriculture, there is nothing where we say, oops, there doesn't seem to be any innovation happening here. So that's the great found part. And again, that has been helped a lot by the industry, a lot by the government, educational institutions like PJTSAU and others. However, there are still some major challenges why we are not able to. And the big challenge in that is data. There is simply no easy and access to standardized digital agriculture data. Now, agriculture data has its own complications, right? If you look at all the weather and other things, that's central data. It happens to be here in Hyderabad, but it's still central government, atomic energy department data. Then the states have their own data. Then the banks and NABARD and people like have their own data, right? Now, increasingly, some of the startups are actually doing things like taking their drones and going all over and collecting their own data. And then the data definitions across the states are different. Some data is completely missing. Like in many states, who is the actual tenant who is tilling the soil is not known. We know who is the owner, and the owner half the times is sitting in the US or somewhere else and just getting the money that the government gives, right? So we have many challenges. There is not even a standardization, and most of you know that anyway, that there is no standard. When I grew up, there was a film called Do Bigha Zameen. And much later I realized that bigha didn't mean the same thing in different states even. So, and most of this data is manual. So unless we can digitize and standardize agri data, we have a problem. So that's first problem, right? Then for those of us, so if I look back and say, if these are the kind of problems, the second big problem is actually accessing the small and marginal farmer, because access to small, even with FPOs, and by the way, FPO movement is yet another thing that all of us must strengthen. Because when we strengthen that, the small and marginal farmers collectively will have a great opportunity to be able to be equal market players in the ecosystem. Right? So if I stand back and say, therefore, what is it that we need to do? I see that for us, and for us who are enablers of this ecosystem, I see three important factors. One is to create an agri-data stack. And we've seen what has happened to the payment stack. UPI and payment stack just completely transformed. See, the center is already talking about a health stack, which is again a wonderful thing. And already there is beginning of discussions on agri-stack. And agri-stack again will have to have people coming in from the center, from the state, from the startup community, from all of us, from educational institutions and so on. So there is an extremely important contributor to innovation ecosystem will be an agri-stack database. And it will obviously have all the issues of protocol, who can have it. But by now, I think India has got that understood. Thanks to UPI and all the things they have done there, we understand how to use these public, data basis and for both societal goods and so on. The second thing we have to do is to ensure that our government policies actually encourage the adoption of innovation. Many of our agriculture policies, and so if you are going to provide anything to farmers, in each circle you need to go and take approval in many states. That's just ridiculous, right? Given the digital world today, if I do something and get an approval in Bihar, can I use that same thing in Telangana? Or if I get in Telangana, can I use it in UP or Gujarat or wherever it is? How much can we do in terms of, by the way, we do it in medicine. There is no state-wise approval of medicine, but we somehow want it in terms of agri inputs. So how can we do, how can we look and simplify agriculture policies to improve? And third, of course, as I said, is to facilitate the outreach of proven agri-techs to small and marginal farmers for their benefits. And I underline the word proven, and I'll come to it. Okay. So therefore, we at Rich, anyway, our principal job is to co-develop these ecosystems with others. So, for example, in agriculture, we work with AgHub here, ICRISAT, IIMR, NIN, and so many other research institutions. In life sciences, we work with IKP, CCMB, IICT, etc. In sustainability, we work with IIT Hyderabad, IICT again, and many others. So, what we have seen is that when we all start working together, miracles happen. Okay? So some of the things that are already happening, and which I hope we will take even further and do more. I'll just give you 4 or 5 examples just to give you what happens when you do it. So, startups, and startups make claims. Genuine claims, but they make claim. And especially in agriculture, what we find is if a startup comes from the technology side, half the times it doesn't really understand agriculture, right? So how do we validate those claims? So here again in AgHub, WEF and AgHub together have started the sandbox, the agriculture validation sandbox, where we ensure that under controlled circumstances, we actually validate the claims that the startup is making. Because after all, we don't want, as a country and even as morally responsible citizens, we definitely do not want us to be supporting startups which are not delivering or not doing the right things. So that's one big thing that is happening. The second, as I already mentioned, regulations and policy. So once again, we are, and we will include many of the partners here, working with the state government to create policy sandboxes. So if a new policy needs to be introduced, it will be introduced in that limited area in the district or a part of district. We will see how it works. If it works well, then you expand it to a larger area and then across the state and so on. The third, and again I've mentioned, is co-creating the agri stack. And again, we are working with a number of national research institutions, national data institutions. So, National Remote Sensing Center here, the Mahalanobis Center for Agri Crop Forecasting, and so on and so forth, and the Agri Collaboratory, in order to commonly create a digital public good. That means data which can be used by everyone, just like the UPI is doing. The fourth thing, and again, so Ms. Chintala mentioned this, we somehow arrogantly think that we are the keepers of knowledge. Our traditional practices in many cases are brilliantly climate resistant. So together with UNDP, we documented 25 climate resilient practices, and Atira sitting there was the lead person who did it, which we have now documented properly and which are now available for scientists to check. So this is actually from the ground practice which, hey guys, do you know that we do it this way? And that sometimes goes counter to what we thought were rational policies. So there are a lot of things that need to be, we need to have this fertilization of knowledge from the field to the science and from science to the field. And finally, of course, making market connect. So between all of us, we are able to obviously ensure that using government offices, we go to the farmers and FPOs, but we also go to other suppliers. So there are many opportunities like this which we have, which will be the new pathways, and that's what our talk was, right? How do we create new pathways to creating innovations? So these are just some of the examples of what there could be new pathways, but given that the market will change, climate will change, new ideas will come, new technologies will emerge, there will continuously be a need for finding those new pathways. And the only thing we can do now is to create strong collaborative networks of all of us, so that together, whenever a problem comes, we can. And we saw that happen in COVID to some extent. When COVID happened, an immediate, instantaneous collaboration of industry, governments, etc. started. How can we perpetuate those? How can we ensure that we don't have to wait for a COVID? How can we make sure that much before it comes, we are ready to do it? So that is going to be a real challenge and opportunity for us as a sector. Thank you. Have a great day.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम अंशुया है। मैं अहमदाबाद से आई हूँ और मेरा गांव का नाम नाज है, तालुका दोस्त को जिला अहमदाबाद से आई हूँ मैं। और मैं सेवा में 2002 से ज्वाइंट हुई हूँ। 2002 से ज्वाइंट नहीं थी तब मेरी परिस्थिति बहुत गंभीर थी। जैसे कि मैं पशुपालन काम कर रही थी और एक कैद मजदूर बहन थी। जब मैं नई सेवा में जुड़ी थी तब मैं घर से बाहर नहीं निकल सकती थी, बहुत मुश्किल काम था। लेकिन जब मैं सेवा में जुड़ी तब मेरा बहुत सारा शक्ति विकास हुआ। जब मैं सेवा में जुड़ी बाद में मैं बहुत अलग अलग प्रकार की ट्रेनिंग ली है। जैसे कि फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग की ट्रेनिंग ली, तो फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग के लिए रूढ़ी की ट्रेनिंग ली। रूढ़ी की ट्रेनिंग के बाद मैं रूढ़ी बहन बन गई और रूढ़ी बहन बनने के बाद मुझे बहुत सारी चीज़ सीखने के लिए मिली कि जो हमारा जो किसान भाई था वो बाज़ार में जाते थे तो वो बचौटिया थे, वो सब चीज़ पूरे कम दाम में ले लेते थे। लेकिन जब सेवा से जुड़ी ट्रेनिंग ली तब हमें पता चला कि हम पूरे बाज़ार से जुड़े, बचौटिया को निकाल के पूरे बाज़ार के जाएंगे तो हम पूरे दाम में हमें पूरे के पूरे दाम मिलेंगे। बाद में हमारा वो सेवा का एक प्रतिनिधि चुना, वो गांव-गांव में जाके किसानों को समझाता है कि क्वालिटी पसंद करता है कि कैसी क्वालिटी, जो अच्छी क्वालिटी हो तो पूरा दाम मिलते हैं। बाद में बहनों को भी ट्रेनिंग देते हैं रूढ़ी की कि कैसे प्रोसेसिंग करना है, कैसे साफ़ सफाई करना है, कैसे पैकेजिंग करना है। तो हमारी जो सेवा में जुड़ी हुई बहन है वो उन लोगों को भी उन्हीं का गुजरान चलाने के लिए आमदनी मिलती है। बाद में मैंने फूड प्रोसेसिंग में बेकरी की ट्रेनिंग ली। मैं अभी बेकरी शेफ़ हूँ, तो बेकरी में भी अलग अलग प्रकार के कुकीज़ बनाती हूँ। पर जब बाहर बेकरी में मैदा की चीज़ मिलती है, जो मैदा हम खाते हैं तो हमारे स्वास्थ्य के लिए बहुत हानिकारक है, तो मैं मैदे से हटाकर मैं गेहूं के आटे में से सब चीज़ बनाती हूँ। जैसे कि अलग अलग प्रकार का कुकीज़ बनाती हूँ, पाव, बन, ब्रेड, पिज़्ज़ा बेच। क्या कि ये नए जनरेशन में सब लोग बाहर के पिज़्ज़ा खाते हैं, तो पिज़्ज़ा बेस भी मैं गेहूं के आटे में से बनाती हूँ। और अलग अलग चॉकलेट्स भी बनाती हूँ, क्रीम रोल भी बनाती हूँ, खारी अलग अलग प्रकार से बनाती हूँ। वो सब मैं गेहूं के आटे में से बेकरी की प्रोडक्ट भी बना। पहला मेरी आमदनी बहुत कम थी। जब मैं घर में काम कर रही थी मेरे को 1000 और 1500 मिलते थे। जब मैं बेकरी सेफ हो गई तो तब मेरी आमदनी 15,000 से 18,000 मेरी हो गई है। इसीलिए सेवा इज़ ग्रेट, सेवा इज़ माई मदर।
We are talking about SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, good health, good environment. Now, your health depends on nutritious food and also environment. And how to get nutritious food while by not affecting environment in a negative way. So that's why we are offering end-to-end bioorganic solutions for chemical-free agriculture. So now farmers don't have to worry about yield loss by migrating from conventional to organic. So they will get an equivalent yield to conventional, if not more. So what we have is this is an IP protected biofertilizer. This can be a complete replacement of urea, DAP, MOP, like all chemical fertilizers. Then we have biostimulants, tonic plus. This takes care of all the micronutrients requirement of the plant system. And then we have fungal control agent, pest control agent, practically end-to-end solutions for the farmers to switch to, I should say, bioorganic farming from conventional and get better health, better yield, and of course better return. First of all, it's a wrong concept. The small farmers has got cost issues. In my experience, a small farmer for his 1 acre of land spends more money than a large farmer because he needs to get result. His survival is only for that. So a small farmer actually usually spends more per acre than a big farmer. This is a fact, first of all. Secondly, but the problem is, big farmer has say 10 acres of land. He can still take a chance of doing a trial on 1 acre of land. But a small farmer who has only maybe 1 acre, 2 acre of land, it will be difficult for him to even do the trial. So that is the only issue we have. About the price, even a small farmer in his say conventional field, say for paddy, in South India, if we say Andhra Pradesh, a farmer for 1 acre of paddy is spending between 8 to 12,000, 15,000 even for rabi crop paddy. Ours depends on the soil condition, but it's in between 8 to 12,000 only. So in the first season anyway, we have to match their conventional cost. Our cost cannot be more. But most interestingly is, if our cost in first season is 12,000, second season it will be 10,000, third season it will be only 8,000. So our cost of production will be coming down every year. Whereas the farmers will get equivalent and more yield. Not just that, if he can get, if one can create an ecosystem where he can get a better price realization for his residue-free produce, he will be even making more money than that. So this is how the thing works. It is not about that, in one go, you suddenly see a massive result. It is not magic. So in the first season, we will guarantee you uncompromised yield. That means your yield will be not less than conventional. And you see, I'll just explain you. Well, this is the trial data done by the Tata Tea in their plantation. We are not even they had no access to the garden. This is the trial data. 2% more yield over conventional. This is cotton, the most pesticide intensive crop, cotton. This trial was done by Indocount. You see 21.5% more result. These pilots were done with social alpha in UP. In sugarcane, we are consistently giving tallest sugarcane in the village. With paddy, this Kalanamak paddy during the social alpha pilot, this person got 59 tillers. Can you believe 59 tillers? Normal tillers is 20 to 30, 40 maximum. This is paddy in Gorakhpur. And the most important thing, in most of the places, farmers report zero pest problem. This year in UP, there are major issues with sugarcane. Our canes are still standing tall. Just last week, the farmer got harvest of 450 quintal, whereas the neighbors have not even crossing 300, 350 maximum. So we have been able to increase the yield by shifting from conventional to our kind of organic. See, I mean, this company was incubated in 2020 December, but this biofertilizer was patented in 2012. We have been doing the product and protocol development from 2013 to 2020. And another anecdote I should give you, this biofertilizer is a consortium of microbes. And if you know, under the FCO order, they banned mixing of microorganisms to be called as fertilizer. So when we started using product development, protocol development, we used to distribute it as soil modulator, because it cannot be called as a fertilizer, because the moment you mix microbes, according to them, it is no longer a fertilizer. So we are already ahead of time. So in our country, sadly enough, if you are 10 years ahead of your time, it's not always a good thing. You got to pay price for it. So we are just struggling and making it acceptable to the people. It will take its own time, but we are also looking for our organic growth. So we are a result-oriented company. Today we are standing here because we started validation with AgHub. See, I mean, I got introduced to Vijay sir through, I was part of SIIC cohort, so that's how I got introduced to him. And then I realized that AgHub is doing validation. So that's why I became a part of AgHub last year. We started doing validation, and lucky enough, we got selected for BIRAC IKP Agri-Grand Challenge this year. So AgHub will be my deployment partner. So we are starting another validation this season now. So, and my association with AgHub has also become important for another reason. We started our distribution operation in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana last year. So I needed to have a base here. I need to understand the ecosystem here. I need to get market connect, all kind of support. Today I'm so happy to see not just Kalpana ma'am, different professors, different scientists came to our stalls, discussed and encouraged us. Actually, the dean came and encouraged us, saying that, okay, you are doing a great thing because you're promoting chemical-free agriculture. So one thing is good about AgHub and this PGTSU is in other incubations I'm part of, they are not agriculture specific. Like SIIC has everything. So I'm a small factor over there. Here is only agriculture. All we see around is other friends were like me with a lot of passion doing something related to agriculture. So even today in the session, I expressed my wish that, some of our startups can do a combined project together in PGTSU so that it becomes an ideal model. Like TraceX, Madhur Drones. TraceX identifies, use our solution, Madhur Drones implements. I'm just giving you an example. Okay, Seva markets. Just imagine. If we can create an ecosystem and a model, even in AgHub with PGTSU's land, next event you have like that, you take the dignitaries to one plot where 4 or 5 startups are collaborated. So this is possible in AgHub because with Kalpana ma'am and Vijay, they are both very dynamic people. They are very open people. And they're very focused on agriculture. They both know the realities, ground realities, academia very well. So I think this is a very, very win-win situation for a, what should I say, a startup like us who are more scientifically oriented. So we are getting that kind of a support, and we are looking forward to more meaningful, relationship with ACHAP.
We are the manufacturing of biofertilizers and biofungicides and bionemaicides and all other sustainable agri inputs. And we are also collaborated with IFCO, and recognition is IKP and BIRAC and something IFCO and Coffee Board in Bangalore. And we are also our main vision is to farmers to encourage the agriculture inputs, means like sustainable agriculture. And we are also manufacturing of biofertilizers like NPK, like we are using bio, like a nitrogen fixing bacteria and phosphorus solving bacteria and Pseudomonas and Bacillus. And we are taking technologies from ICR, IHR and UHS Bagalkot and NBAR and IFCO. These are technologies. And we are also some products we are taken from Italy, like micronutrients like zinc, boron, sulfur and ferrous, like that. And also we are working on molecular works and bioherbicides.
Sadhanaran Reddy. I'm a product training manager in Country Chicken Co. So Country Chicken is India lone first retail outdoor store in Hyderabad start chesam. So present Hyderabad lo 4 stores unnai. So one is Pragati Nagar and KPHP Colony and Dilshik Nagar Kottapet and Manikonda 4 stores. So we are soonly, as soon as possible, remaining within 2 months 8 stores plan చేస్తున్నాం సిటీలో. సో సిటీలో టోటల్ వచ్చి 12 స్టోర్స్ ప్లాన్ చేస్తున్నాము. సో దాంతోపాటు మాకు ఎంటైర్ సౌత్ ఇండియాలో 15,000 ప్లస్ మాకు ఫార్మర్స్ టైప్ ఉన్నారనమాట. సో ఫార్మర్స్కి ఏమంటే చిక్స్ ఇస్తాం, మేము ఇంటిగ్రేటింగ్ చేపిస్తాం అండ్ మళ్ళీ బైబ్యాక్ చేస్తాం. ఫార్మర్స్కి ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళు మళ్ళీ బయటకి మార్కెట్లోకి వెళ్ళి సేల్ చేసుకోలేరు కాబట్టి సో ఫార్మర్కి సపోర్ట్ చేస్తూ సో మేము ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ చేసుకుంటూ బైబ్యాక్ చేస్తున్నాం అనమాట. సో అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం మా స్టోర్స్లో అన్నీ వచ్చేమంటే 0 ఫుల్ స్మెల్లింగ్ ఉంటుంది. స్టోర్స్లో స్మెల్ అనేది ఉండదు. మా దగ్గర ఓన్లీ కంట్రీ చికెన్ ఎగ్స్, కంట్రీ చికెన్ బ్రౌన్ ఎగ్స్, కంట్రీ చికెన్ ఎగ్స్ అండ్ కంట్రీ చికెన్ పికిల్స్ మట్టుకే సేల్ చేస్తాం అనమాట. ఐహబ్ మాకు బాగా సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుంది. ఐహబ్ మాకు సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుంది, ఐకార్ ఒకటి సపోర్ట్ మాతో చేస్తుంది, ఎన్ఆర్సీఎం మాకు సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుంది, గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణ మాకు సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుంది. సో మేము యాజ్ సూన్ యాజ్ పాసిబుల్ విత్ ఇన్ విత్ మే ఎండింగ్ లోపల వీఆర్ ప్లానింగ్ టు ద పాన్ ఇండియా. సో గో ఫర్ ఫస్ట్ బెంగళూరు మేము ప్లాన్ చేస్తున్నాము. ఆఫ్టర్ దట్ ఎంటైర్ ఇన్ పాన్ ఇండియాలో మేము స్టోర్స్ అన్ని ఓపెన్ చేయాలని, ప్రీమియం స్టోర్స్ అని ఓపెన్ చేయాలని చేస్తున్నాము.
ఇక్కడ how many of you feel that you have to work day in and day out to be successful? పిచ్చోళ్ళ కష్టపడాలి అని ఇంతమందికి అనిపిస్తుంది? పర్లేదు చెప్పండి. ఆనెస్ట్గా చెప్పాలంటే ఐ ఫీల్ బ్లెస్ దాట్ నేను ఇప్పటివరకు ఐ డోంట్ ఫీల్ దట్ ఒక్కరోజు కూడా కష్టపడినా అని. ఇట్స్ బీన్ అ వెరీ వెరీ ఫన్ జర్నీ. నాకు తిండి గుర్తుండదు, ఆకలేది. ఐ లవ్ మై వర్క్. అండ్ ఇప్పుడు మన టాపిక్ ఏంది? సస్టైనబిలిటీ. అండ్ సస్టైనబిలిటీ అంటే ఏంది? డూయింగ్ సంథింగ్ విచ్ ఇస్ బెటర్ ఫర్ ఎవ్రీ వన్ అండ్ ఇట్ షుడ్ బి సంథింగ్ ఇన్ ద లాంగ్ రన్. అండ్ వెన్ యూ వాంట్ టు బి సక్సెస్ఫుల్, ద కీ టు దాట్ ఇస్ టు నాట్ వర్క్ ఎవ్రీ డే, టు హ్యావ్ ఫన్ ఇన్ ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ మూమెంట్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ డే. చేసే ప్రతి పనిలో వెన్ యూ హ్యావ్ ఎ లాట్ ఆఫ్ ఫన్, దట్స్ అ సస్టైనబుల్ గ్రోత్ దట్ యూ కెన్ హ్యావ్ ఇన్ యువర్ లైఫ్. And I was blessed ki I got to have such a thing. ఎలా అయింది అది? మీలానే కాలేజ్లో ఉండే చూస్తుండే. అండ్ వెన్ కమింగ్ టు కాలేజ్ అండ్ దీస్ థింగ్స్ ఇప్పుడు ఎలా అయిపోయిందంటే అన్నీ ఓవర్ నైట్ అయిపోవాలి. రిలేషన్ 1 night స్టాండ్, ఒకవేళ ఎగ్జామ్ ఉందనుకో 1 night స్టాండ్, ఏదన్నా 1 night. దట్స్ నాట్ సస్టైనబిలిటీ, దట్స్ ది ఎగ్జాక్ట్ ఆపోజిట్ ఆఫ్ సస్టైనబిలిటీ. అండ్ అది ఏమన్నా పోయింది, బీయింగ్ 1 night అండ్ బీయింగ్ కూల్, అది పోయింది. నౌ వాట్స్ కూల్, యు నో, బీయింగ్ సంథింగ్ అ లాంగ్ టర్మ్ థింగ్, డూయింగ్ సంథింగ్ ఫర్ ద లాంగ్ టర్మ్. ఇప్పుడు టెంపరీ ఫన్ వస్తుంది, బట్ లాంగ్ టర్మ్ అందరు కలిసి గ్రో అవ్వాలి అంటే యూ హ్యావ్ టు సపోర్ట్ ఈచ్ అదర్. ఇప్పుడు ఇలా నేను మాట్లాడగలుగుతున్నానంటే బ్యాక్ వెన్ వాజ్ ఇన్ కాలేజ్, అప్పుడు నన్ను ఎవరో పట్టుకొని పర్లేదు మాట్లాడని నెట్టుంటారు కదా, అది ఎవరు? నా ఫ్రెండే. ఇప్పుడు మీరు వెన్ యూ కమ్ అలాంగ్ విత్ ఈచ్ అదర్, ఐ మీన్ పుష్ ఈచ్ అదర్, అప్పుడే కదా ఆ లెవెల్లో గ్రో అవుతారు మీరు. ఎస్ ఆర్ నో? అయితే ఏం చేయాలి? యూ హ్యావ్ టు గ్రో టుగెదర్ సస్టైనబుల్లీ. And now in 2020s, we are realizing the importance of eating organic. And ఆర్గానిక్గా తినడానికి చూస్తున్నాము. బట్ వెజిటబుల్స్ గురించి అంత ఆలోచిస్తున్నాం. ఇక్కడ ఎంతమంది నాన్ వెజ్ తింటారు? ఓ వావ్, పక్కా హైదరాబాద్ అనిపిస్తుంది ఇప్పుడు. ఎంతమంది నాటుకోడి తింటారు? awesome. So back when ఇన్ని ఒక 40-50 yearsగా we understood the importance of organic and we are eating organic. బట్ మన చికెన్ తింటున్నాము, రైట్? చాలా ఇష్టంగా తింటాము, KFC కానీ ఏదైనా ఇలా తింటాము. బట్ ఆర్ వి క్వశ్చనింగ్ అవర్ సెల్ఫ్, ఇస్ దట్ ద రైట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ చికెన్? అది ఆర్గానిక్కా కాదా అని. ఎలా పెరిగింది, ఎందుకు పెరిగింది? నార్మల్ ఒక నాటుకోడి పెరగడానికి 120 days పడుతుంది, రైట్? ఇప్పుడు మనం తినే వైట్ కోడి, ఇట్స్ బీయింగ్ గ్రోన్ ఇన్ జస్ట్ అ స్పాన్ ఆఫ్ 30 days. 120 ఎక్కడ, 30 ఎక్కడ? ద హ్యూజ్ డిఫరెన్స్, రైట్? సో దట్స్ వాట్ వీఆర్ ట్రైంగ్ టు రెవల్యూషనైజ్ ఓవర్ హియర్. మెనీ థింగ్స్ దట్ వీ డూ టుడే ఆర్ నాట్ హెడెడ్ ఇన్ అ సస్టైనబుల్ డైరెక్షన్. ఎప్పుడైతే ఐ అండర్స్టాండ్ ద ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్, ఏదైతే బెనిఫిట్స్ కనిపించాయో, వెన్ ఐ సా ఆల్ దోస్ థింగ్స్, ఐ వాజ్ రియలీ టేకెన్ అ బ్యాక్. అండ్ ఏ వేలో అయితే మనం ఇప్పుడు చికెన్ కన్జ్యూమ్ చేస్తున్నామో అండ్ వాట్స్ హ్యాపెనింగ్, వెన్ ఐ థరోలీ అండర్స్టూడ్ దాట్, ఐ డిసైడెడ్ టు డూ సంథింగ్ అబౌట్ దిస్. అండ్ దట్స్ వెన్ వి స్టార్టెడ్ రెవల్యూషనైజింగ్ ది చికెన్ కన్జంప్షన్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా. And here we have taken few initial steps and we are growing further. If we see, ఇవాళ మనం సస్టైనబుల్ గ్రోత్ గురించి మాట్లాడుతున్నాం, అండ్ హియర్ ఇట్స్ సస్టైనబుల్ గ్రోత్ వర్సెస్ ప్రాఫిటబిలిటీ అనేది I've saw it somewhere. But the reality is, sustainable growth and profitability, it's not reverse. Everything, business antene profitability, yes or no? And sustainable growth and profitability, sustainable growth లోనే ఎక్కువ ప్రాఫిటబిలిటీ ఉంది. Sustainability is one thing that's present in our lifestyle. మనం నమ్మి మనం చేసేటిది. It's not just about the business that we do or the idea that we have, but it's a kind of life that we want to live. And when we have that thought process, whatever we touch, whatever we do, it will translate into the same thing. It's my genuine experience. When I met Vijay sir, AGAP CEO, when I met Kalpana Shastri ma'am, the kind of work that they are doing, ఈ వేళ మాకంటే ఘోరంగా కష్టపడుతున్నారు. నేను ఎప్పుడు అసలు అనుకోలే ఒక గవర్నమెంట్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్లో కష్టపడుతూ పనిచేస్తారని, ఎప్పుడు అంటే ఆ పిచ్చితో పనిచేస్తారని ఎప్పుడు చూడలేదు. వెన్ ఐ మెట్ దిస్ పీపుల్, ఇట్ వాస్ టోటలీ ఇన్ దట్ డైరెక్షన్. అండ్ ఐ ఫీల్ దట్ యూ గైస్ ఆర్ రియలీ లక్కీ. If you really want to have fun every day of your life, I strongly suggest you to pursue your entrepreneurial spirit. ఏదైతే మీకు స్టార్ట్ చేయాలందో, when you have to do something of your own, you have to channelize your energy in that direction. And ఇక్కడ మీకు channelize చేసుకోవడానికి you have the best of best resources available. After starting my journey, ఒక 1 year తర్వాత I'm at AGAP. But You have that opportunity even before starting. మీరు జస్ట్ ఒక స్టెప్ ఇలా ముందటికి ఇస్తున్నా అంటే దే ఆర్ ప్రెజెంట్ విత్ యూ. దట్స్ ది కైండ్ ఆఫ్ అడ్వాంటేజ్ దట్ యూ హ్యావ్, అండ్ దట్ కెన్ టోటలీ చేంజ్ ది అవుట్కమ్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ ఆఫ్ వాట్ ఎవర్ యూ లైక్ టు డూ. The best thing that I got in college was exposure. ఇప్పుడు పీపుల్ మే ఫీల్, ఆర్ ఎస్పెషల్లీ అస్, ఈ ఏజ్ గ్రూప్లో ఉండి వీ కెన్ ఫీల్ దాట్ ఇప్పుడు ఇఫ్ యూ స్టార్ట్ అ బిజినెస్ ఆఫ్ పర్స్యూ యువర్ entrepreneurial journey, we will be deviating from our studies, or it will affect the kind of job opportunities that we want, or anything like that. But the reality is, ఇప్పుడు మీ దగ్గర ఒక జాబ్ చేసే సత్తా ఉంది. సెకండ్, you have a potential of giving 100 jobs to people. దీంట్లో రెండిట్లో ఏది బెటర్? ఒక పర్సన్ ఒక కంపెనీ మిమ్మల్ని హైర్ చేయాలని చూస్తున్నా, వాట్ విల్ దే సీ? మీ దగ్గర మీరు ఒక్కళ్ళు వెళ్ళి వర్క్ చేస్తే ఇస్ ఇట్ ఫైన్, ఆర్ ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ ద పొటెన్షియల్ ఆఫ్ ఇంకొక 100 మందితో పని చేపిస్తూ ఇన్స్పైర్ చేస్తూ వాళ్ళు ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్తుంటే, విచ్ పొటెన్షియల్ ఇస్ బెటర్? సెకండ్ వన్, రైట్? అండ్ దట్స్ ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ ద కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఆపర్చునిటీ దట్ యూర్ గెటింగ్ ఇన్ యువర్ కాలేజ్ డేస్. నేను ఆ కాలేజ్లో ఉన్నప్పుడే స్టార్టెడ్ మై ఆంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్ జర్నీ. నేను కాలేజ్లో ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ మాత్రమే వట్టి చదివిన. సెకండ్ ఇయర్ నుంచి కంప్లీట్గా స్టార్టెడ్ ఎక్స్ప్లోరింగ్ ఆల్ ది ఆపర్చునిటీస్. And the business that you're seeing now, my age is 25, and this is my 6th business. This being the 6th business, how it did happen? Because I started early. I got the chances to do mistakes from my college life itself. And adi mottam growth change ayindi. And that's exactly the kind of opportunity you got. And always remember, sustainability over here is not just a choice, but it has become a mandate over here. And it's not just a way of seeing the future, but it's a way of living our entire life. Okay, so I want you all who are present over here to not just listen and gurtupatti marchipovam kaadu. I also want you to inspire others. Share the things that you received from here, share it on social media. కావాలంటే నన్ను ట్యాగ్ చేయండి, కంటే చికెన్ కొని ట్యాగ్ చేయండి, యాగబ్ని ట్యాగ్ చేయండి. దట్స్ ది వే పీపుల్ విల్ నో దట్ you're onto something.
She is the chairman and the CEO of IKP Knowledge Park, and she's developed the first life science research park in India in Hyderabad, and she's pioneered a hardware product incubator and makerspace IKP Eden in Bangalore, and she works with Indian and global partners to nurture and fund over 700 innovation projects and early startups. Such a pleasure to have you here, ma'am. You've been my favorite for a really long time, along with Dr. Kalpana, of course. And she's actually always been an woman achiever for me. And she has also got this recognition in 2017 by Asia One Business magazine, and Woman of the Decade in Life Sciences, well deserved. And after brief stints as an engineering faculty at BITS Pilani, she took over the freelance science writer for children, but I think it's her passion towards research and looking at innovation and getting innovation to the market space is something that drives her presence and her work throughout. She's just returned from a sojourn in Sikkim. So over to you. Thank you so much, ma'am. And while we have her here today, she's going to be talking about navigating innovation, maze in life sciences, and agri-food technology basket. Over to you, Dr. Dipan.
Think 20 platform and Dr. Tadas is here. I don't see Kalpana, but I'm sure we can discuss this with Kalpana. What would be that communique at the end of our presidency, and what does agriculture, the task force 6 of Think 20 would talk about? Is there anything through this sideline event that can go into building that communique? I thought if we have to talk of agri-food systems, 5 or 6 things come to my mind. One is the dichotomy between the aspiration of producers versus needs of consumers. Consumers need good quality food and agri-products at affordable prices. Producers, farmers, they want their products to be profitable. So there is this inherent dichotomy that can startups and innovation solve a problem like this. The second thing that strikes me is demographics. You know, I was reading a paper and I see that in UK, for every farmer of 40 years age, there are 3 farmers that are of age 65, which means, and there are other data, I'm not going to get into those data. I don't have the Indian data though. And that basically says that is agriculture on the whole an aging industry. When I say aging industry, I mean that are young people interested in agriculture or not? Is there a way through innovation we can actually get more younger people into agriculture? In India, of course, we know probably that's still not true. There are a lot of people in agriculture, but is it by choice or because there are no other opportunities available to them? Can we actually create opportunities through new innovations? The third thing that strikes me is that the environmental concerns, huge climate change concerns and so on and so forth, and the economics and profit that drives agriculture and livestock farming and so on and so forth. Where is the balance? Can innovation bring in that balance? Through technology, through new ways of looking into it, can we actually bring about a balance? And I was seeing that in the, actually industrial farm pollution is a large issue and a large problem. When I say industrial farm pollution, I can give you an example, and I'm not only talking of India because this is a G20 sideline event, I'll talk of the member states also. Spain, there's data that the pig manure that comes from all industries actually contributes to 50% of their land and water pollution. That is huge. So how do we deal with industrial farm pollution? I saw technology that there is this for poultry, there's a raking system that they've made, I don't remember the name of the startup, which basically is churning the soil so that, and it's done every day, so that the excreta gets mixed, and after 45 days, he said, they'll change the soil. So I think we need to think of new technologies that actually can work with small farmers and mid-sized farms. Environmental concerns, of course, everyone has talked about. I'm not going to deal with that. But the other thing that really bothers me, or when I was reading, it's bothering me, because we deal with innovations, and when we deal with innovations, we very well know the position of India in the Global Innovation Index, and Mr. Ragnekar referred to it. We are 40, in 2022 we are ranked 40. A startup Blink index for startup, as a startup index, India is ranked 19th. So it means that we are more entrepreneurial than innovators. In SDG, Indian 2022 rank is 121. Where is the problem? Does it mean that SDG, because we are talking of reach to SDGs, how do we actually, through innovation and this maze of innovation that the topic I've been given, how do we say that, how do we reconcile with the fact that we are 19th in startup ranking and 121 in SDG ranking? Does it mean that startups and innovations have nothing to do with SDGs? It just lies with the government to have, it's completely policy driven? Or is it that the innovation community and the startup community is not talking to the policymakers to make this happen? Is there a way? I think what Mr. Ragnekar spoke about, AgriStack, is a great way to help, because I know how financial inclusion has changed our ranking. And this is not about ranking, this is about well-being. Ranking is just to say where India is positioned vis-a-vis other countries. And if you look at, again, our G20 nations, in SDGs, some of the top 1, 2, 3 are all, I think, Sweden, Finland, and some others. We are 120. I have to ask, of all the nations, have we mapped where the SDGs are? And India, I think the focus, I was reading an Niti Aayog report, our focus, except for the three SDGs, we are there, we are mapping state by state all the SDG goals. Where are we slipping? Where are we not able to cope up? Is there a concerted effort to bring startups and innovations through, because agriculture is a focus area here, so agriculture and sustainability, can we actually see how we can impact SDG through innovations in agri-food systems and sustainability? If we cannot do that, we will completely fail in saying that India is a startup nation. We are third in terms of number of startups. What are these startups doing if you cannot impact life? Because SDG is one of the acknowledged ways of measuring how we are doing as a nation in terms of providing all citizens the benefits of development. If we are unable to link innovation and our startup ecosystem to SDGs, we would fail. So what I've done through this little bit of talk is to raise questions. The idea is not to be talking about IKP or what we do or what we have done. The purpose for me today is to raise questions about what we can do to work with our innovation ecosystem to make agri-food systems, sustainability, and SDGs, these three things that have been the topic of our conversation today. How do we bring in startups into it. I am aware of at least 30 or 40 startups working in these areas. Is that a good number? We spoke of 3,000 startups in the agri-food systems in India. And Dr. Chintala mentioned 50 of them are doing good. The rest of them are 1 to 2 crores of revenue. It's not about revenue. It is about the impact that you are able to make. And my question would be, I would map all those 50 that are really doing well and try to map them to SDGs and see whether there is an impact that is possible. I'm not going to take more time because I know there are startups in this session who would actually tell you about what impact they're doing in terms of agri-food system. And I see Manoj sitting here. So we would hear from them. Absolute is here, Shivam. But it's important to understand that the link between innovators in the agri-food system and SDGs. And if we can do a good mapping before our maybe the September communique or when we hand over the presidency, if there is a way to bring out a report on this, I'm not saying it's about where India stands and what we can do as kind of policy references for all the G20 member states. It varies a lot, but I think we need to talk about innovation and agri-food systems and what are the best practices.
My attention the most, being a part of the startup ecosystem, was looking at measuring the impact of startups to the SDG goals, especially when they have managed to come to a stage of being able to sustain themselves. How are they really impacting? I think that would be a great metric. So for all the ecosystem enablers out here, probably that could be another parameter that we add. Thank you so much, Dr. Dipanvita. Could I share a token of my affection for you?
Let me take this honor to introduce the next speaker on stage, Dr. Arvind Kumar, EDG CRISAT, who is going to be talking on aligning ourselves to SDGs. The CRISAT's approach, I request the guest of honor to kindly speak on this. But before this, I also would like to introduce his profile. Dr. Arvind Kumar is an experienced crop scientist with more than 28 years of experience in crop improvement, trait discovery to drought tolerance, disease insect resistance, and translational research. His area of expertise includes climate resilience, nutrition, crop improvement, genomics, trait development, disease management, policy, agribusiness, market linkages, and capacity development of ICRISAT mandated crops. So I would request you to kindly enlighten the audience with your insights. Over to you, sir.
Bringing ICRISAT to this discussion. And I am certainly benefited from the talk that Dr. Chintala just delivered. But now let's move on to a certain where we are. These are the SDGs goals, 17 SDGs goals on which we monitor how we are doing well with our efforts to ensure that everybody has a food, everybody has good nutrition, our climate change adverse effect is reducing, how we are doing. We said this in 2015, we said that we achieve it by 2030 where we are. And we have only probably 7 more years to left that we should say that we have achieved this, and I don't think that we are there. So that's what I feel, that that genuinely we have to make more efforts than what we have put in over years to achieve these SDGs goals. Now, as an institute, ICRISAT keeps on working towards improving poverty and hunger, reducing poverty and hunger, reducing malnutrition, also reducing environmental degradation, and also we work towards the women empowerment. And in fact, but still, we have a long way to go. And what the statement that I made with the previous slide itself shows that there are still 71 million people who get into the extreme poverty because of the COVID-19, and also a large part of them are in southern Asia, 32 million, and in fact also in the sub-Saharan Africa. The same is our scenario with the malnutrition. 381 million malnourished people in Asia and 250 million malnourished people in the Africa. Now the effect of climate change, everybody talks, and we know what's happening. We felt it last week. Untimely rains devastated our crops, and those things will keep on happening. And so the climate change, the increase in temperature, the change in the pattern of the precipitation, the frequency of the drought and flood, and in fact, I never realized till I had discussion with the soil people that climate change is also affecting the soil structure, the soil properties. And so I don't know where we are going, and unless we start taking some remedial measures, I think we will have a lot of problem. ICRISAT do work towards the women empowerment, reduce gender inequality, and also empower them. We talk of equity, just not equality, but we talk of equity, provide equal opportunity to everybody, and that's where we work. Very quickly, so where we are now, if we talk of these two goals, SDGs goals, the no poverty and zero hunger, ICRISAT approach is we develop improved varieties, the high-yielding varieties. And many of you know that we work for the dryland, so our crops are the legumes and the millets. And in fact, we promote sustainable intensification, and also we build agri-businesses and integration of the social dimensions. And in fact, there are several examples. Examples are in the legumes, where we have developed somewhere around 239 varieties, improved varieties. We have which covered around 4 million hectares area, and in fact we did work towards developing the new seed, 380,000 tons of certified seed, and 6.1 million tons of grain legumes was produced. Now similar efforts have been made towards the millet also, and since we are celebrating the International Year of Millet in 2023, I do want to say a few things about the millet. Everybody says millets are climate resilient. Millets can be grown in the drought-prone environment. And I always argue then by saying that we are pushing millets to that corner, that you are there suitable for that area where nothing can be grown. And then when we push millet there, and when we say that, okay, we should be producing more millet, then we talk about that millet is not profitable. Now you push some crops in the corner, and when it comes to comparing the profitability, you compare it with rice and wheat, where you provide 4,000 liters of water for each kg of the rice that is produced. You provide nitrogen, phosphorus, potash, and then you compare it with the millet. So my request would be that give millet the place, the exact place, the appropriate place, if we have to have better health. Not for the millet, but for our own health. If we have to diversify our diet, if we have to bring better health for the future. Now, we do work towards the water management, and in fact, we have worked with many of the micro watershed projects, and in fact, in the span of 4 or 5 years, we have, especially in the Bundelkhand, we have demonstrated that working on the watershed projects, we can enhance the farmers' income. The next one is towards the zero hunger, and in fact, we developed the improved varieties for the millets. Examples are the Dhan Shakti, Examples for the pearl millet, examples are the Prabhani Shakti. We have recently developed the high oleic acid varieties for the groundnut. And in fact, we do work very extensively even in Telangana towards the ready-to-eat meals and snacks for the tribal women. And in fact, we have launched joint program with the Department of Tribal Welfare Telangana, and in fact there has been a large number of beneficiaries. And in fact, we do also address the hidden hunger in Africa, and in fact we have worked in that part of the world also with the women. Now very quickly moving to the climate change. We all know what is happening with the climate change, especially with the environmental degradation. I don't know how many of us have realized that our soil's organic matter and organic carbon is drastically decreasing. And if we continue with the same agriculture practices that we have been doing over last 60 years, for which we all feel proud of, that India achieved the food security, but we should also feel that, at what cost, at what amount of water that we are using, how much we have worked and devastated our soil health, and in fact, in turn, our own health. So it is high time, and we work towards both water. I put an example from the Bundelkhand, but there are several examples also from Ethiopia, where we have improved the water availability to the crop. And I tell you, the Bundelkhand, where we receive only 400 to somewhere around 800 mm of rainfall, this is an excellent example where the number of families who run away from cultivating agriculture have returned back. And in fact, now they are very happily cultivating the land. Overall, we have worked somewhere around improved 72 million hectares area. And in fact, that has come into the double cropping. And the reduction in loss has been 30 to 60%. Moving to the next one. No? Okay. I said we do work towards the gender equality, in fact, also. And in fact, we have reclaimed lands in the Niger. And in fact, this has been done very nicely by the women. In fact, women, they own 200 meters square of the land. And in fact, they made income which was equivalent to income that the men farmers make from 1 hectare of the land. We do promote women in the agribusiness, train tribal women in many of the programs, including that in Telangana. And in fact, we also work towards addressing the hidden hunger. Now, moving to our work in digital agriculture, which addresses many of the SDGs. In fact, we have developed this Meghdut in partnership with the Government of India. And in fact, this is a mobile app, and through which weather forecast is delivered to 450 cities. There is another one, Plantix, on which we work with the Indo-German start setups. And in fact, it helps farmers to address the diseases, plant disease issues of somewhere around 500 diseases covering 35 plants. And in fact, now this is available in 18 languages. And more than this has had, as of now, more than 15 million downloads. We do use GIS and remote sensing in addressing the problem of agriculture. In fact, whether this is moving towards the insurance, whether this is moving towards identifying that, which are the areas where the second crop could be achieved. The next one is towards the gender diversity. In fact, the genetic diversity. Many of you know that ICRISAT maintains a huge gene bank. We have somewhere around 129,000 germplasm sessions, and in fact, we have effectively used it. More than 1.5 million samples have been shared with the number of stakeholders, and number of varieties has been developed. In fact, this gene bank is an important source of building resilience against the climate change. So overall, ICRISAT have addressed largely, we work towards the SDGs, no poverty, zero hunger, climate action, but also the partnership, but also the gender. And in fact, we have developed many of the varieties in the pigeon pea, which has resulted in 80% rise in farmers' income in Africa. And also, there has been one Malawi seed industry development project, which resulted in 5.7 million annually from seed and grain sales. And in fact, also examples are the watershed project in Karnataka that benefited somewhere around 4.7 million farmers. There is one technology that we introduced in Africa, which is microdosing, that help farmers to get 30% increase in yield. And more than 40 varieties and hybrids of legumes which are released in Africa are under cultivation as of now. With this, once again, thanks to Dr. Kalpana and all those who are with involved with the organization of this event, and also good to be here at PJTSAU once more. Thank you very much.
May I have this opportunity to introduce the next key speaker, Dr. Jia Chintala, who is going to deliver the keynote address on investing in sustainable tomorrow. So honestly, I have no words to describe you, given your professional endeavors and also your personality. Thanks to all your support to AgHub, you've always been there. But as a formality, I would deliver. Dr. Jia Chintala was the former chairman of NABARD. He has a vast experience of 35 plus years. His initiatives include distillation of world's largest microfinance program under Project E-Shakti, roadmap for amalgamation of regional rural banks, promoting and nurturing FPOs, livelihood enterprise development programs, area development schemes, and alternative energy models. Over to you, sir. I request you to kindly come over and deliver the speech to the audience. Thank you.
There is quite a lot of things that are happening in the entire agri scenario, and it's time for us to relook into what exactly is happening in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem can be nurtured. Who are the players actually playing a very catalytic role in the whole of this thing? And what are the issues really that are plaguing, and how actually the new economy, particularly the startup kind of a thing, is shaping up the Indian agriculture. So with this, I would like to start my speech. The dignitaries on the dais, Sri G.A. Tadas, Fellow and also T20 Engagement Group, Sri Gareth Wine Owen from High Commission of Britain, Dr. Sudhir Kumar, Dr. Arvind Kumar, Madam Kalpana Shastri, and all others who are there in the audience, and my dear alma mater students. I belong to this university. When it was an undivided university, actually I am a student and alumni of this university, and I studied at Bapatla, then subsequently I went to IRI, then from there to NABARD, and in NABARD actually I was there in almost all places, and finally as a chairman I was there. And that time actually, that when we are thinking of doing something for that new agricultural scenario that is going to happen, that's where this incubation center idea, which was already floating in the university, has come. Because before that, actually in 3 or 4 universities, NABARD had given these incubation centers, and Telangana Agriculture University, which is again my alma mater, actually they are requesting me, since you became chairman of NABARD, why can't you give something to your university? So we thought that actually it is best thing is to pay my gratitude to my alma mater. We gave that grant to AgHub, and also subsequently we gave quite a lot of a catalytic capital also to this one, because one is AgHub is nothing but a kind of ecosystem builder, actually, where you have created a kind of an infra, and you have staff, you have the mentors, you have people who are doing this thing, but at the same time, when a particular enterprise graduates to a particular little bit of a marketable kind of an enterprise, actually you require capital. So for that, actually you require either angel investors, venture capitalists, or the debt givers, or anyone, and at the same time you should need something else, because many a time the bankers still have got a kind of their apprehensions, because banks' money has to be collected back with interest. Actually, that is what the basic banking is. But in case of a developmental financial institution, actually we have a particular scheme where a part of our profit we will put it into this kind of a ventures and see that the ecosystems develop a lot. So that is how this whole of this thing has started. So now we are extremely happy that Ag Hub is doing wonderful job, and the way the innovations have been being nurtured, actually it is very great that we are catching up with the world. Now here I just want to see, because my topic is investing in a sustainable tomorrow. Actually now the topic is very, very innovative, because unless you invest today, you just can't live in tomorrow, because you can't graduate to the tomorrow. So that's why that investing in a sustainable tomorrow is a very, very important topic. So here I just made, actually that I thought that I may have to deliver a lecture of 1 or 2 hours. So I just prepared, because we generally deliver lectures in such a kind of elaborate things. So first I just thought that, okay, I will try to do a thing as to how this entire ecosystem is getting nurtured. That is, the investments are happening for a sustainable tomorrow. Just take of this SDGs, actually that sustainable development goals. Actually we are there in this development banking for the past 35 years. My entire career spanned there. Actually that there are quite a lot of goals. Earlier it used to be Millennium Development Goals, graduate into the Sustainable Development Goals. Now you just look into this SDGs or anything, they are nothing but the universal truths. Every citizen of the world should have an access to the good drinking water, he should have good food, he should have access to nutrition, access to education, access to employment. There should be a kind of a little bit, no damage to the environment, and underwater kind of a thing. That is the thing in the marine life, everything has to be protected. These are all the universal truths on which actually we are all working. But really how far we are able to do this kind of a thing. Now take the case of human dignities, take the case of the livelihoods, take the case of depredation, take the case of throwing back the people into the poverty because of pandemic or some other kind of a thing. Actually, these are all the things which we may have to think a bit about it. And at the same time, the primary occupation of the world, and particularly in India, where 70% of the people still reside in villages, and almost 50% of the people depending on agriculture, whether we are investing for their sustainable tomorrow. Now this is the thing which probably we all may have to ponder, as I say that quite a lot of a damage is happening to the natural capital that is available to us, to the people in the world. Natural capital is nothing but the clean environment, very good agroclimatic situations, and also the soil and water resources, which are the basic things for this entire natural thing. But what exactly is happening with this kind of a natural capital? Over a period of time, actually this natural capital is getting degraded. Fragmentation is, I'm not talking about, because fragmentation is another part of the economy, economic kind of an issue. But thing is, the normal soil which we are cultivating for the past millions of years, particularly in the last 70 years, actually we have done quite a lot of a damage by putting so much of an unwanted quantities of fertilizer. I am not saying that fertilizer should not be used, but when it is not required also we try to put it. Likewise, unwanted amount of the pesticides, fungicides, weedicides, they are all creating a kind of a damage to this natural soil asset, that is the soil. And what about the water resources? Now many places we are just tampering with the entire ecology. We are just denuding the forests. Most of the hills are getting crushed for the granite and other kind of things, and in the process the natural water courses are getting almost dried up, and in the process actually we are not having access to the water for irrigation and all those things. Then what exactly we are doing to do this kind of a thing? to just ameliorate this kind of a situation. Now, quite a lot of things are happening all over the world. Everybody is talking very loudly as to what we should do. Now, this natural capital has to be restored. If somebody is calling it as a regenerative agriculture, that is a very narrow term, I'll say. But thing is actually rejuvenation of this entire thing. The ecosystem is the thing which we have to talk about. So, if that is the case, what exactly the investments that are required for this kind of a regeneration of the things, ecosystem? Now, who is going to put this kind of a investments? Now, many times, it's very easy to talk. Actually, everybody tells about, actually, we should do this, we should do this, we should. But the thing is, who is going to bell the cat? Public sector, private sector, governmental, non-governmental, and also as a citizens, actually, we all have a role to play in this kind of a thing. Now, I just like to see that really what exactly is the ecosystem rebuilding. Take the case of water scarcity. Now, if you just look into the statistics, in 1950s or 1960s, before the Green Revolution started, in Punjab, the water table was just around 5 feet. Now, today it is 1,000 feet depth. Likewise, whether it is in Andhra Pradesh, whether it is Punjab, everywhere, actually the situation is same. Because before Green Revolution, none of us were extracting the groundwater the way we are extracting today. The new motors, the submersible pump sets, free power, and everything is really causing enormous kind of a thing. Acceleration to this kind of an exploitation of the natural resource. So the natural capital of the groundwater is getting depleted. Then what about the soil? We are putting very heavy machinery on the soil when it is not required. Most of the animal power has been dispensed with. Actually, then we are not adding the organic manure. And at the same time, we have done away with all the kinds of good agricultural practices. And we started doing chemical farming because it's very easy for the farmer to just put 2 bags of urea to make the field green rather than putting 1 ton or 2 tons of a farm-made manure. That's why actually they are also not interested. So now, are we doing enough to restore this kind of a system? To restore the soils, to do the things. So then, what kind of a things which we have to do here? Then the next one is, is there any kind of a resilience thinking on our part? Now actually that resilient agriculture, resilient ecosystem is a very common thing which we talk about. But thing is, what is the resilience thinking which we are all thinking about? Because today everywhere you just take any document, whether it is in the banking, United Nations, or for that matter any kind of a documents which you take, everybody talks very loudly actually that ESG, ESG, ESG. What exactly ESG and how many are adopting to this kind of ESG? Environmental, social and governance kind of a standards have become a kind of a norm. That's what everybody says that people have to adopt it, though it is voluntary. Now many times people are writing that kind of we are adopting the ESG, but thing is what kind of a compliances which we are having and really what kind of a cost actually people are incurring on this kind of ESG compliances. And thing is, what the investors are looking at it, because I being a banker for the past 35 years and also headed a $100 billion bank with almost $1 billion of profit. Actually, I know really what exactly the investors look into it whenever I speak about the ESG. Now actually that when I look into that investing for this sustainable tomorrow, most of the investors actually whenever somebody is going for that raising money from abroad, they say that actually what are your ESG norms? Because now nobody wants to have a very short-term kind of a returns. Everybody says that the enterprise which you are creating should be a very, very long-term and it should deliver goods to the people without damaging the environment on a sustainable basis. So if that is the case, that ESG norms have become almost mandatory, though actually it is voluntary for the time being. So now, are we really looking into the ESG norms very sincerely and also in a very deep kind of a thing? That also which we have to do it. Then the next one is that what exactly, that is who is going to make this entire thing viable, because maybe Act 2, that is the system, that is the ecosystem, because ultimately they say that the money is the one which makes man move. Likewise, the money is the one which makes everything to work. So if that is the case, somebody has to invest. in making this entire system very sustainable. So then actually who is this somebody? And what kind of a systems actually have been created? And what measures the government of India and also state governments are taking? And what systems actually the institutions like NABARD and others have put in place to do this kind of a thing? Now I just like to look into it. Probably many of you, though you may be students, you may not be looking into that credit part of agriculture. If I just reel out a little bit of a stats, I'll say that in 1950s, India was producing just 50 million tons of food grains and less than 70 million tons of fruits and vegetables and hardly any kind of a sugar, and oil seeds and everything was a scarcity. Milk was almost abysmal quantity, but in the last 70-75 years, actually we have done wonders. Today we are producing close to 215 million tons of food grains, close to around 250 million tons of fruits and vegetables, 200 million tons of milk, and 15 million bales of cotton, and oil seeds actually not self-sufficient but still very reasonable. Likewise, meat and other things actually we are producing. But when doing all these things, what exactly is the trigger for this kind of a thing? Actually, if you look into it, in 1950s, 60s, and even 70s also, early 70s, the credit from the institutions was almost nil. Only the cooperative banks used to be the sole kind of a credit purveyors to the agriculture, and they had a very limited resources. And in 2000, if I take the statistics, in 2000 to 2022, if I really look into the statistics, in 2001, entire credit given to the agriculture, including allied sector, was just 56,000 crores, which is equivalent to close to around $7 billion as on date. But right now, we are giving $200 billion as the agricultural credit. That is close to around 18 lakh crores. So now, when I look into it, really how this 18 lakh crores is going to the farmers, because Government of India has come out with a system of subventing the interest rates. Actually now, any farmer in the country is getting loan at 4% up to 3 lakh rupees. So that is the biggest thing. Actually somebody is investing. I told that actually who has to invest? This is the government, which is doing quite a lot, but at the same time the beneficiaries are everyone in this country. Then the next one is with regard to the various schemes the Government of India has come out with regard to the food processing, with regard to the Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, with regard to the Dairy Infrastructure Development Fund, Fisheries Infrastructure. Then as a kind of a safety net, we have a PMFSBY, and we have so many other kinds of things. So everything is being invested by the government and the public sector. And at the same time, there are so many institutions, including institutions like NABARD, who are the agents for the United Nations Fund for the Climate Change. Actually, we have done quite a lot of work in initiating these climate change projects. Today, whether we like or not, climate change is real. Now we have reached a 1.5 degrees centigrade, and by 2040 it is going to be a norm, and the moment it is going to be the norm, actually your entire cropping system is undergoing a change. Now take the case of hailstorm and rains during this period of time, which is unexpected and which is damaging the entire orchard crops, likewise the normal crops. Likewise, actually we are having droughts, we are having very incessant rains when it is not required, and there's a lot of runoff, and all these things are happening. We need to tackle this climate change in a very big way. The other thing that is happening actually when we are looking into the climate change projects and actually financing it, we found that excessive drawing of groundwater, particularly in the coastal areas, because we are having very long coastline in the entire country, actually there is an incursion of seawater into the entire soil. And that again making the soil, water is saline. So now these are all the issues which we have to look into it. So when I am looking into these things, actually that what kind of investments actually we require to do in this kind of a thing, because for investing for a sustainable tomorrow, actually that we have to invest quite a lot. Some of the areas which I will say that where the investments have to flow, first thing is with regard to the soil and water conservation, whether it is the watersheds, whether it is creating a kind of a sustainable infrastructure, And the next one is the clean energy. Actually, without going into that kind of a fossil fuel energy, we should go into the solar, wind and other things. And there also investments are happening. And beyond that, actually what more which we can do is increasing the water use efficiency, increasing the crop productivity, creating the new seeds, new genetic kind of a systems. All those things are also required. So there also the investments have to happen. Now, this is one part. Actually, now these are the things happening and some other things. But thing is, what is the latest buzz on the whole of this thing? It's the startups. Earlier, maybe some 7 or 8 years back, actually startups was a very new word. Actually, nobody was aware what exactly meant by startups. But today, in the country as a whole, we are having 80,000 startups. We are world's number 3 after United States, China. Then India is the world's number 3. With regard to agriculture startups, we have around 3,000 startups in the country. And when I go into, because every time, many times actually many people ask me to be their mentor and also to be on their board. But now actually I look into various startups, actually really how they are doing. Actually I found that out of these 3,000, at least some 100 are very, very promising. And they attain a scale and also they are doing quite well. Actually if you really look into it, actually how the startups, actually entire thing has been arranged. Some of them are into agronomical issues because they are going to the crop production, giving the precision farming tools, then the advisory, equipment, everything is one part. Then the next one is with regard to improving the biological kind of a thing, that is the genetics, recombinant DNA techniques, and also creating the new kind of a varieties, and also the microbial structures, doing so many things with regard to this thing. Then the third one with regard to the mechanization, because now that mechanization is the one which is really gaining quite a lot of an importance because of reduced manpower to do this kind of a work, and also the intricacies involved with regard to the wages and everything. So that's why many people are opting for the mechanization. Now actually I could see one of the machines here, which is an electric robo, and there are many such kind of a versions are there, Farm Sathi, Electric Bull, X machines or such kind of a things. Now these are the things where farmers are going to rely upon in future. Now if that is the case, are we really doing anything to support them and also integrate them into the kind of an agricultural systems which we are trying to look into it? So now, likewise, in animal husbandry, actually that many of the people with the agricultural university, actually we never look into the animal husbandry as one of the major things. But otherwise, if you take the entire agriculture as a kind of a segment where allied activities also have got a big role, animal husbandry and fisheries are contributing substantial amount to the GDP, the agricultural GDP. So now I finished, but anyway, I'll just take few more minutes to do this one. So now, when these animal husbandry things are happening, how actually 2 or 3 path-breaking things have happened. Some people have created animal malls, because generally animals are purchased just like that, but now actually there are so many startups that have come, where they say that they first take the animals, then they examine them, they grade them, they put the price for them, and they are trying to deliver it to the farmers who are going to buy it. So in that way there is a guarantee. And there are some people in the animal husbandry which are doing the quality control of everything actually which they are doing. And some of them are doing into the genetics part of it. And likewise, so many things are happening with regard to these new startups that are there in this one. So now, when so many things are happening, what exactly is the maybe the scale actually they attained? Actually, if you look into this one, out of these 3,000 startups, 2,950 startups, at least I can say, might be in the range of around 1 to 2 crores, not beyond that. But the remaining 50 have reached a level of around 500 crores to 1,000 crores, and some of them are going to be unicorns also in agriculture. So now, that is one thing which we have to look into it, actually which kind of ideas which we have and what kind of a, maybe the funding which we are going to get out of this and all those things. So now, the latest is that the startup culture is right now, startup winter is happening, that is venture capital wintering is happening. Many of the startups are not getting the money from the same venture capitalists. So now the government of India and the normal banking system is trying to pitch in for such kind of a thing. And the SVB Bank of United States collapsed had really created a dent in the startup funding. And today, actually, if you have read the pink papers, they say that now that Indian Banking Association has started a new startup kind of a funding platform within the banking system through the Gift City. So now this is the one. So finally, I'll say that ecosystem has to be built, agriculture has to be rejuvenated, and the new innovations have to happen to keep the things very this thing. And also, in case if we have to be in the future, because you cannot be hungry in future, you cannot have clothes in the future, you cannot have a kind of a bad kind of a weather in the future. So for all that, we need to invest today, and maybe some of the investments like this Ag Hub is a very small thing. Likewise, actually, so many investments have to happen. So I'll say that future is very bright, but the policy makers and thinkers and also the students have to come up with their ideas as to really how we will do it. So finally, before winding up, I will say that investing for sustainable tomorrow, people should invest in their health also. Without going through yoga, without going through a kind of a regular regimen of exercise, you cannot enjoy the fruits of tomorrow. So I will say that invest in health today for a sustainable tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
I would also like to request Dr. Sudhir Kumar Garu, Registrar and Director of Ag Hub, to kindly come on stage and give his insights.
It's my pleasure to be here for this inaugural session on the workshop Building Innovation-Led Entrepreneurial Pathways for Accelerating the Sustainable Developmental Goals. As you all know, this is the year that India takes G20 as presidency, where there are several engagement groups like B20, T20, C20, etc. In tune with this broad thinking, we at PGTSU saw an opportunity for conducting this one-day workshop. So thanks to Tadas as well as Kalpana Shastri for making this workshop. So thank you, sir. And here we are in this inaugural session. Professor J. Shankar Telangana Agriculture University was established in 2014. It is the youngest agriculture university in the country, and it aims to become a center of excellence and one-stop destination for agriculture entrepreneurship, encompassing education, research, and extension with all its faculties, farmers, and rural communities towards greener prosperity and to create, foster, and present to the world entrepreneurs who will strive to work for ecological and nutritional balanced future for the state, country, and the world at large. The university has established Ag Hub, a Section 8 committee in hub and spokes model, where the hub is at Hyderabad and the spokes are at rural innovation centers. And the main aim is to encourage agri-food startups and aspiring student entrepreneurs. The rural innovation spokes promote rural entrepreneurship among the farmers, rural youth, rural women, and FPOs in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities of Telangana. So we are very much thankful to Dr. Chintala Garu for your financial support for this establishing the Ag Hub at the university. So till date, Ag Hub has nurtured more than 45 plus food and agri startups, more than 1,500 decision thinkers, 500 plus ideas, more than 10 rural enterprises, 20 grantees, more than 2 seed-funded startups, and impacting the lives of more than 5,000 farmers in the state. This workshop provides platform to propose, process, pathways, and interventions needed to unlock the potential of innovation in agriculture and scaling up with inclusiveness. The shareholders present here today would bring meaning to this event by sharing their rich experience and knowledge about different types of agricultural innovations with examples, case studies, criteria for success, the enabling environment, and associated factors. These solutions would resolve the common challenges of all the G20 countries, such as food insecurity, gaps in global value chain, crop productivity due to climate change, and employment generation. This workshop, engaging with all the stakeholders, policymakers, academia, innovators, incubator fraternity in this region, and farmer is the ideal platform for understanding the needs, blocks, challenges, and a balanced economic growth and sustainable development. What we needed is the major 4 efforts, that is sustainable environment, sustainable production, sustainable nutrition, and sustainable livelihood. The government, private sector, and all the stakeholders need to collaborate and maintain harmony with nature, address inequality, create resilient, sustainable global value chains. The collaborating of this ecosystem players is perhaps the first step in this direction. Research Innovation System for Developing Countries and its Global Development Center and IKP Knowledge Park is a clear sign of putting it into right practice. Sir, we warmly acknowledge the presence of Gareth Owens for his interest and sparing his time to be with us today. We would be happy to explore more linkages in future, especially with research and academic programs of this university. Having Dr. Chintala as a keynote speaker in today's session sets the tone for the theme of this workshop. Sir, truly your support, guidance, especially in the area of innovation-led pathways and building agri-entrepreneurs in this part of the country has been path-breaking, and university truly acknowledges your inspiring and leadership role. We are also thankful to Dr. Arvind Kumar, our friend and supporter of PJTSAU. Sir, your presence is indicative how both global, national, and local programs work together in agri-food sectors. The approach of ICRISAT in imbibing the Sustainable Developmental Goals into its program is worth emulating and a useful model. We all look forward to hear you from this about your experiences. So with these few words, I once again take this opportunity to welcome you all to all this green campus and look forward for fruitful deliberations in this one-day workshop. So thank you one and all.
Let me now take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Gareth Owen, Deputy High Commissioner, British High Commission. His role includes promoting business and trade talks, strengthening scientific and education cooperation, and working with partners and tackle climate change and ensure a transition to clean and sustainable growth. So we look forward to have your insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to be here today, and I'm really pleased that we, the UK government, can support such an important day's discussion. Thank you all. Thank you to all our partners. There are many of you. We really appreciate your support bringing together this day of discussion, and we're really pleased to be working with you all on some of these key development and SDG priorities, especially in the area of agriculture. I think we'll all agree delivering on the SDGs are the most important to-do list that is facing mankind at this moment in time. And it's really important that we all work together on a number of key issues. Key issues such as sustainable agricultural production, global food supply, to ensure everyone around the world, everyone, all of us, have access to nutritious meals. We also need to look at the underlying drivers of food insecurity. how do we tackle such an important issue? And I certainly believe we also need to look at issues such as how do we utilize research, innovation, and new ways of working to ensure food reaches the most vulnerable across our globe. I think we can all agree there's enough food out there. How do we ensure everyone enjoys what most of us in this room do? And I certainly believe what's important is collaboration. Governments, businesses, civil society, universities. So it's great that today, across the discussions and in this room right now, we have agricultural professionals, we have innovators, we have people representing businesses, investments, students, and policymakers, to name a few. And I believe that is vital if we really want to accelerate how we are going to tackle the SDGs going forward. Because it's important we do not lose focus on the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs. Together, we all must tackle and deliver on the SDGs. It is vital for us all, whether you live in the richest country in the world or the poorest. Because for the SDGs, it's important because our planet needs us to deliver on the SDGs. The population of the world needs us to deliver on the SDGs. And I certainly hope from the discussions today will come out an actionable framework which will help accelerate delivery towards the SDGs and sustainable agriculture and tackling global food insecurity. Because I think you'll all agree, and that's probably why we're all here today, that the most important thing for the SDGs is that no one is left behind. And I certainly believe, and I certainly know, that we have it in us to achieve that, but we all must work together to do that. So thank you very much for organising this day. I believe, and from what I've seen already in the discussions I've had, it will be very successful, and I look forward to seeing the results. So thank you again for all our partners. It will be a wonderful, wonderful discussion. Thank you.
I work in an NGO called Seva Bharat. It's a larger umbrella that is supporting entrepreneurs and micro entrepreneurs that are basically women in 18 states of India currently. So we have right now entrepreneurs from 3 states of India. We have from Bihar, then Ladakh, and then Gujarat. My role, I work as a business associate. I help micro entrepreneurs to plan their business, make a business plan. And I am closely associated with the farmer producer company in Bihar. So currently we have all farmers with us. All of these women are farmers. So by now the farmers who are from Bihar, what they are doing is, so now agriculture cannot be done single-handedly, like only based on harvesting. We need to incorporate animal husbandry into it. So we are promoting integrated farming. What the Behan, like this is Urmila Behan, she is a board of director of Karn Bhumi Farmer Producer Company. So what her farmer producer company does is they provide better quality crops to the farmers, like the seeds also. And then they do cultivation in groups, like the same variety of seed is cultivated by a group of people so that they can sell the harvest together. So that's what they are doing. So we have all, like her company has already done the paddy sale last year of up to 70 metric ton, like all women organization. And they have earned the revenue of up to 8 lakh from that sale. Also, they are working in perishable products like sponge guard and have done a sale of up to 2 lakh in sponge guard. So that is her work mainly. This one is Sadhana. She is working in a goat rearing center. So what they are doing is they are promoting farmers to have goats, to adopt goats and then rear them, do the farming of goats. So firstly they made a group of farmers and then taught them what are the benefits of having a goat. Then they are also research based. They are supported by the research organization, which help them provide the medicines also. So, Bakri ke doctor, they are making goat doctors. They have a group of women who are treating goats by going to the homes of the farmer. They are providing vaccines, injection, and everything that reduce the mortality rate. They have they have shareholders, members of to 16,000 in Bihar. So that many women. So you can imagine the scale they are working on. Yes, so they have made this new product. This is called the goat milk soap, Gotique, they have named it. And we have already, this is just started 6 months before, and we have already sold 5,000 soaps. And we are out of stock currently, people are asking for it. Yeah. We can move further to the Behan, she's from Ladakh. So she is a apricot farmer herself, and she's making different products from apricot, like apricot oil, juice, and different sorts of products. So this is she's bringing farm products to table directly. There is no middleman involved in the process. So she is getting the margin, or the farmer who's producing it is getting the margin out of the product. So that is something that Seva is promoting, eliminating the middleman, and the producer is getting the right price for the harvest. And then this Ben is from Rudy, from Gujarat. So Rudy is a well-known enterprise of Gujarat. They are making everything you can find in a kitchen. Anything you will say, they are making it, they are packaging it, and they are selling it. So their business is a little developed than the others. They are also available on the online platforms, and they are a profitable enterprise. They are making a sale of in crores. So there are many numbers is difficult. So we make members and we support all our members in whatever capacity we can. We also work on their social status, their economic status. So the logo, the motto of Seva is Swabhilamban and Purna Rozgar, getting employment for women for 365 days. So that's what we are aiming at. And to increase her social status, to increase her status in a family. She can also make decisions in her family. So those types of, formalizing the informal economy, that's what we are working on.
The discussions are indeed very crucial for the TF6 as they form important pointers as we are engaged in developing a policy document for the T20 and G20. Particularly, we could voice the models emerging in this geography of the country. With this brief introduction, I request Mr. G.A. Tardas, the chair of TF6, to come and brief on what is the task force.
In this August gathering, discuss on the sustainable solutions in agriculture. And I'm indeed thankful to collaborate with the Global Development Center RIS, of which I am also a part RIS, and the Professor Jai Shankar, Telangana State University Agriculture, then FCDO UK government, Ag Hub. In fact, we were going through the some innovation stalls which are put up when we were entering. It was indeed a good learning experience for me. We were thinking of how we should have a sustainable agriculture, and then I could see that we are indeed progressing towards that path. I did not know much about what sustainable solutions are available. We keep talking, in academic and research that we should be doing this or that, but today I could see that it is happening on the ground. That is indeed a very heartening development. As you know that G20 Task Force 6 is one of the very critical task forces dealing with the pathways to the Agenda 2030, where we are discussing the progress in the Sustainable Development Goals. Under that, there are very important sub-themes which are defined, and one of the sub-themes is on the sustainable agriculture, climate smart agriculture. There are important other sub-themes relating to gender equities, women-led development, health, one health approach to all mankind, and then we have blue economy, water conservation, and then we have the gender biodiversity, gender equity, and then ultimately we need to discuss on these themes so that we arrive at some suggestions, recommendations which we can forward to the G20 deliberations, so that the views and the suggestions that are put forth in these various important events are deliberated in the G20 summit as well. And hopefully that we'll be able to make some recommendations in the final declaration that may come at the end of the India G20 presidency in November. I don't think, because we are already running late, I understand, I will not take much of your time. We have a full day long to go through various important topics, and I am sure that we will be able to come out with important suggestions and policy recommendations. We have galaxy of experts who will be addressing all of us, and we look forward to a very fruitful discussions day long. And thank you once again all of you, and I thank again the collaborators for this very important event. Thank you.
So this app called Farm AR. So in this app, everything will be in AR. And for instance, if you want to grow a plant and don't know how to do it, so in this app you can see everything in a form of AR. And if you want to experience more, you can also use this Oculus, not Oculus. These are VR headsets for that. And you can also it will give you some products what to use, and what products, what chemicals you can use, how you can grow organically also. And we also developed the feature called plant disease detection. So in this there is an option community also, like farmers could ask questions, and the agri students are integrated in this. So the students may answer, and the professors and the scientists are also part of the app. So in this there is a feature called plant disease detection. So can I? So you could simply it's a real time, you can just detect it, and you get the information of the disease and all that stuff, and everything will be in AR. If you want to, you can also have the VR experience of the farm and how plants are growing. For instance, if you want to grow a plant and know about it, you could everything have in AR and virtually. From AgUp we got so much information about the plants, and how the plants are, about the disease, and some tech support, and also from database point of view, from providing in particularly about in Telangana state what crops they are going and what diseases we have. We got so much tech from AgUp.
మేము రైతులకు సంబంధించినటువంటి ఒక ఇన్నోవేషన్ తయారు చేశాము. ప్రస్తుతం రైతులు వాడుతున్నటువంటి మాన్యువల్ స్టార్టర్ వలన వాళ్ళకి తరచూ విద్యుత్ ప్రమాదాలు జరిగి మరణిస్తున్నారు. అలాగే వర్షాకాలం సీజన్లో అక్కడికి ఫీల్డ్ పొలం దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు కొంచెం బురద సమయాలలో పదును ఉండటం వల్ల, తేమ ఏర్పడటం వల్ల ఎన్నో విద్యుత్ ప్రమాదాలు జరుగుతున్నాయి. అలాగే వాళ్ళు ప్రతిసారి మోటార్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి ఆన్ ఆఫ్ చేసే క్రమంలో ఎంతో శ్రమకు గురవుతున్నారు. ఇవన్నీ నేను గుర్తించి ఈ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఎంతో కొంత తగ్గించాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో నేను ఒక చిన్న రిమోట్ కంట్రోలర్ ద్వారా ఒక డివైస్ని తయారు చేశాను. ఇది ఆల్రెడీ రైతులు వాడుతున్నటువంటి మాన్యువల్ స్టార్టర్కి ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసుకుంటే సరిపోతుంది. దీని నుంచి మనము 1 కిలోమీటర్ దూరం నుంచి ఆపరేట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. దీనివల్ల రైతులకి ఎలక్ట్రిక్ ప్రమాదాలు జరిగే అవకాశాలు ఉండవు. అలాగే వాళ్ళకి ఎంతో శ్రమ కూడా తగ్గించే అవకాశం ఉంది. దీని ద్వారా చాలామంది రైతులు కూడా ఇది గతంలో మేము చేసిన ఇన్నోవేషన్ వాళ్ళు వాడుతుండ్రు. ఎంతో హ్యాపీగా వాళ్ళు సంతోషంగా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు ప్రజెంట్ ఈ ప్రోడక్ట్ని మేము అందరి రైతులకు ఇవ్వడం కోసం నేను గవర్నమెంట్ సహకారం కనుక ఉంటే అందరి రైతులకు ఇవ్వడానికి నేను సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నాను.
We are doing ready to eat and ready to cook millet chapatis using a very unique fermentation technology. With this technology, we've been able to make millets much softer and more palatable compared to the regular millets. And we've also been able to increase the shelf life to 3 times without the need to use any preservatives. So we have jowar, bajra, ragi, chapatis, the parathas, as well as the fulkas. And we also have a very unique product that is a jowar methi paratha. The cost of each product is the fulkas are for a pack of 10 is for rupees 120 and the paratha pack of 10 is rupees 150. And these have a shelf life of 25 days in the refrigerator. Currently, it is available. We take orders over the phone and Google Forms, and we will supply it directly to your house. We are incubated in AgHub. We had come up with a product that was developed in the kitchen. When we came to AgHub, we were introduced to the food scientists here in the Agricultural University, and with the help of the food scientists, we standardized and validated the product. Also did the testing for shelf life, testing for other, the nutritional parameters. AgHub has helped us get a space inside the Agricultural University to start the pilot production, and that is where we are currently producing our chapatis. We also got a bootstrap grant from AgHub to do the initial, to start with the initial production and initial costing of the business. This is a biotechnology. So currently we are done with production. We just need to do a bit of package development and other things, and we are ready to go to the market.
సో ఇది డ్రోన్స్ ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు వ్యవసాయంలో ఏంటంటే రైతులకి ఏంటంటే పశువులతో వ్యవసాయం చేయడం అనేది దూరం అయిపోయింది. సో ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే ఏ రైతైనా సరే వ్యవసాయం చేయాలంటే టెక్నాలజీ అనేది ఆహ్వానించాలి. సో మేము ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు మా డ్రోన్స్ ఏంటంటే స్ప్రేయింగ్ పర్పస్ డ్రోన్స్ అనమాట. సో మా డ్రోన్స్ ఏంటంటే స్ప్రేయింగ్ పర్పస్ డ్రోన్స్. సో మాది ఏంటంటే 10 లీటర్ కెపాసిటీ ఉంటుంది. ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు మామూలుగా మనిషి కొట్టేటప్పుడు రోజుకి 100 నుంచి ఒక ఎకరాకి 100 నుంచి 150 లీటర్ల వాటర్ నీళ్ళు అనేది అవసరం ఉంటుంది. అదే డ్రోన్స్ యూజ్ చేయడం వల్ల ఏంటంటే మనకి 10 లీటర్ల ట్యాంక్ కెపాసిటీ కరెక్ట్ గా మనకి 1 ఎకర్కి కరెక్ట్ గా సరిపోతుంది అనమాట. పైనుంచి కింద వరకు మీకు మొత్తం అంత స్ప్రేయింగ్ చేసి యూనిఫామ్ గా స్ప్రే చేస్తుంది. అది ఒకటి ఇంపార్టెంట్. సెకండ్ ఏంటంటే దీనివల్ల ఏంటంటే మనకి 80% వరకు వాటర్ ని మనం తగ్గించుకోగలుగుతున్నాం. సో ఆల్మోస్ట్ 10 లీటర్ తో మనకి 1 ఎకర్ అయిపోతుంది. అలాగే మనకి కెమికల్స్ పరంగా చూసుకుంటే ఫెర్టిలైజర్స్ కూడా మనం ఒక ఎకర్కి 1 లీటర్కి 150 లీటర్ 200 లీటర్లు ఫార్మర్ యూజ్ చేస్తాడు. సో బట్ ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే మనకి ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఒక 30% 20% కెమికల్ రిడక్షన్ కూడా మన కెమికల్ కూడా తగ్గించుకోవాల్సిన పరిస్థితి ఉంటుంది అనమాట దీనివల్ల. అండ్ ఏంటంటే మనకి ఇప్పుడు ఈ రోజుల్లో చూసుకుంటే మనకి లేబర్ షార్టేజ్ అనేది చాలా ముఖ్యమైనది. ఎందుకంటే ఫార్మర్కి ఇప్పుడు సపోజ్ ఒక 10 ఎకరాల రైతు ఉన్నాడు అనుకోండి, మనకి 10 ఎకరాల రైతుకి పురుగు పట్టిందంటే 10 ఎకరాలు ఒకేసారి కొట్టలేడు, అలాగే మనకి లేబర్ కూడా దొరకట్లేదు అనమాట. సో అదే డ్రోన్ యూస్ చేసుకుంటే మనకి 1 డేలోనే మొత్తం స్ప్రే చేసి వచ్చేస్తాం అనమాట. సో మనకి దీని కెపాసిటీ ఏంటంటే రోజుకి మనకి 20 నుంచి 30 ఎకరాల వరకు మనం స్ప్రే చేసుకోవచ్చు. సో ఒక ఏకర్ ఏంటంటే మనకి ఒక 7 నిమిషాలు టైం పడుతుంది. ఒక ఎకరం స్ప్రే చేయడానికి మాకు డ్రోన్ ద్వారా అయితే మనకి బయట ఛార్జ్ చేస్తుంది 500 నుంచి 650 రూపాయలు అలాగా. అదే లేబర్ కూడా మనకి 500 రూపాయలు అయిపోతుంది. బట్ అది ఒక 1 డే మొత్తం కొడుతున్నాడు. సో మన సెకండ్ థింగ్ ఏంటంటే మొక్కలు మెట్టేయడం కానీ, ఇంకా థర్డ్ థింగ్ ఏంటంటే మేజర్లీ హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్. ఇప్పుడు చాలా మందికి క్యాన్సర్స్ ఇవన్నీ ఫెర్టిలైజర్స్ స్ప్రేయింగ్ చేయడం వల్ల, దానికి తగ్గట్టు ప్రికాషన్స్ తీసుకోపోవటం వల్ల సో మనకి ఈ హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్ కానీ ఇవన్నీ వస్తున్నాయి. సో వాటిని కూడా మనం తగ్గించుకోవచ్చు అనమాట డ్రోన్స్ యూస్ చేయడం వల్ల. అలాగే మరి ఏంటంటే కంపెనీలో మా డ్రోన్స్ ఏంటంటే కంప్లీట్లీ డీజీసీ అప్రూవల్ అండ్ టైప్ సర్టిఫికేషన్స్ అన్ని సర్టిఫికేషన్స్ ఉన్నది. అంటే మేము ఆల్రెడీ అంటే బ్యాంకులతో కూడా టైఅప్ అయి ఉన్నాం. ఎవరైనా తీసుకోగలిగిన వాళ్ళు ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉంటే వాళ్ళకి ఏంటంటే ఆల్మోస్ట్ వాళ్ళకి లోన్స్ కూడా ఇప్పిస్తాం విత్ ఇన్ 1 week లో. అలాగే వాళ్ళకి ఒక యూఐఎన్ నెంబర్ కానీ అన్ని ఉంటాయి అనమాట. కంప్లీట్ లైసెన్స్డ్ డ్రోన్ అనమాట ఇది. సో సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ద్వారా అంటే అప్రూవల్. సో అది చాలా తక్కువ కంపెనీలు మాత్రమే ఈ టైప్ సర్టిఫికేషన్స్ ఉన్న డ్రోన్స్ ఉన్నాయి. అందులో మన సౌత్ లో మార డ్రోన్స్ ఒకటి.
అంటే మనకి 3-wheeler మల్టీ థ్రెషర్ మిషన్ ఉంది మనది. ఆ మిషన్లో ప్రతి ఒక్క క్రాప్స్ ఆందేల్, మొక్కజొన్న, కందులు, జొన్నలు, గోధుమలు, శనగలు ఆల్ క్రాప్స్ మనం థ్రెషర్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. అంటే పాత బళ్ళకి ఆయిల్ ఇంజన్తోన మన ట్రాక్టర్తో నడిపిస్తారు. దానివల్ల ఏమవుతుందంటే ట్రాక్టర్తో నడిపించే దాంట్లోకి 4 లీటర్ డీజిల్ ఇది అవుతుంది. ఇది మన ఆటోతోన 1 లీటర్ డీజిల్లో గంట సేపు వర్క్ అవుతుంది. ఇది గంటకి 9 క్వింటాల్ గంటకి 9 క్వింటాల్ ట్రాక్టర్ తీస్తుంది. ఆటో ఇంజన్తో మనం థ్రెషర్ మిషన్ ఏమో మనది మల్టీ థ్రెషర్ మిషన్ 14 క్వింటాల్ తీస్తుంది. అంటే ప్రతి ఒక్క క్రాప్స్ అనేది దీంట్లో జల్లెళ్ళు రూటర్ చేంజ్ చేస్తే ప్రతి ఒక్క క్రాప్స్ మనం తీయచ్చు. అంటే ఎక్కడన్నా తీసుకోపోవచ్చు, ఎక్కడన్నా తీసుకురావచ్చు. మనకి మామూలుగా ఇంతకుముందు అది పాతకాలంలో బండికి తీసుకెళ్ళి గుంజుకుపోవాలి, ఎద్దుల బండితో ఆయిల్ ఇంజన్తో పని చేసుకోవాలి. కొన్ని ఫెయిల్ అవుతుండే, కొన్ని క్రాప్స్ డ్యామేజ్ అవుతుండే, పల్పు రావాలి. అలాంటివి లేకుండా మన థ్రెషర్ మిషన్లో నీట్గా ఏ క్రాప్స్ అని శుభ్రంగా తీయవచ్చు అన్నట్ల. తక్కువ ఖర్చులో ఎక్కువ గిట్టుబాటుగా వస్తుంది మనకి. చిన్న రైతు కానీ పెద్ద రైతు కానీ దీనికి అందరూ వాడుకోవచ్చు ఈ వర్క్కి. దీని మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ కూడా అవుతుంది. ఇంకోటి వాటర్ పంపు కూడా ఉంది మనది. అది 500 ఫీట్ నుంచి గ్రౌండ్ వాటర్ తీయవచ్చు. అంటే కొన్ని చోట్ల మనకి కరెంట్ ఉండదు. అక్కడ లేనప్పుడు కరెంట్ లేకుంటే ఏం చేయొచ్చు అంటే మనం బోర్ వేసుకొని ఈ ఇంజన్ పెట్టుకొని మనం వాటర్ తీయవచ్చు. వేరే పవర్ అవసరం పడదు మన అట్లా కరెంటు. ఈ 1 లీటర్ డీజిల్లో 3 గంటలు నడుస్తుంది మనకి. 4 ఇంచుల పైపు వాటర్ తీసేది. కిలోమీటర్ వాడతాక మనం దానికి పైప్ కనెక్షన్ పెట్టి తీయొచ్చు, వాడుకోవచ్చు, సప్లై చేసుకోవచ్చు. లూజ్ వాటర్ కానీ గ్రౌండ్ వాటర్ కానీ 2 వాడుకోవచ్చు. ఇంకోటి మల్టీ థ్రెషర్ మిషన్లో ఏముందంటే డీజిల్ అనేది చాలా సేఫ్టీ. ఇప్పుడు ట్రాక్టర్తోనే మనకి ఏమవుతుందంటే ఒక 8 లక్షలు 10 లక్షలు ట్రాక్టర్ కావాలి, మళ్ళీ మిషన్కి 1 లక్ష 2 లక్షలు కావాలి, 12-14 లక్షలు కావాలి. ఆటోతో ఎట్లా ఉందంటే 1 లక్ష రూపాయల మనకు మిషన్ వస్తుంది. ఆటో ఒక 3,50,000, ఒక 4,50,000 మనకి ఈ యూనిట్ తయారీ బయటికి వెళ్తాయి షోరూమ్ది. ఇక మనకు మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్లో మనం సబ్సిడీ మనం వస్తే గవర్నమెంట్ సపోర్ట్ చేస్తే అది కూడా మనకు ఇంకా తగ్గించవచ్చు రైతుల కోసము. దాన్ని బట్టి మనము ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నాము. మనకు గవర్నమెంట్ సహకారం చేస్తే కంపల్సరీ అది కూడా కంపల్సరీ చేసుకోవచ్చు.
It's a greenfield enterprise. We're making FMCG products out of agri-produce. That's the DNA of Mosh and Daughters. And presently we are here at AgHub, and here we are displaying skincare products which are made solely out of agri-produce, with zero chemicals, zero preservatives, no fragrances, and they're so safe that you can actually eat them and there won't be any harm to the body. It's that safe. The skin is the largest organ of the body, and it's one of the sense organs. Just like our eyes, ears, this is also a sense organ. If I give you something which is filled with chemicals and I ask you to put it in your eyes or on your ears, will you do it? No. Why? Because you'll say that it has chemicals and it's not safe for my eyes or my ears. It's a sense organ. The same way, your skin is also a sense organ. You need to give it the natural nourishment. And if you want to add any chemicals for professional, maybe for professional use, like people use makeup and all, so use it on top of the natural skincare products so that your skin remains protected and nourished. And it will say thank you, because we don't realize the chemicals that damage the skin, they're also there in the environment. So whenever we are exposed to those chemicals, the skin goes on absorbing all those chemicals in our body. And that affects our internal organs too, which we don't realize while we are using the chemicals over the chemicals that is there in the environment. Okay. So I got connected to AgHub through my friend Nalini, who is, of course, the founder of Levine Bakers. And it was, when I came to AgHub, I was a bit lost. I didn't know where to start from. But then we have an excellent team here with Dr. Kalpana and Vijay as the CEO of AgHub. And they have been helping me not only with the incubation of our product Mati, the brand Mati, which is about convenience packaging for tea that we are doing here, that we are getting incubated for at AgHub. They're also helping us with the brand Miracle Q, which is about natural skincare. And for this brand, we are basically getting incubated at NIT Trichy. But they have been really supportive and helpful to enhance the experience of an entrepreneur and also create the sustainable ecosystem all around.
NutriCircle Limited is an innovative company where we are isolating plant protein, especially from pulses, millets, and oil seeds. As you're aware that every body requires protein for your body, and we are the first company to isolate plant protein from millets and pulses and oil seeds, as I said. So, India being a nutrition deficient country, you need a regular source of protein through your food. That's how we actually are developing product. As you can see here, for example, a very simple example, this is regular use of masoor dal. We use it on a daily basis. The percentage in the green is about almost 26%, but when we are isolated the protein from this, we fractionated to about 46%. So this is our end product, which will actually be going to a B2B market. For example, let's say an atta company want to fortify this with a high protein atta. So this will be an ingredient for them. Or this can be used in nutraceutical companies where they will fortify with their protein based product. This can go into ready to eat like cookies, bread, beverages, industry, because it can also go to cosmetic industry because your skin also requires protein. So this is an application for the cosmetic industry also. This can also be for the hair care. So the application of this plant protein business is very, very wide. For example, we require about 5.5 gram of protein every day for your daily consumption. And generally if in case you are a non-vegetarian, the source is either through chicken and other egg and things like that. But largely for a vegetarian consume, when you are a vegetarian, you want to consume, you require certain amount of protein. As I told you, let's say one food require 5.5 gram of protein. So this particular protein you can add into your regular food also from a consumer point of view. So you can fortify this particular plant protein in your atta. Like the way you use your turmeric powder or a masala powder, you can add it in the vegetable, you can add it with your soup, you can add it with your beverage in the morning, you can add with the fruit, you can add with the fruit juice. So this is how, for end consumer, this could be an application for that. So on the larger scale, it is for the B2B market. Currently, what we are doing is we are focusing on the B2B market. But as you rightly said, over next 6 months' time, we'll also be coming with a sachet. This could, like, typically the protein powder sachet. This can be used in the household segment also. So currently, what you see is we are now in the pilot scale, where we are able to derive protein extraction through some of the pulses, like as I told you, grain, masoor dal. Then you have kala chana, where we are isolated almost about 44% from kala chana, which is like a hot gram, which is easily available. Then for the first time now, this being an international year of millet, we also have isolated protein from foxtail millet also. So we are the first to isolate plant protein as far as the millet is also concerned. So currently we are focusing on B2B market. Way forward, we'll also be getting into consumer market also. Well, I think Agab being, especially for a startup like this, you need certain platform, in terms of your innovation, in terms of your product development, in terms of networking, with different scientists and food scientists. So the whole idea of we coming to Agab and to incubate there was in terms of the product development. And in fact, thanks to Agab, they have helped us in product development also. Second is in terms of networking with the stakeholder. For example, obviously to take the produce we need the farmers, so we network directly with the farmers and FPO. So we take the raw material from them, and of course in networking when you need sort of policy makers and networking with other stakeholders, Agab is the right platform for us. That's how we got incubated with them.
My name is Prajwal. I am founder and CEO of Oscillo Machines Private Limited, Mysore. And we build electric farm machinery for paddy and poultry farmers. And our special, we modernize the farming with indigenous solution on local problems. So our current products, we have a poultry raking machine, paddy transplanter, paddy weeder and brush cutters. And all are electric driven. And we are the two products are already in commercial stage. Other two products are in piloting stage. So it's a completely electric based, where the fossil fuel has been eliminated. And if you take the poultry raking machine, the drudgery these machines will reduce the drudgery up to more than 50%. And these are the main advantages to the farmers, as well as they can gain an income by reducing the labor cost. The primary target is a small and marginal farmers, and if you take in a case of a poultry raking machine, our targeted customers are the 5,000 to plus bird capacity. The cost is between 42,000